Okay, we're streaming. Let's get to everybody else. We'll start with a Skype call. And let's heart this guy first. Alright, and now let's send him a call. Alright, get him on. And then we'll check our studio. Live streaming. Alright. Okay, excellent connection, it says. It says. There we are.
Here we are.
We're live streaming.
All right.
Sorry I had to take a call. From my pharmacy, and my opiate, you understand, my codeine. And so they're having all kinds of problems with the stupid pharmaceuticals, where probably the enemy. I've talked to my nurse case manager, and she says that she's run across one other patient besides myself in the past who's had these kinds of spontaneous disappearances of prescriptions. You know, I should have asked her, was he also a former government employee, perhaps a whistleblower? But it's one of these things that it's forcing me to do something that's for the better anyway, which is I need to get out of the house more when I am at home. And so it forces me to actually pick the prep up from the pharmacy. However, I'll go into all kinds of little details about that as we go on, because I'll be spending a lot of time tonight. T-Tank Berry says, loud and clear, brother, 100%. Thank you. Love you dearly, T-Tank Berry, my brother from another mother. Shout out to JP, who contributed 30 United States dollars last month, and to Brooke Hagberg in Canada. I tried to send you a calendar for the new year, and I got your address from PayPal. And apparently the post office did not consider it a complete address. They would not allow me to mail it because they said your zip code is not included in your PayPal address, which I thought was a lot of shit. I think they had everything they needed to mail it, but they refused to. And so if you wish, Brooke Hagberg, go ahead and send me a zip code. All you need to do is send me a zip code, and I will send it to that P.O. box address that you use for PayPal. The calendar or something else. I was trying to send you something back in return for all you do. And so that having been said, my good man here is going to bring everybody on after providing the blurb. So go ahead and take off with the...
I'm going to try to do both at the same time.
Sure. If you want me to burn bandwidth while you call everybody.
No, let's just get out of here. Yes, as soon as you show up, you should hit the upvote, thumbs up button, and give us an upvote. This is important because it affects the YouTube algorithm, and the downvotes are hidden, but there are those out there who do put them to be against Douglas. So we're trying to fight that, and that's so that he can be, seen better on YouTube and continue to make a living. That's very important. So do that, please, and make sure you're subscribed. There's a subscribe button. Make sure notification bell is turned on so that you are duly notified of the programs on time or otherwise. And if you would like, since you have an account to do these things, you can go under your account settings, and actually you can have a basic account, or you can create channels, quote unquote, under I think they're called channels,
yes.
Under your profile, and each of them can do a separate upvote, and then you can switch between them. It's all there in the menu. Just remember to switch back to your normal one you want to chat with. Usually when we start up, I do about 3 upvotes myself. You could probably accomplish similar if you wanted, and it's not that hard. And I'm going to put the donation link right in the chat. Good to have that right up front. And please help Douglas stay ahead this month if you are able.
Bless you. Thank you. That's our man, Mr. Aristides, who is Vril618 in the chat. Any symbolism behind those numbers? Vril,
yeah, the numbers.
That you're willing to share?
I mean, it's pretty benign, so it's something I invented a long time ago. 620. If you look up basically the Fibonacci ratio, it's that.
Oh wow, incredible! Thank you. Pretty cool.
Like the Fibonacci spiral. You've all seen it. But,
oh wow.
If not, look it up. and it's based upon a ratio. So, and that's the basically the terminal ratio. The Fibonacci sequence is approximately 0.618.
Mm-hmm. Wow. And don't be afraid to later on put a link into the chat if you wish, just so people can. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't have to look it up.
I kind of, I started talking, so I stopped adding. So let me keep doing that.
Yes. And meanwhile, I want everyone to know that this is one of those nights. I won't get it together too much. We're going to spend a lot of time roundtabling, and then during that time we're roundtabling, I'll try and get it together to say a little bit about the fires in California. One of the reasons for my being delayed was my son's husband had me deployed to, I was flown down for a few hours. It was more than a few hours, but a few hours essentially. Ultimately, in that it wasn't an entire day, but I had to inspect various properties in order to close them down for potential evacuation. They'd already been evacuated, actually, now that I think about it. It's more like in case they potentially go up in flames. So there's a few properties he had down south I conducted a security perimeter check on. Oversaw some security closure operations in the sense that we're just making certain that no lives are lost if the fires consume those areas. But basically, Southern California is on fire, especially Los Angeles. It's basically the greater Los Angeles area. These properties are not that vast in that area, but it was enough. And so I was flown back in time earlier today. And, of course, did my best to take care of some things. Matter of fact, I was taking care of some stuff yesterday while I was out and about back in the city because I had an appointment. We are joined by Heather Holman. So Heather Holman, please check your private messages and send me, exactly what I requested if you wish, so I can send you a calendar for the new year, okay? And requesting, of course, your cell phone number and your address, if it's Vinny's or, whichever residence you use. And if I need to address it to Vinny instead of yourself, let me know. And then I'll do what I do with Amy Como for her money orders, which is basically address it to Tokyo Bloker and Amy Como secondarily. So I could do that to the both of you as if you were a married couple in the traditional sense, and address it to the calendar that I'm sending to Vinny and yourself. I don't know Vinny's last name, or I forgot it. I don't even know if he wants me to know it. But at any rate, so Heather, welcome aboard. Say hello. Yeah, that's nice.
Right. She'll come on. She'll make it.
Yes, she's sending hearts. She's sending hearts.
Yeah, right. Looking for that mute button or whatever.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes. Yes, honey.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Okay. So, did you hear what I had to say? Did you read your private message?
Yeah, I did, and I'll send that to you.
Okay, good. And the private message is right there in your private messages in Skype text. And so, yes, by all means. Good that I could take care of that as soon as possible. I'll attend to that as soon as I can. And welcome aboard. Now, you're going to help us with a roundtable. Aaron Tice says he'll do his best to pop in for a few minutes this evening. And we look forward to that. Yes, and so just to go over the list, make certain, I know you've covered everyone, you've got them now down to a science, but you called Aaron Tice, Brooke Gibson, correct, Aristides? Troy Bellamy?
Aaron Tice? Yes, yeah, now I just have to...
I see at the top, there's only 3 participants, and it usually says, 17.
No, it says 14 others. It says 14 others. Yeah, 14, 15,
Okay.
16.
We got on, but yeah, I'm on it. I just got a couple, the couple people that are weird to add. I got to do that now, but we're getting there.
Yeah, 3 of 17 in the call. That's what it says. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So Heather, tell us about anything that you're willing to share, exciting, happening with yourself while I makes my tea. I'll probably indeed have to take a early trip to the restroom just to, do number one sometime in the next few minutes. Because, I was taking a lot of vitamins like I do before the show. And, so then with all the liquid I intake, bladder gets full. Such being said, I usually tend to that before the show, but I'll probably do it in a few minutes. Want to tend to it sooner rather than later. But I'm surprised Brendan isn't on with us. So Brendan hopefully will join us soon enough, and we'll get a healthy roundtable going. The two things I will probably talk about. Well, we just lost we just lost Aristide. It's okay. He came back on.
God damn.
Yeah.
Phones are so touchy.
Yeah, they are. They are, dude. For the shows, you got to learn to be sitting down in front of a PC screen.
I am, but I keep telling you that, like, even though I am, I need the ability to get up and walk around, so I'd have to have some kind of elaborate wireless headset or something.
True. I get it. That's true. You've got all the chihuahuas and
well, there's that too. A number of things. Yeah, I need to be. It'd be nice to just do it through PC. I should probably, look at those options, but.
Understood. And I still have this incredible computer sent by Aristide.
Yeah.
We're going to be putting into option soon because I won't have a choice because, gradually this computer is dying and we will get to it. I do want to remind everybody, however, it's going to get busy for me because Chinese New Year, or more properly Pan-Asian Lunar New Year, is coming up, and that'll be towards the when does it start? Let's take a look. It's towards the end of this month. Yeah, granted, it's towards the end of this month, but once that starts, 2 weeks is gone. We will keep you posted. And so for those of you already asking about the photograph in thumbnail of live stream tonight, we were celebrating Byzantine Orthodox Christmas and Western Epiphany. So those fell upon the same day this year, and it will soon be Byzantine Orthodox New Year next week, which of course Brendan Zoget would know about because his family was Syrian Orthodox or Antiochian Orthodox. Either way it's known. So tell us a bit about that, dear Brendan, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year in the Byzantine sense, and as well.
As per Julian calendar, of course.
Yes. How are you?
Greetings.
Yes. So,
I'm doing well, and yourself?
Well, much the better for speaking with all of you. Obviously, I hate coming home, and the time that I spent at the estates was rattled by the fires because my son's husband does have some properties in Los Angeles that are not particularly vast because he doesn't particularly like LA, but there were enough properties down there where I was flown to conduct a perimeter a security check before they had already been evacuated as precaution, but we wanted to make certain that certain valuables were not there, or that whatever was there was, as secure as it could be, because the looters are on the loose. But Los Angeles is burning, people, and
right.
Oh man,
and it's always clockwork, like right before T-Man comes in.
Yeah,
like, tons of fires.
Yes,
yeah.
yes,
or during. Before and during,
yes, indeed, and
classic.
Yeah, so I'm just, shall I say, to use a pun, burnt. We'll roundtable as much as we can tonight until I wind up enough steam to maybe tell people a bit about the fires and then tell them about Jimmy Carter, his life, because it's a National Day of Mourning for Jimmy Carter by the time we finish this program. Lest they cut us off sooner tonight than later, and hopefully they don't cut us off at all. But last episode, I'm proud again of all of my listeners. We are getting a lot of people looking at the second episodes rather than the first these days. The last time that this happened, other people were looking more at the second episode, the monologue, than they were at the first. This is a radical departure from the pattern in the old days. Whenever they knocked us off, then people would always look at the first episode and very few people would go for the second episode. But nowadays people know better, and they know my monologues in the second episode, and they view that more than they do the first, which is to be commended. So all my listeners out there are very intelligent. I want to say hello to everyone in the chat, especially Vicky Johnson. Mwah. Love you, honey. Let me get some kisses to you. Eric Cradle says, hey folks, welcome aboard, Eric Cradle. And of course we have T Takeberry as well. So let me tend to putting in a kiss emoji for our lovely Vicky Johnson. And in the meantime, Brendan, yes, tell us a little bit about how your world is going, because I hope I didn't wake you up this morning when I called. I left a message with you. I didn't leave a message with you. I just left a text message.
No, I was I would say in Twilight Zone. I wasn't awake or asleep, but I had some stuff to attend to this morning, so I was dealing with that.
Oh my God! Yeah,
as per my situation. So
yeah, and then after I
living in a storage unit, it's no fun.
Oh
gotta,
man!
Like, really be on your stuff.
Oh man!
But I got some organization done, and things are moving forward positively. So that's good.
Excellent. And so, does that look doable? The info I sent you about, our mutual operation.
Yes, the operation is currently in place, and that seems to work fine. Yes.
Okay, great, excellent. And so that's exciting, and I'm definitely looking forward to that. So we can ask Trappist to drive us both down there. I'm kidding.
Yeah, so he can have like a K-hole like dissociative episode while driving us. That's a great idea. He'll just be sniffing something, and then we just go off a cliff. It's just that sounds like a great idea. Fucking wonderful.
Yeah. What type of car did he say he had? It was something like
he never told us. Did he tell you?
I'm not. I was something. He might have written it. I don't know. It was like something. It was like a 2002 Corolla or something. It's like my 2002 Corolla. The seats are clean. He said, got an AM/FM.
Yeah, he did pull
CD
that
player, and all very pleasant.
I'm surprised
there.
he didn't have a Volkswagen Bug or something. I could see him having like a Volkswagen bus and sitting in Haight-Ashbury.
Oh no! That's too classy for him. That's too classy for him. Yeah, that's no.
No, the Corolla fits.
I might be wrong or something like that.
No, Aristides.
No, it was something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, Aristides, tell him.
I don't want to go back.
I know. Tell him about how you were witness to that fucker telling me about how he was using scent neutral body products and shit. Remember that?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, odd thing to mention to another man, but
oh my God. And
it's like, it's like, I don't eat, I eat healthy. And all that. It's like, okay, why would that matter? What is it you're looking for?
Hey, we're getting a lot of monkeys at the zoo noise from Brendan Zoget back there. Wait, is this like you're in more than a warehouse? There, you found a place at the zoo, right? Oh my God!
Yeah, you can do overnights at the zoo. It's like camping.
Yeah,
it's cheaper.
Oh my God! It must be.
Shit, Brendan, you check yourself into the zoo, man. If you really hit bottom.
Yeah, this is what happens when you work for Doug. Yeah, shit just fucking gets.
Honestly, might not be that bad. You got probably some comfy arrangements, plenty of food, company.
Yeah, they throw me bananas and stuff for free. It's cool.
Maybe some warm bodies to snuggle up to in the night.
Oh, Heather's typing a fucking essay. Heather, what the fuck is going on, Heather? Why are you typing an essay?
I can't see very well.
Okay, we love you. I'm not quite sure I get the answer.
I'm typing in my address.
Okay, got it. We love you. Thank you. Oh,
there you go.
There we are. Thank you, honey. And don't forget, let's take a look if she put her cell phone number in there as well. Yeah, she did. Okay, excellent. Got it. Okay, honey, I'm going to enter that into my speed dial as well. I'll now have you on speed dial.
Okay.
Yes, soon enough. And so there we have that. I'll take care of that first thing in the morning after the show is over. Again, we'll see how long we last tonight. It's going to be mostly roundtable if I can help it. Aaron Tice said he'll join us for a few minutes later tonight, Brendan, so hopefully he does. In a few minutes, I'll probably take a short trip to the bathroom because I took a lot of vitamins just before I got on air, and usually I tend to that before I, start the program. But I had to take a call from the people at the pharmacy, and oh my God! So again, just so people know, I'm happy to report I did not miss too much of the over-the-counter program, which has to do with insurance. And the insurance about a year ago, maybe the beginning of this year even, is when they started the program for over-the-counters, where people could order them via this thing called Medline, which is this state within a state for the Kaiser institution, which is like Kaiser is a fucking empire all its own, and Kaiser's been around since World War II, and Kaiser Permanente has finally arranged where over-the-counters, which are the killer drugs in the sense that they kill you financially, whatever's covered by formulary is great, but then you get all kinds of prescriptions, or you have a life necessity. I mean, some of these are life-saving drugs for some people, like antihistamines. There are certain people who are so allergic that antihistamines are, they're invaluable. They're incalculable because they keep people alive who have severe allergic reactions, this sort of thing. And so I'm on an antihistamine, even though I don't have allergic reactions that are extreme as manifest in some people. Obviously, they improve my life by orders of magnitude. And but these things, when you add up these non-prescription drugs, they're hundreds of dollars. And easily what happens is, the way Kaiser's arranged it now, every quarter, every 3 months, you get to order. It was last year, it was $250. They've turned it down now to $150. But last year, I got in my last order before the end of last year on the day before New Year's Day. And I made certain to call Medline and get that order in. And when I did, it's $250 worth. And I guarantee you, what I got in the goodie box that arrived today with all of those meds, that would cost me $700 to $800 at Walgreens, because they're selling them all as generics for pennies on the dollar. So, I mean, this is the insanity of, well, at least that's being tended to. And, yeah. So, all that being said, sorry about that. Don't I sound like a fucking old man?
I'm surprised you didn't get ketamine. Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, fuck. Don't even tempt me. It's like, I wish.
You want to hear something? You want to hear
Tell me
what you have to do to get it?
What do I have?
There's some dude I work with. He said,
he gets it?
Yeah, it's covered. No. He said it gets covered by insurance, but first you have to go through electroshock therapy, and if that doesn't work, then they send you to the specialist to get free ketamine. So they literally shock you until to make sure you're not like actually, to make sure you're actually insane. And then once you're actually insane, then they give you a free carte blanche to do all these drugs. So that's what happened to the other guy.
Trappist Nicholson. That is the story behind Trappist Nicholson and Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have to mark you. They have to mark you as a. Well, if you're rich, you could just go to the clinic and it's like $1,000 and you get unlimited shit.
Yeah.
But Trampus, obviously, he liked getting shocked too much, and they were like, "We got to get this guy on some shit."
Yeah.
Right. He said that they have to declare you resistant to shock treatment. Depression resistant treatment or something.
How does he know this? How did this guy find this out?
Because this dude drives to Oakland. This is the man. Is there like a polite term for them? The Down syndrome people?
Oh fuck!
This is the guy that's on that kind of spectrum. Nothing against him. That's just what it is. It's just a fact. And then, but he goes all the way to Oakland to go to the mushroom church to buy mushrooms.
Oh my god!
And it's like this criminal enterprise that basically fakes it and says they're the church of entheogenic medicine.
Yes.
And they could sell psychedelics.
Yes, that's.
He was just telling me about that.
Oh, and he does this.
Yeah, apparently.
like being retarded is not difficult enough. You have to be hallucinogenic.
I don't know. If you go by Terence McKenna's theory, it probably is helping him. He's more smart now. I don't know.
He must be. I was about to say, how does a developmentally disabled individual retain this information about, like, oh, you got to go through this process here, and he's describing it like he's fucking an
I don't know.
expert.
It's working. That's what I'm saying. It's working.
God damn. God.
He can hold a job. He has a wife and kids. Like, this is like medical revolution level stuff.
Damn, Aristides! Now we know how you got through engineering school. Holy shit! Oh my god! I don't. Not to imply that Aristides was ever developmentally disabled, of course, but I mean the mushrooms. I mean, were you doing that before you entered academics, or this came because you entered academics?
What?
Yes, that's right. We're not talking about anything. That's right. I'm just joking, people. Yes, Aristides would never touch mushrooms.
No. I mean, what? With school? I mean, probably it was just a lot of coffee and cigarettes.
Yeah. Okay. There we are. See that, people. That's
all
right.
It takes.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. Aristides is a straight guy. He's a straight guy. That's right. And let me.
Edge.
Yes,
straight edge.
that's right. Let me check
Probably
this.
straight too, but I'm just saying. That's the term.
And
Straight edge.
Yes. So for those of you who don't know this church that our man Brendan Zokin is talking about, just understand this, and you probably won't believe it, but then
It's
again,
basically a mafia.
Thank you. It's the
They got
largest.
kicked out of the city. I'll tell you later. Yeah,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, but the largest mega church in the American Empire holds psychedelic fungi as the holy sacrament. Okay? Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know what to say. The only thing I can add to that with that thought right now is that a deadly morel mushroom outbreak highlights the big gaps in fungi knowledge. And I think that
Deadly. Wait, when was this?
oh god, it's basically mature morel mushrooms. I mean, they basically they're prized morels. They're unpredictably and puzzlingly deadly. This one outbreak happened in May 15th, mid-May of 2024, and they're this delicacy otherwise. They're very pricey, and they're normally safe to eat. But they have this. They got this mysterious dark side. On occasion, for whatever reason, they turn deadly. So it was mid-menses in the middle of the month of May that I think, which hospital was it? I think it was in Montana. Montana health officials, they published an outbreak analysis of poisonings linked to that mushroom. And
well, there are false morals, so it's like maybe people just don't know what to pick.
There you go. Maybe. Actually, you know what happened that year? Now that I remember it, because I'm looking up the file now. Basically, what happened was in mid-May of last year, Montana published an outbreak analysis of poisonings from the year before, but it took place in March and April of 2023. In which 51 people ate at the same restaurant, the same kinds of mushrooms, and 4 of them went to the emergency department. 51 of them got deathly sick, but 4 of them went to life support. 3 were hospitalized. 2 died. What's that?
Just said shit?
Yeah. With that, imagine how the restaurant owner felt. Yeah, 2 of them died, 3 were hospitalized, maybe for as long as until they get a kidney transplant or a liver transplant or something. But they didn't. I can tell you one thing. They did not.
Are you sure this was morels? Morel mushrooms?
They said it was at least supposed to be morel mushrooms. The health officials didn't name
that's
the.
More commonly that happens with what is the. They're called death caps because they look like cremini mushrooms when they're small.
Okay.
So people pick them thinking they're button mushrooms, and then everyone dies.
You know what it could be. Sometimes the issue is that particular bunch of what they were grown on, that they picked something up that they wouldn't have normally had. You know.
Good point.
Maybe I think that can be an issue.
Yeah. No, that's yeah. All your points are well taken. I mean, I'm hardly in any position to, but what I can say is that the restaurant wasn't named in the report that I'm looking at, but I do remember that state and local health departments at the time identified it as Dave's Sushi in Bozeman, Montana. But basically, they were introducing a new item, a special sushi roll that contained salmon and morel mushrooms. And the morels were this new menu ingredient for Dave's. They were served, let me see, 2 ways. I think in the report it's saying on April 8th, the morels were served partially cooked with a hot boiled sauce poured over the raw mushrooms and left to marinate for 75 minutes. And on April 17th, they were served uncooked and cold marinated. But some kind of mystery poison worked really fast. The symptoms began on average about an hour after eating, and it was brutal, like vomiting and diarrhea, projectile vomiting and projectile diarrhea. I mean, that's like, that's Peter Moon level shit. So they
probably tried to off him when he was there. That's why his brain erupted. Try this, what was that thing called? The Solomonari jerky. And just fucking, everything ruptured. But he never thought that was sketchy. He thought they were helping him or something. That's why he never mentioned it.
Yes. Oh my God. So of the 51 people who got sick, 46 were restaurant patrons and 5 were employees. So they were digging in. I guess they were tested at first, but but yes, DNA sequencing. It says here, the state and local health officials noted that DNA sequencing identified the morels used by the restaurant as Morchella sextulata, a species of true morel. That rules out the possibility that the mushrooms were look-alike morels, called false morels, which are known to contain a toxin called gyromitrin. For whatever reason, every once in a while, and this happens at other places, when they're tracing more 2019, morel mushrooms were a suspect in an outbreak in a Michelin-starred restaurant in Spain. There we are. So it happens once in a while. 1990s, there was a retirement banquet for a police chief in Vancouver, British Columbia. And that resulted in 77 of the 483 attendees experiencing dramatic vomiting. Oh, God. Ooh. So every once in a while, for some reason, morels go bad. It's probably, just who knows? I mean, but back to the church. Maybe they could save you with their magic, with their fungal sacrament. But the guy who's running that mafia is supposed to be this dude named David Hodges. David Hodges founded San Francisco's Church of Ambrosia. So tell us what you know about this son of a bitch.
They got kicked out of the city. The city came down on them because they owe the city over $300,000, and they forced them to close the one in over there off of Fillmore or whatever.
No, my ginseng tea just came up my nose.
Yeah, isn't that fucked up? That's what this guy was telling me. He said they had this super clearance sale, and he went out there to buy it all out, and he was like, when I drove home, I presume his wife was driving, but he said when I was driving home, the roof was all rainbow. It's the first time I ever saw all rainbows, you know. Oh, man. I was like, wow, that's crazy, man.
Yeah. I mean,
like, so they were just letting all this psychedelic loose into the city for pennies on the dollar. You know, I'm sure people died from that.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
Here's our strongest shit for half price, and this dude just fucking munched it all on his way home.
A literally retarded individual drops by, buys a ton of this shit, seeing rainbows all the way home. It's like what a fucking world.
That's probably why we haven't heard from Trampoose. He probably went to that super sale too. Because he's the other person that was telling me about that. He's like, I could take you, like in his Michael Jackson voice. I can take you guys.
Oh yeah, yes. Oh, he's so sickening. He's so sickening.
It's like, yeah, because I want to be around you and hard drugs.
Yeah.
Great idea.
Oh my God! And so what about this? What's with ayahuasca having become the ultimate bro drug? What is with this shit? I mean, everybody.
Well, that started from the whole. It was basically, that's why I have a qualm with Joe Rogan, is the whole DMT trip.
Thank you.
Is that he made it like mainstream, quote unquote, because he wouldn't stop talking about it after he did it one time. And that just totally tainted it, because people think like, I'm just going to go trip out and see aliens and shit. So they want that experience, but they think that the ayahuasca is like more, more indigenous, more natural. But then they go there and the ayahuasca is way more of a transformative experience, and it fucks them up for life. And these so-called shamans are just like drifters. 90% of them are
Thank
drifters.
You. Thank you.
Just people, they put on a headdress and say, and run. They're basically just people that run hotels in the Amazon, and they're like, yeah, come here and we'll just watch you while you take this shit. And then there's no medical supervision. You just get all fucked up. And it's a purgative, so you throw up and it's not fun. But people think it's some kind of experience, so they want to do it. But it doesn't change them. Fundamentally, they come back and they're still evil. Like, the evil doesn't leave them and shit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's like and by the way, that church, like our man Brendan said, from what I understand, it's sitting on a small fortune. I mean, that Hodges Church rakes in Hodges Church. It rakes in more than $5 million a year, according to Forbes magazine, from what I'm looking up right now. I mean, of course he refuses to discuss finances.
And that's yeah, exactly. And that's why the city is trying to get the money from him, because they know he has it. So it's like, whether he owes it or not legitimately, it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, they don't care. They just want it.
Oh, yeah.
But the funny part is, they just went to Oakland, which they've always had one there. But the Oakland one, like, you should see the reviews. They were like, the security guards treated me like an animal and shit. Like, so imagine going to some place where you're trying to get, quote unquote, spiritual healing from mushrooms, and then there's like an armed guard outside, like poking you like a cattle prod. Get back in line. Get back in line. Yeah, so I just thought that was hilarious, just reading that shit.
Yeah, well,
they were like, the security guards beat me. Basically were beating us up and yelling at us and accosting us.
Oh, well, according to the fucker Hodges himself, he says, yeah, they claim I'm making $5 million a year, but I have to spend $3 million a year in legal fees, rent, and security. And there you go.
Those security guards.
Yeah, brutal security guards to herd all the sheep.
Like, what are these people, like Gurkhas or something? Like, where's he getting these guys?
Yeah, oh God, well I'm sure they got to be mean for Oakland, man. That's
right. Like, who are those other people that they hire? Like, not just the Gurkhas, there are the other guys.
The
Samoans? Ruthless
Samoans.
Yeah, those guys.
They think those fuckers are bulletproof and shit. It's just then either that.
I've never seen them with guns, because
yeah, it's I've seen them with guns because I worked in private security, but usually they don't need them. Yeah. Obviously, it's one of these things that's just it is what it is. But the old joke. The joke was, don't shoot Samoans. They don't die. They get angry and shit, but of course, no, they die all right. They die all right. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
So all that being said, what about, let me see, what else comes to my mind? Heather. So, dear Heather, feel free.
Yeah?
Yeah. Tell us a little bit about what's been going on with you. You didn't get a chance.
Oh, yeah. I've been really, intrigued by the fire and the California fire.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's smart fire. Mm-hmm. It reminds me a lot of what happened in Lahaina.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Could you explain?
Like how the flames, like just the behavior of the fire was strange, and I
would say it's divine
justice.
Oh. And
You know?
do you agree with that, Heather? What Brendan said, that it might be divine justice as well?
Yes and no. I know that that's the area where they're going to try to build, I think, smart city. You know, a smart city. So same as Lahaina, they land grab. They need to have the place for the roads, and their smart roads and things like that.
And could you tell us a little bit about this Lahaina? Could you spell it so I could look it up?
Lahaina, yeah, there's in Hawaii, Lahaina, L-I, or L-A-I.
That was the epicenter of the Maui fire, Doug.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so I think that what they're doing is they're just trying to, like, just wipe out all the land, or where they're going to build the smart city, because it has to be all interconnected with the roads and everything else.
Okay. And so Lahaina was going to build one of these smart cities, so to speak?
No, and I'm you know, what I predict, or what I'm guessing, is that Lahaina
They were supposed to be the first one. That's why it was scheduled.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. And I guess, you know, the roads that light up and roads that can connect to the cars, or just, I don't know about the technology. I just know that there's technology. They're trying to make a smart city in Lahaina, and I noticed, you know, that's probably what's happening in California. I understand how fire spreads with wind and everything like that, but
yeah, they have Santa Ana winds, which are very troublesome.
yeah, and it could be divine justice as well. There's a lot of everything's burning. You know, the Getty Villa, the Getty Museum burned down.
Yeah, let's just say these people aren't morally ambiguous. They're just straight up evil. Like, I mean, for the majority. I can't say for everyone. But.
Well, by the way, we're joined by Aaron Tice, and for God's sakes, Aaron, don't be afraid to interject whenever you come on. Let us know you're here.
I didn't want to interrupt, but hello, everybody. How's things?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Good.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Now, long time no talk.
Yes. Well,
yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah. Go on.
Hi, Aaron.
Heather.
Hey, what's going on, Aristides?
Yeah. So
not too much.
You know about smart fires. Maybe Aaron could tell us about smart fires if he knows about
fires.
I don't know much about them, but I've seen the devastation that's going on. It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
No more California.
Well, of course they always say that.
I mean, it's the first time I don't remember a news story where people have to leave their cars in the road and they literally bulldoze the cars aside. This is a different type of insanity than I'm used to.
Thank you. It is, and like Brendan Zoget said, it is something similar happened with the last Trump administration. California really started burning, and now that he's coming back, it's starting to burn again. Let's just say that's got to be more than coincident. But all that being said, certainly it turned out last time there was a lot of arson. But you know, I do want people to know that I had the privilege of speaking with Aaron privately for a little bit before the show tonight, earlier in the day. In fact, much earlier in the day, really, because of my coming home and then having to tend to a lot of responsibilities. But one of the things I was able to do was finally fit in kind of like a telephone appointment with Aaron, which is rather remarkable that he and I are both so busy that we had to make it arrange for. It
is.
Yeah.
When I sent you that message, I felt terrible because it's like, you know, you're a dear friend, and I'm like, this is the window of time I have this week. It felt horrible, but I'm glad we caught up.
Yeah, well, I understand. Look, we're both very busy, obviously, and we both have our own types of families, and they're more than one family. We have our family here, we have, you know, your family, and you have your nuclear family, and then you have your extended family. It's kind of like the same with myself. You and I are both, you know, we do our best. By the way, Heather, thank you for that link about smart cities, how smart cities are leveraging AI. And I do want people to understand the term smart fires is maybe a strange new term, but I do want people to understand.
I made that up. Smart flames or smart fires.
It's okay. It's okay. And I want people to know.
I like it, Heather. I laughed at that one.
Yeah, it's nice. It's cute. But at the same time.
Well, they have a mind of their own.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is what I do want to emphasize, is that there are people who have been fighting fires for all their lives, career firefighters, and some of them will speak to, at times, flames seeming to be controlled by elementals, that they seem to have their own mind, and that they are seem to be intent on destruction to a degree that they seem to be able to manipulate where they're going to head, etc. Almost able to fight the firefighters fire is alive, as Brendan says. So that's go on.
The other part that's rough now. I talked to a firefighter years ago. Several of them told me about this. Are the hybrids and these the chipboards that are in these newer cars. He said, we tell the young guys, but they don't always listen. If you're not upwind of a car burning and you inhale it when those the chipboards burn, especially the new hybrids, you will have cancer in less than a couple of years.
Holy shit!
Oh yeah, he said you will get very, very sick and you won't make it very long. And he was very emphatic about that. So he at that point of his career, he was training the younger firefighters. So the chemicals, the glue that they glue the chips to the boards is so toxic.
Oh my God.
It's crazy. Yeah, That's really scary.
How do they get away with that?
I don't know. I guess there's not a lot of oversight on that. They don't really think about them burning. But I mean, as you know, our cell phones are a bomb. So
yes.
these Teslas driving around are bigger bombs, and the materials in there are just extremely toxic.
Yeah, that's outrageous. That's outrageous.
Yeah,
it shows
it's crazy.
It shows a total lack of care for the consumer that these companies are producing that. Now, of course, you can imagine that coming out of communist China, but if these hybrid cars, like, I presume that includes these Teslas manufactured by Elon Musk, right?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is there's only so many manufacturing methods and locations. Yeah. And once there's a process stamped out, people really aren't reinventing the wheel these days. I mean, these Teslas are very simple cars, not made very well, with just a different propulsion method, really.
Yes.
So they're just stamping them out the same as they've done for a very long time. Things haven't come as far as the shiny media would like us to believe.
Yeah, not at all. And so when I spoke to our man Aaron earlier, I was speaking with him and sharing a few things, and later on we'll talk privately with the rest of Team Dietrich, but this much I can say to our listeners. I do want people to know that Vinnie Barbaric, otherwise known as Peter Moon, who gave himself that name in the sense of just an alias, really, he is basically still on the loose. He's plotting malevolently, and so far as can be ascertained just by putting two and two together, he seems to be planning a slander and defamation lawsuit, which I find to be incredibly stupid, and he is welcome to do that. I am curious, how exactly does that work when, say for instance, you can understand when the woman who sued the evil Polish brothers, the Wachowski brothers, I think their name is, if I remember correctly, saying that she had written The Matrix and The Terminator and all this crap. And in their case, it was The Matrix. And they were advised just not to show up. And she won by default. But it didn't mean anything, because even though the judge awarded her, whatever, she never got it, because she's responsible for sending collectors and private detectives to find these people and collect from them, which of course she doesn't have the resources to do. So you can understand how something like that works. But in a case like mine, I'm poor as a church mouse. So what does Peter Moon expect if he launches a lawsuit against myself? Does that mean he has to pay for me to fly over to wherever this is being tried? Say if he's stupid enough to do this? Or does he fly over to San Francisco to try and push his case? In any case, he doesn't have any hope to get anything accomplished other than to publicize myself. The one audience that Peter Moon had was simply on this show. That was it, because everything became articulated to the point where we had a cyclopean link of his newsletter to this show by the time that he had spent years and years promoting his newsletter via the show and telling everyone through his newsletter, I'm going to be on the show. So at that point, he became identified with the show. And at that point, he was someone who was known. His whole audience knew about him, knew that they could hear him listening to the show. Whatever audience he had, that might have been a loyal fan base. Of course, the only thing they ever asked when his core readers for his books before he started working with me, all they ever asked about is when's the next Radu Cinnamar book is coming out. But
Rapey Cinnamon.
Yeah, Rapey Cinnamon. That's an insult to a noble spice, of course. But but when when he then severed with me in the most ignominious manner possible. He obviously, we exposed him, and we exposed him, to the bone. We stripped him to the bone on this show. And so any of his listeners, because the numbers obviously didn't drop significantly when he left, they know what he is now. So I don't know what he hopes to accomplish.
Right. What exactly is the death of... What did we say that he didn't say himself? I mean, like we were just saying exactly what he said. It's like that's so crazy about.
Well, it's probably going to be a play to solidify the copyright on the previous title that he refused to publish to make another play at owning your life story. It's probably just stacking that type of power play.
Right, but how would I be... Who would pay for my representation if it's just somebody who's like poor as a church mouse like myself?
Yeah, it's not a criminal case, so they can't force you. Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think it's a rational thought, and he's probably just hoping you don't show up, and he gets a few extra shekels and a little bit more right to your personal story. But I don't think it'll go far either way.
Okay. Yeah. That's comforting to know, and it certainly so it's his way of, like you said. So we'll try and work with this. We'll talk with Team Dietrich privately about it, and certainly Aaron at this point knows a little bit more than most. All such being said, I would appreciate, Aaron, if you once again just what were you gonna say, Brendan?
Oh, nothing. I didn't say anything.
Okay.
Background noise. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, if you
I should get him for calling me Crisp Crinkle. You know how?
Actually, I'll tell you the truth. I'll tell you the truth. You know what? Peter Moon is such a lousy writer. You would expect a writer to have wordplay as a skill. And I made that up. He did not say that about you. I actually made that up. He never said Crisp Crinkle. That was my way of presenting it to tone it down. All he said was Brendan is a piece of shit and all he does is make noise and he's worthless, and so I was just, because at that time...
No, he said it to my face. He said, stop crinkling.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, I'm not even moving. There was that one time when I wasn't moving after I tried to be quiet and he was still freaking out. Like, dude.
Well, he was hearing things all the time. He said that to me a number of times. Sounds like you're chewing on peanuts there, Douglas. I said, I'm not doing anything. But then again, Aaron, is that not indicative? This is what I was going to say. I would appreciate if you would go a bit into that documentary on Michael Aquino and this voice-to-skull technology and how I'm not mentioned, and what your own impression of this is about that.
Well, it's such a niche set of data. I was shocked that it was out there anyway. Right. So anybody who knows those things is very well researched or informed. So there's no way they don't know of you.
Right.
It's not possible. It's too detailed of a subject. Now, that being said, I was blown away because I think it was 1967. I think it was the late 60s where Michael Aquino discovered the power of extremely low frequency, which would direct someone to do something basically against their own will or control. Well, I can't say it that way. It would work with the human mind to control their actions. So it would form your will to do what you wanted them to do. Let's put it that way. And now extremely low frequency is supposedly how voice of God and voice to skull is put together. So Michael Aquino discovered one of the most nefarious items ever used on the American public, or the worldwide public for that matter. And it's just amazing how much he had his hand in for way back then.
Yes, and also you mentioned that people are now beginning to experience this in communist China.
Yeah. I just saw a story on someone who the same complaints people over here are having, hearing voices, hearing people surveil them, and it's constant, never stops. People are given antipsychotics for it. The same thing is happening over in China now, and it's the people mistake it for the local police departments, but it's not the local police departments that push that button. So everybody thinks they're nuts, and they usually just kind of like get shuffled off the side as being insane. So it's really it's crazy technology.
Yes, and we both agree that this was likely used with, among other technologies, with Peter Moon. Hopefully one of these days we'll find the episode for you, and both Aristides and Brendan Zogit confirm it really wasn't that long ago, where Peter Moon was sitting on my program and on record, on the transmission, begins to repeat robotically and monotonously, "My implant fell out. My implant fell out. My implant fell out." And to the point where I'm like telling him, I heard you the first time, Peter. We all heard you.
That's a really problematic statement. That's horrible. Oh my God. That's
it exposes so much, and such being said, Aaron Tice remembered the 2019 episode in which Peter Moon acknowledged that Anne-Marie, who is this older Italian woman who had been part of the New York Opera for a period of time, and certainly visited San Francisco. I have a hostile witness in the form of Lorian Ann Fenton. Both she and I were hobnobbing with Peter Moon and met this woman, Anne-Marie, who then spoke to me privately on Skype, and she was one of the first Skype contacts I ever had. And she's on a different account of mine that I would have to reopen. And my fear of doing that is that it would somehow confuse Skype and might do something to close this account. Which, you know,
yeah, Skype's horrible. It's not worth that. Let me tell you.
Yeah, it's not worth that. And by the way, Heather Holman says implants don't fall out; they're screwed into bone. It could be what he was referring to was something like a chip, but
yeah, he wasn't talking about dental.
Yeah.
Where'd it come out of his ear?
Maybe he was squeezing.
I want to find it now.
Maybe he was squeezing in what is it? A sphincter egg?
Yeah, a yoni egg.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said the right word though.
Yes.
It was his version of it.
Yeah.
Yes. And such being said, wherever it fell out, he was obviously shocking to him. And it was something that I could tell the shock was there, where it was something like if you and I had experienced something like losing a part of our body, where, you know, oh my God, my finger fell off. You know, that type of shock where you're repeating yourself because you're in shock. And that was obviously what he was expressing. And probably because at that point, he probably felt a great void, because I'm assuming that's where the voice to skull was coming from. And then he was suddenly without that. Yeah.
With the horrors you've seen, you just skip right past it. You were okay.
Yeah,
you know?
You remember that. You remember that.
Like, you've probably seen people's arms fall off, and you're just like, all right.
Yeah. No, it's horrible. It's horrible. In Africa, for instance, I did see something similar to that with an albino individual suffering. Somebody just running up to them and lopping their arm off with a machete, and then picking it up when it fell to the ground and running off with it, because albino meat from a human being, human albinos in Africa, is considered medicinal. So people will just literally lop off limbs off bypassing albino people to, you know, bring home to cook medicine for their ailing grandmother or something. It's
wow.
Yeah, so
that's shocking. I mean, that's like beyond shocking.
Yeah, that's rough.
No, it's horrible. And but you know, for those of you who just don't get it, albinism is a condition that is fairly, I don't know how to describe it, common. It's not rare, but a lot of black people are born with a kind of albinism where they become white, you know, or they have melanin blotches, or you know, so it's yeah, but they're considered like medicine in Africa. It's so, all right, we'll drop that topic for now. Unless you had a question, Aristides. I'm sorry to laugh. You don't laugh.
I think there's a different name for the blotch thing. It's
Thank you.
albino.
Vitiligo.
Yeah,
Vitiligo.
yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And with some people, that's bodily. Some people, it's bodily. They've got splotches. Other people, it's like, you know, like a rabbit or a Dalmatian. It's all, you know, well, like a rabbit. It's only in certain areas. With other people, it's like a Dalmatian. It's all over their body. And then with some people, they're just totally white. So it's, yeah, it's just a variant in melanin. But yeah, so such being said, like Brendan said, I have witnessed this sort of thing. So when yeah, as you said, Aaron, 2019, you actually heard Peter Moon at that time acknowledge that I had met this woman who was his fister. Yeah. And then later on he denied it. Yeah, Sister Fister, yeah. And then later on he denied it vociferously, trying to imply that it was all in my head, like I was imagining things. This so
in 19 he actually expounded on it. He said, yeah, my girlfriend Anne Marie, who met you, she had prepared that beautiful gift for you. So he actually expounded on it back then.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Important point to be made, and appreciate it. And the other point to be made by Aaron Tice was Aaron remembers distinctly that one time when I was asking Peter Moon about Romania and asked him, well, what happened to all the state orphans? Because Nicolae Ceausescu had outlawed any form of abortion or birth control. And as a result, thousands and thousands of women had babies they could not afford to raise, and they turned them over to the state of Romania to raise. And I said many of them contracted AIDS because they were raped repeatedly by the state workers. Many of them were malnourished because they were fed nothing by the state compared to anybody in any normal environment, even in Romania. And I said, but ultimately happened to them all because there was literally millions of them. And without hesitation, without even giving it like thought or consideration, he said just outright definitively and emphatically, oh, they were sent to Israel for human sacrifice, mass human sacrifice. And then later on, he accuses me of being Judeophobic and saying, oh, Douglas's hatred of the Jews will be his undoing. I mean, Aaron, if you could put this into some context and perspective for our listeners.
Yeah, he definitely said it. He said, oh, they're probably sent over to Israel. No, they're sent over to Israel for sacrifice. And I was like, what? It was very, very, he said it so blunt and easygoing as he does. Like, there wasn't a question about it. It was wild. That was wild. That was just a wild comment.
Yes. And then he, and then later on accuses me of, Douglas's hatred of the Jew would be his undoing. Now, did you get the impression, you were the last person to speak to him in terms of his, just having to deal with him so intensively. And did you get the impression at the time that he said, effectively he told you, I'm going to publish the book now, which is what he told me. He told me that much. I'm going to publish the book now. And then turned around and said he wasn't going to do it. And then said what he said about Douglas's hatred of the Jew will be his undoing. It was almost as if Mossad agents had shown up at his door and put the scare in him so intensively. Was it your impression that something like that might have happened?
I would absolutely say that, yeah, because he went from, we're going to publish the book, to I got on the phone call with him. He's like, I can't publish this book. It's not good. It's not good for me.
Interesting. Yeah.
And then that was one of the last comments he uttered to me, because obviously I'll never speak with him again, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, wait. This is curious. What? No, just out of as a hypothetical thought experiment, if he were to sue me, and then say, for instance, I mean, obviously he would not call you in as a witness. If I were somehow brought into the courtroom in defense, I most certainly would call every one of you on this call, and others who are not on this call in as a witness for what happened. And then what happens? Who pays for that? Like, is the person just voluntarily come down? They're sent a summons? How does that even work? I've never been involved with something like that.
Well, with a lot of this stuff now, believe it or not, I think a lot of these things can happen via Zoom.
Okay.
I don't know if all courts are set up that way, but I mean, to save dollars, they do allow that.
Interesting. Thank you. So we'll see what happens. I think probably nothing will happen simply because of what we're pointing out tonight. But
Would you be doing that just to thwart maybe like publishing the book and then you suing him for defamation of character or whatever?
Probably.
Libel?
I would agree with you. Yeah, I think that's probably the move. Yeah.
well, that's very astute, Heather. It's very astute, and I commend you. At the same time, it shows what an idiot he is, because why would he knows I haven't got a penny to spare towards any such.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking maybe his motive wasn't money. It was just to protect himself for what he's getting ready to publish or whatever.
Okay, interesting, because Heather doesn't have all the details, but she made a very astute point, probably intuitively, probably almost on the border of psychic. How do you feel about that, Aaron?
I think she's really hitting the nail on the head. I think she's dead on.
Yeah. So what should I do if he publishes the book?
I don't think he will. He doesn't want to. I think he's greedy, and I think he wants to own the rights to it. And I think he wants to own it in as many ways as he can, with as many check marks as he can. But then again, this doesn't seem to be his style, and I don't know this Richard K. Cole fella very well. So I don't know if this is, his play or not. So it's hard to say.
Excellent point. Excellent point. And this is what I said to Aaron earlier was, I'm not predicting this would happen or will happen. In fact, I don't think it will. But it would not surprise me, because I don't feel that Peter Moon is in his right mind to the point where he's just not even functional. I think Peter Moon is like a shambling lump of flesh that's barely stretched across bone. And he's just like literally getting up in the morning and barely able to make it to the bathroom to take a pee. And just basically, I think he's not long for this world, and he's certainly not able to coherently articulate himself at all. But I do think that at this point, Richard K. Cole Jr. and several other Edomites are the closest he has to the groupies he used to have. And these people are not groupies, of course. They're his manipulators. And they are manipulating him in such a manner that if they wanted to, they could easily have him sign over his life insurance and his home to them. I don't think they're interested in that. But you never know. They may well be, just for the sake of, having some other piece of property to do something with, like hold child sacrifices in, or the like, whatever other rituals they might hold. His house may have the aura for that, so to speak, since he's been conducting so many rituals there himself. But yeah, I could see that happening. They certainly have the power to do that over him.
Didn't Outrim say something similar? Like, oh, Doug is defaming me, I'm going to sue him? It was like almost verbatim.
It is. That was where, this is why we've gotten that, shall we say, conclusion based on some certain facts that have emerged. But that was Stephen Outrim was shouting that forever, in the early days, back in the early days, 10 years ago. Yeah, Stephen Outrim kept saying, I'm going to sue you.
Like 50 years ago, right?
It feels like 50.
So,
yeah.
So to sue you, maybe part of like the judge would say you are no longer allowed to talk about this person publicly. I mean, that could be.
But he's a Kiwi. He couldn't do that. He would have to go through our court,
And then there's free speech, but the only thing that stops free speech is some mandate,
No, actually, Heather, this is how it works, is that it doesn't work at all. Basically what happens is a good historical precedent was a flat earther started harassing and stalking a geologist And I could look up the case, but it was a landmark case in a sense. It didn't really mark anything other than the fact that, slander and defamation are extremely nebulous and really have no meaning in terms of, basically what happened was the flat earther stalked this guy to the point where he took him to court for slander and defamation. And he won. He defeated the flat earther. Then the judge gave the mandate, don't ever talk about this man again in a negative light, and leave him alone. After which point, the guy went back to stalking him and terrorizing him and talking, shit about him the rest of his life. And there was nothing anyone ever did about it. And so it's one of these things that when I spoke to an attorney, not on my own volition, but because Lori Ann Fenton insisted upon it, and this was in the day with Doug Millar. There was a guy named Doug Millar who was talking shit about me, and he was getting together with David Scherter, who wrote the book titled The Rabbit Hole. And David Scherter, without dwelling on it, just so people know, David Scherter was a victim of Michael Aquino's, who got all jealous that Aquino seemed to be giving me more attention. And you would think that the guy, since he writes in The Rabbit Hole how Michael Aquino would butt rape him with spiked dildos and shit, you would think if Aquino started giving me more attention and, dropping off on butt fucking him with spiked dildos, lubricated by his own blood, that he would thank me and be appreciative. But no, he was angry and said Doug Dietrich stole Aquino from me. Like, okay, okay, whatever. But anyhow, so when he started talking shit about me along with Doug Millar, then Lori Ann Fenton insisted that I consult an attorney. Now, I managed to consult a pro bono attorney back in the days when they had such things. Meaning that you have regular lawyers who volunteer or they're forced to maintain their bar status to dedicate at least a few hours every year, maybe a few hours a month, to pro bono cases, just to at least give a consultative advice. And so when I spoke to an attorney, and basically what they told me was, in this case, he basically said, there's nothing we can do. And that was like, look, you could sue this guy, and then the judge will say, man, that's horrible. As a matter of fact, it's so horrible I award you $1 million from this guy. This guy owes you $1 million. And you have to prove, of course, that they've destroyed your life and livelihood. This man's words have threatened my life, my livelihood. And then if you prove that, which is like, how do you prove that? But if you do prove that, then the judge awards you. And then what? Then you're responsible for sending the private detective and the collectors to go after this guy for whatever they've got, which is, David Scherter and Doug Millar, jack shit. And so there's no point. There's just no point. So, yeah, it's, there we go with that, for what that's worth. But, yeah, so there you go, Heather. What your thoughts?
Makes sense.
I can back that up.
So tell us, Brendan.
With when I talked to the family court attorney, they basically said the same thing.
Yeah.
They said, by the time you get someone to deal with that and you're paying out of pocket, the money you would have gotten out of your fucked up relatives is just point. Yeah. And it doesn't do anything to them because they, it's it would just be like a hassle for both parties. So it's just, there's no point unless you really feel spiteful. So
thank you. Yeah,
like it's not. People have this Hollywood idea, or like, what is it called, Law and Order, the TV show, where it's like, I'm gonna sue you. Like it's something to do, but the lawyers themselves don't want to deal with that because they know it's fruitless. Like, yeah, of course.
Yeah, but it is everybody's suing everybody these days. It's so ridiculous, and it wastes so much time and money. It's such a drain on the system.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know, David Scherter, if anyone wants to, our man Aristides, I'll ask him to look up the book, see if he can find a PDF or something. But David Scherter, to tell you the truth, with David Scherter and Doug Millar, like I said, I was imposed upon by Lori Ann Fenton to pursue this to the point where I even consulted an attorney, pro bono, of course. But the reality is, I didn't care for. I didn't even bother me what they were saying. To me, what they were saying was meaningless and was no threat to me whatsoever. It was almost like she wanted me to either waste time, or maybe if we were to impose a good-natured motivation, maybe she wanted me to learn something. But yeah, it was just bizarre all the way around. She wound up talking to these people, as I said before, about cannibalism. And they all shared with her this experience of knowledge of cannibalism. David Schroeder, of course, claiming he ate roasted babies with Michael Aquino. And that brings us back to, of course, now what you said, Aaron, about this documentary, that obviously it's almost like, what do you think was the motivation for producing this documentary, the more recent one?
I don't know. It was about a year ago. I think it was 15 months ago or something like that. I really have no idea. I've never seen the name of the person who published it. I don't know what the motivation is. I think, like you said earlier, there's a fascination with Satanism. And I think, if I remember correctly, they plastered Anton LaVey and Michael Aquino on there, but I may be conflating. Was that the case? Do you remember?
I'd have to look at it again. It's like you say.
It might have been something about mind control.
Yeah, so I think they're just delving into the popular topics. But this one, I mean, very few people mention extremely low frequency, period. Like, it's just not talked about.
Share with people what you said. Your observation was you don't feel anyone will ever come close to Michael Aquino. Please.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you try to observe where we're at as a society in this nation specifically, because this is where we live, it's hard to like rationalize how we got here, because it's just such a bad place. And then when you look at like the key movement players of manipulating the chess pieces to get here, I mean, Michael Aquino was really the main guy. And really, we talked about it earlier, World War II was really the pivot point. Yeah. And he's gone in the physical realm now, but I don't think there's anybody even alive that's close to his level of will and strength for what he accomplished. I mean, he moved everything to a completely different direction in his lifetime. I mean, it's pretty impressive what he did.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not proud of him or anything, but I can respect his strong will. That's a will of iron.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's an important point to be made, and it's and of course, Brendan, share with people your own impression about how Peter Moon almost idolized him. It was getting more and more the case whenever Peter Moon spoke about him, wasn't it?
Oh, it was the entire time.
Thank you.
Like, he gave him so much street cred and power, and like he held him to as high of an esteem as like Hubbard and Crowley and stuff. Like, in his mind, they were like, that was like his triple power couple.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Q, Hubbard, and and then he sprinkled in like Parsons and all those other people. But
he definitely loved Parsons. He loved Parsons. My God.
But why? Tell them about the photograph he denied. Why then deny?
So, one of the rabbit hole research things I went down was Moore Studios, which was, I think it's the first animation studio in England. And they still have a website, and they published all the old pictures of the animators. And, lo and behold, Douglas, I can't remember the date. I know I sent it to you. Was it 47? Was it in the 40s or 50s?
I don't remember the date exactly either. My apologies.
I'll try to find it again.
But we have to remember, of course, it had to be right after World War II, because Jack Parsons was assassinated. Yeah, because Jack Parsons was assassinated in 47 or 48.
So I found a picture on this Moore Studios website commemorating all the animators that would hang out there, and lo and behold, in several pictures, there's Jack Parsons. And I'm like, oh my God, what the hell is Jack Parsons doing at Moore Studios, an animation studio that all of our cartoons and animated stories were made?
Right.
And I had sent it to Peter. He's like, that's not Jack. No way.
Just emphatically.
Just completely denied it and moved on, and he was angry about it. But I showed it
Which
to Douglas
shows you
not long
he
ago.
knew it was Jack, because
Absolutely.
he wouldn't be angry otherwise. But,
Correct.
By the way, I looked it up. Jack Parsons was assassinated in 1952, So
Okay.
so it had to be
Yeah, the
before.
photo,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly, it was like 1949.
Okay, excellent, excellent.
Yeah.
Something
So I sent it to Douglas and we talked about it because I knew it was something that had happened. I had to search, you know how you search in your emails to find the keywords, and I had to put the words together properly. And I did find that picture, sent it to Douglas, and I'm still blown away that he was there. And Douglas's answer was he was, how did you say it?
Occult
yeah, he was a
consultant.
consultant.
Yeah, it was just
consultant.
like our man Michael Aquino, and I use that term our man not in any euphoric sense. I'm not effusing, I assure you. But our man Michael Aquino was the consultant for the film. What was that film he was consultant for? But like I said, he had a grade A occult script for a grade Z horror film that Michael Aquino had, been a consultant for, just like Anton LaVey was a consultant for Rosemary's Baby, among others.
Yes,
And
yes.
but
You're talking,
I'm sorry.
this is Parsons who had the script.
No, Michael Aquino. I'm giving an example of occult consultants for these various movie projects, and we know Michael Aquino was heavily involved with Star Wars and a number of other Tolkien, a number of other projects. But when it came to Parsons was doing, if you remember Disney and the old school Disney, where you saw Fantasia, and the occult was so permeated throughout the old school Disney to the point where you could smell it off the screen, just the smell of the sulfur from the fires of hell. That's
Fantasia was, it was a magical ceremony, right?
Yes, yeah. And so when it comes to this sort of thing, this is what Parsons was doing for the Brits. He was doing that, and so here we are. Aristides found a file, Rabbit Hole, a satanic. That's not the. Oh yeah, there we are. Rabbit Hole. Yeah, got it. Okay, he found the PDF. Found David Schroeder's PDF for his book, The Rabbit Hole.
Aristides, that was fast. It wasn't your fastest, but it was fast, my man.
Thank you.
Well done.
About 5 minutes.
That book, no offense.
Yeah. Say that again, Brent.
I said I'm not knocking your skills, Aristides. I'm just saying don't read it. Like, it's not.
Oh, I won't.
Yeah. Well,
sometimes you get things just to have them, not to use them.
Yeah. I've said it so many times I should not repeat it, but oh God, what was his name? Brian William Hall. William, he trademarked his name. I'm beginning to forget it after all these years, but I think it was Brian William Hall, and he was gay as they come, and
that's the conspiracy guy.
Yes,
Are you talking about?
yes,
yeah,
yes, and he loved that book, The Rabbit Hole. He said, "Oh, it's so good. It's just like gay porn," and I. When I flipped through it, I skimmed through it, it was all, every other word was bloody anus, you just spiked dildo, effluvia, various, bodily fluids flying back and forth between victim and predator. And I was like, that's because it is nothing but gay porn. And when he asked me if I wanted to borrow his copy, I've said this so many times, but for our new listeners, I said, hell no. I said, the pages all be stuck together with your seminal fluids by the time you're done jacking off over it. But there you go with that. But it can't be an easy book to read. That's for sure. Of course, except Ian West. Ian West, I mean, he'll just, he would take that home.
Don't tell him about that.
Oh yeah, I guess we never did. It's amazing I never brought that up with that clown. You do, Aaron. Are you aware of how the whole Ian West thing ended?
No, fill me in because I may have caught it, but I may have missed it.
Oh my God! So let's make it kind of a game here. Brendan, go ahead and tell Aaron how the whole Ian West thing ended.
Which part? I mean, it was like I always wrote him off.
Oh, is it when Nemo found him communicating with Peter in the old conversations, and he cut him out?
Oh
No,
God,
that was later.
that was afterwards. But you know what? That's such an important point. That is such an important point. Why were they doing that? What do you think was behind that, Aaron?
It's hard to say. I mean, my God, I did, before you started conversing with Peter on Skype, I didn't know what Edomites were.
Yeah.
And now I know that Peter's an Edomite, so my mind's blown.
Yes, understood.
It's like my paradigms have been blown apart so many times in the last 5 years. It's ridiculous.
So when it comes to Ian West, what happened with and then I'll qualify their communicating on the Skype because it's an important closing point. And again, we thank Nemo for his blocking them both out of the conversations. But what had happened was that Ian West, after the severance with Peter Moon, Ian West first off exposed himself in such a manner that he completely opened up to being what he is. Now, before he went all the way into actively acting as part of the enemy, he had first exposed himself to me by making this claim based on a YouTube video. And this is very similar to the experience with Abdul Qadim Haq, the black individual who was once a practicing Muslim, indeed through the majority of his life, then somehow finds on the internet, all too easily finds on the internet, some individual who's saying Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was a child predator because he took on a very young bride, taking it all out of context of the history and the fact that people had... Yeah, say that again?
I said historical context be damned.
Yes, thank you. And the fact that people live very...
Everyone, because of just the lifespans and various other reasons.
Thank you. Lifespans. Thank you. Lifespans were too short to fucking wait. Yeah, let's just put it that way. It's not. But anyhow...
For a tough time, all of humanity.
Thank you. And then what happened with that idiot was he decided, I'm going to give up Islam, and, became a raving maniac after that because he had no moral compass. It was something similar to that kind of discovery where Ian West cited a individual on YouTube whose name I do not remember, and I obviously would not promote him. It's not out of fear that people would believe this guy because I think what he says is just so on the patently absurd. But this individual claimed that he has all kinds of contextual evidence that Jesus Christ was a pedophile, and he was crucified as a pedophile because he was found to have inseminated a bunch of young children's clothing or something like just obnoxious stuff. And Ian West was claiming this, and I confronted Ian West tactfully, as you know I do. I'm not into train wrecks. I just asked Ian West, but you say you spent all your life struggling against Satanism and that all these people are Satanists who you're calling out. And he says, yeah. And I said, but if Christ himself is a pedophile, then what are the Satanists and why are you fighting them? Because if they're fighting Christ, wouldn't that make them the good guys? And it's like he had no answer. And I said, and where does that leave us? What is, since you're operating in a moral matrix of the Satanists are bad and they're doing all this to kids, but Christ was a child predator, what do we have left? Is it all just Ian West? The great struggle of Ian West is all there is in the cosmos? And he had nothing to say with that. That might have been step one. Then step two was the murder of Liam. What is the man's name, Brendan?
I almost said Liam Neeson, but
that's what I was afraid. I was just Liam Payne. Yes, so sad. So basically, Liam Payne was. Brendan explained to it how he was sacrificed on Aquino's birthday and all that, and who he was.
Yeah, this younger guy that was my age, but he got famous when he was young in this band called One Direction. It's like this very famous boy band, and.
Oh yeah, I know the band. He died recently, right?
Yeah. This was last Aquino birthday, last October, right?
Yeah, it was Aquino's birthday last October. Go on.
Yeah. So he died in Argentina. The hotel was completely destroyed, and he quote unquote fell out a window. And then at first, everyone
or whoever was around him said, "Oh, he was drunk. He must have, we closed the door, and the next thing we know, he died. Fell out the window." And so the Argentinians didn't buy that instantly because they have actual police.
Yeah, they're a police state. They're a police state.
Yeah,
they don't fuck around. Go on.
Yeah, so they don't mess around. Yeah, they're not going to let that slide on their territory, anyways. And I'm presuming they're taking the German model, which is very like
thorough,
forensic. Like they're not going to just let shit slip through the fingers like America. Excuse me. So then we were telling Ian about it.
By the way, just to clarify
that,
just to clarify that for our listeners, so people understand, in America, the biggest problem with police is that we have federal agencies, but most of these forensics are handled by constabularies, whereas in Argentina they have a national fucking police force. That's the police are federal, period. So go back to what you were saying about how Ian, what he tried to pull. What he tried to pull when George Knight, explain first that George Knight came in and said what he said. George, start with George Knight.
Wait, what did George say?
Remember, as soon as it happened, George said, "I'm convinced this is a human sacrifice on Aquino's birthday." And,
that's right.
Yeah, so go on.
Yeah, so George had mentioned that. And then Ian comes on and says, "I knew him. I knew Liam." And he said, "Yeah, that kid he put anything in front of him, any drug, and he'll snort it, He'll do anything." And basically tried to say, "Oh, I was his weed dealer when he was living in Fort Lauderdale or something," wherever Ian was.
But by the way, that's pretty ironic coming from a man who claimed that somebody just put a straw to his nose and he reflexively inhaled, but...
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, he was projecting, obviously. But then instantly George was like, and I said it, we've said it essentially at the same time, but George said, "Dude, this guy's from he's from Lincolnshire. He's basically from Northern England. There's no way you grew up with this kid." And I said the same thing. And then Ian started stuttering and sputtering off of his meth and saying, "Well, no, he came here every 6 months. Every 6 months he would tour in Orlando, and I knew his manager." And then he went through this whole charade of pretending to call the manager. But he kept saying, "Oh no, I know the guy. He was a drug addict. He was an alcoholic." Kept saying bullshit like that. And then George said, "No, this looks really suspicious on the face of what they've told us, at that time, that this was totally a murder. You don't just fly out of a window, even when you're super blasted drunk.
You fall onto the bed, not out of the window."
Yes, thank you. Because falling out of the window takes a lot of force, and we know what's going to happen is you're going to bounce off that fucking window because, go on.
Yeah, exactly. So we were calling Ian out, and he said, "No, I knew him. He pretended to call the manager and all that shit." And then last week? Yeah. I sent Doug the article that the Argentinian police arrested 5 people in connection with this murder, including his manager, the guy that Ian was quote unquote trying to call. And I was like, "Where's Ian's spin doctor shit now, Doug?" Let's bring him back on, see if he could explain this.
Yes, 5 people were involved in killing that young man on Aquino's birthday. And what would provoke Ian West to just automatically and emphatically claim this is not a murder, this individual was just a druggie who did it all to himself, other than the fact that he himself knew it, other than the fact that and he was part of it all. But then what happened was, after Brendan and George Knight basically moded Ian West, as we used to say in school, Ian West was moded. He was embarrassed in public. He was shamed, disgraced. Then he hated us, and he truly began to, well, he always was the enemy, but he truly began to go on the attack. And then what happened was, it was the next episode after that, while George Knight and Brendan and I were all on, and then Ian starts coming on and threatening us. And he starts, insulting us with name calling, threatening us, bring me on, or you're going to pay, you're going to, basically, you're going to die. He said, you're going to die.
On, you fucker.
Yeah. And then he stopped for a period of 2 hours. And we found that during that period of 2 hours in which he had stopped, he had called Brooke Gibson. And basically, Brooke describe how Brooke, what happened to Brooke? She doesn't remember it, other than just she knows he called. She knows he pissed her off so much because of something he said about me that she said sounded exactly like Richard K. Cole Jr.
Yeah.
And then tell him what
called
happened. Yeah.
He called her, then was like, playing the good, what would be the sweet card, saying, "Oh, Brooke, I just worried about you." So she fell for it and was talking to him. Then halfway through the call, he starts saying, "Oh yeah, that Brendan guy, that Doug, you can't be talking to them anymore." And then something he said about you, Doug, Brooke just felt off about it. Some kind of, she felt it was like emotional manipulation. So she hung up on him. But after that, she was talking to us and was like regurgitating stuff that Ian was saying that he offered to marry her and move her down to like Mississippi or wherever that he was living, which he keeps moving houses for some weird reason, even though he has $10,000 in cash.
Yeah.
Which
we saw. Tell him you saw the money brick. Tell him about that.
Yeah, he showed us his house.
I remember that, and the basement, and the skull, and the candles.
An actual human head. An actual human head. Yeah. Go. Not a skull.
But if you remember, there was one night I think he came home and he was having a few drinks, and he definitely changed as he was drinking. So I think he just drinks really heavy. So who knows what happens at that inebriation point,
No, but this is beyond that, of course, because
of course.
He put Brooke in a trance because she started screaming at me and Doug.
Hold on, am I audible?
Yes, you are now.
Yeah, she was screaming, she was screaming at Doug and I, saying, "Oh, fuck you guys," or something. And then the next day, she called us back and said, "What happened? What happened last night?" And we were like, "What do you mean? You yelled at us for like an hour."
Yeah.
Wow.
After you talked to Ian.
Yeah.
So that's what happened.
By the way, just so people understand, yes, Brooke does do drugs, but this was not drugs. This is what when I spoke to her about, say for instance, Brooke, she doesn't give a shit about the whole military trip. The whole military trip is meaningless to her. It has no meaning in her life. And what happened was, prior to her shouting at us, she started talking about my discharge and started talking about so-called quote-unquote stolen valor. And so when I said, well, let me explain this to you, why that's meaningless to me. And that's when she started overriding us and shouting and not allowing me to speak. And that's when Brendan and I confronted her tactfully. Look, we've let you drone on for hours, literally hours. You're not going to let me finish a sentence about this subject? And that's when she hung up. Then the next morning, when I brought that up with her, stolen valor, she said, "Hey, look, if you're bringing up that subject, it's only to, because you feel something about it. Obviously, it has an impact on your psyche."
Yeah, she said, I don't care about that.
Yeah.
Or something. She's like, "Why are you bringing it up?" And we're like, you brought it up.
Thank you. That's when we said, well, it must mean something to you, honey, because you brought it up. And that's when she remembered when I said, do you remember that I brought it up with Brendan? Ian called him a cum-hungry power bottom, and that was the trigger phrase. She said, that's what he told me. She said, he called me up and he called Brendan a cum-hungry power bottom, and that's the last thing I remember. And then she said, after that, I don't remember anything. And it was like a hypnotic. Do you remember that, Brendan? That's what she said, right? And
because we told her what he said, and she was like, "Oh, that's right." She's like, "That's what pissed me off," or something.
Yeah,
I did.
But
that's crazy.
No,
what a terrible nickname.
Yeah, but
which was hilarious because it's like, how is that even insulting? I mean, I don't understand.
No, but it was the trigger phrase for her. It was a trigger phrase for her, and he like hypnotized her. Our man Sammy Romero is convinced he put a spell on her. Either way, it's a form of hypnosis, and she said she had hung up on him when he started talking about the stolen valor because he sounded exactly like Richard K. Cole Jr. He was regurgitating him verbatim, and that's why she brought that up before she hung up on us. But the next day she didn't remember that, and she knows it's nothing she would ever bring up because that's not anything that's an issue to her. So that's when we severed with Ian West and said he's not coming on again. Simply because he's obviously manipulating her, and it's obviously sinister as hell. But what happened was that after that, Nemo saw that Ian West and Peter Moon were talking to each other in all of our former episodes. In other words, in all of our former episodes that had already uploaded, the Skype calls remain up, and they remain open effectively for eternity. And so people can always go back to those calls years later and start talking in those calls from old episodes from months and months ago. And in all of those episodes, Nemo found Peter Moon and Ian West talking in those old episodes.
Yeah, I remember that. I personally thanked Nemo for wiping them both out of there. It's rude, and it's just not. It's in poor taste. You know, both people were outcasts, and they're in there talking. It's poor taste.
Well, I appreciate that, of course, but I mean, beyond that, why? Why would they not just talk personally to each other on Skype? Why talk there?
Well, you're dealing with two very unintelligent human beings. And the convenience of having, that location to chat is probably it's easy.
I think also, I appreciate that as well, obviously. I love that, but, I'll tell you, my thought is that they were reviewing each of the episodes to strategize on where to attack me with a slander lawsuit.
Yeah, it's possible.
That sort of thing. So they were strategizing that. So they were talking in there by reviewing each of their episodes. So it's extraordinarily, but you see, what makes it sinister is that Peter was not called on any of those old episodes. He was brought into the episodes by being added to the call by Ian West. You get what I'm saying now? Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Yeah, so that's what makes it so sinister. And so then when Nemo cleared that up, you see, I never would have even followed up on that. It was Nemo that follows up on all that shit. So Nemo, we love you.
Nemo he's strategic, and he understands how to handle a situation in real time. I mean, that's why I thanked him. Like, that's awesome what you did. Thank you for that. Like, that was. And it takes a lot of effort to do that. You know what I mean? You're probably at the computer clicking 1,000 times a minute for like 2 hours or 3 hours or something. It's not easy.
No, it's true. Absolutely true. So we know Nemo's a good gamer. So he took it as like, he gamed it. He gamed it.
Yeah.
And so speaking of gaming, so are you even keeping up to date on gaming, Aaron Tice? I mean, you used to be a gamer.
I used to, yeah. I haven't had the time and energy, but I did turn Halo on the other day.
Yes.
And was playing with my son for the first time, so he's got a taste of Halo. But yeah, that's it. I don't do any of the newer games, and I haven't played significant amount of time in years.
And what do you? I understand that. Do you feel that computers or radiation from, say, for instance, cell phones, computers, PCs, whatever, did that somehow you became more sensitive to it over time, or you were always sensitive? How do you feel?
The phones and the computers have a lot of radiation. They bother me a lot. Gaming doesn't. And if you look at the trajectory of society, we were all pretty much okay playing video games and watching TV. Like, everything was okay. As soon as we started holding the little radiation device in our hand and tilting our head down to look at it, now we've got a ton of back problems, radiation problems, social issues because nobody knows how to speak anymore. You know what I mean? So I think if we just reverse a little bit, go back to television and video games, I think kids will be healthier.
Yeah, and the original online gaming, like Gen 1 and 2, was all Ethernet cable. It was like direct line. There was no Wi-Fi.
It was all Ethernet
Wi-Fi
cable,
was like slow and useless in those days.
And I have my Xbox is actually hardwired as we speak because it's a better connection because it's what I'm used to from way back in the day. But
most people still do it that way because it is the lowest latency, meaning you won't get like, nowadays people are so quick you have to have point to point. You can't have a delay.
No, you can't have a delay. You're going to get lagged out. You're going to get beat by the 12-year-old in China. So I think I think video games are a lot healthier than holding a telephone in your hand. Or even, I mean, I spend my full day on the computer and the cell phone, so I dislike that, but it's, it's the way of the world.
How do you handle it? Brendan, do you have any health recommendations? You get symptomatic, as you say, swelling the fingers?
Yeah, it's hard to, it gets painful, so I do a lot of sea salt and baking soda baths.
Okay.
And that supposedly pulls the radiation out, so I do that. Well, I used to do more. I haven't had time lately, but yeah, I do them every chance I get.
Yeah, pretty much anything that will add electrons, like they'll neutralize the electrons.
Yeah.
Because ionizing radiation versus non-ionizing, they all affect the outer shell electrons. So even if it's non-ionizing, it's still slowly giving you free radical load. So it's just like any other toxic. So you have to combat it with like vitamin C and, herbs and spices, so to speak. Curcumin, all these anti-inflammatories.
Yeah.
Turmeric.
And my supplement list is getting expensive just because you have to stay on top of that stuff,
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
But Brendan, also, you're left with a lot of your money goes towards supplements, correct?
Not exactly. I've been able to reduce a lot of it using Ayurvedic techniques.
Okay.
So I've reduced off of a lot of the Western style, what I would call pharma supplements, the more concentrated ones, where it's just like one substance. Like, you get vitamin D, then you buy the B, and then you buy a C. So I've changed to things that are more holistic, different Ayurvedic gritams and different formularies that are like whole food supplements, so to speak.
No.
So those are much cheaper.
What I'm curious about is there is certain like metals, like remember V gave me that one ring that was a kind of metallic alloy that I can't even remember what it was, but I'd have to ask her. But some of these metals are supposed to be kind of deflective of radiation. Are there certain kind of rings that Aaron could wear that might help him, that will kind of subdue or somehow deflect some of the absorption?
Not necessarily rings, but you can wear, or you can get certain items that can reflect things using like orgone generators and various things that can actually deflect and obfuscate your field, so they're not getting directly hit by these waves.
Nice.
Different technologies that are based off of what is it called?
Tesla coil?
Yeah, some of the Tesla disk technology is used, but it's based off of a certain type of. Sorry for forgetting. I'm like in the middle of something here.
No worries.
When I think of it, I'll remember something.
Brendan, what do you think about shungite?
Yeah, I think that's what V gave me.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, that's
Probably it. I mean,
yeah. It was a ring.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I have shungite.
Scalar waves. So it's based off of scalar physics.
it's pretty. It doesn't seem totally like kooky. Like they've done. You can like get an actual.
Shungite's legit. Yeah.
Yeah, you can get a meter out and actually see that it's doing something.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Aristides, you are also a man of many knowledgeable data points. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you.
By the way, when we compliment each other, it's all sincere. It's not like back when Peter was here. You remember how vapid he sounded when Amy Como said something? He said, "I find more reasons to like you, Amy." And it just sounded, everything he said was just so phony. And
It was so egotistical.
yes, thank you. It was also
Cringe,
yes, cringe, egotistical.
as the kids would say nowadays.
Yes. Well,
cringe, definitely.
That's it. Yeah. Honestly, if you're out there, Peter, listening, I know you are. I know you fucking care, because you were like going to the effort of taking down comments.
Isn't that crazy? Every single person that said, "I hate Douglas, I'm never talking to him again," they all listen.
Yes.
Every single one of them. It's crazy.
Yes. Trappist.
I can't remember the last time. It's like, if I say, look, I don't ever want to deal with this person again, I won't ever deal with them again. It's that simple.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
But then you don't go and watch their show for 18 hours a day and start reporting shit.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. But if you ever sue me, Peter, just know we'll bring up that meltdown episode where you're leering and lusting all over Marina Sarin before talking about how a young developmentally disabled man gets...
I was going to say that. Can we bring up the peanut butter thing? Because that's a criminal offense right there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Trying to claim that that's some sort of lubricant, that was insane. That was the craziest shit I've ever heard, I think, in a while.
Thank you. And you know he was there. You know he was there because he described it with such photographic...
Yeah. And he brought it up. It's like we were just sitting there like, you know when someone starts going off the rails and it's like a deer in the headlights? We were just like,
well, yeah.
You know, like, I
no,
don't
that
think
was
I
his
said
buddy.
anything.
What was his buddy's name from football? He's like, I picked him up and drove him to football, and he told me this story. He didn't want me to tell it to anyone, but I'm going to tell you now.
That was how he segued it, but we know that he's lying, and we know
they were there together. Yeah,
he was there. No, I think he was there alone. I think he was trying to fob it off on this poor black victim guy because when does a black man who's playing touch football out in the middle of, has to rely on the white
club.
Go to a fucking country club or yacht club. That's Peter.
And on top of that, they wouldn't just sit there and watch that happen.
Thank you. Your average black man
most of the people I know, they wouldn't do that.
No, your average black man, I think, you're not going to find one who's just going to stand by and watch while a bunch of white guys shove something up some retarded kid's ass. They're either going to walk out or they're going to intervene. They're not going to...
They'll definitely say something.
Yeah, they'll definitely say something. Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Or, hell nah.
Yeah, I don't play this way. It's at the least.
Like, seriously.
But Peter, he would just sit there and jack off and drool. Yeah. So I think he was victimizing this poor black guy and saying, I heard from him, but no, Pete was there, dude. And because Pete would show up in some of these strange places and go to some of these strange places based on, maybe some old connections. But
he didn't have to work.
He doesn't have to work. Yeah.
So he could just show up at a yacht club and talk to these people.
Yeah. And but
if I showed up, they'd be like, "What?" They'd be like, "Are you gonna, are you here to clean?"
Yeah, that's right.
Like,
the first thing they do
what
is...
are you doing here? Like,
first thing, the most...
Start giving me tasks.
That's right. First thing they do
Don't go in the upstairs bathroom. I have a fire from a ritual of binding.
Yes, yes. Thank you. But what was it you said, Aaron? Perhaps you could describe it best. You said that the delusion of Peter thinking that he even has a reputation to besmirch when, as you said, he's a ghost of a ghostwriter's ghost. How did you say it? You said just...
Well, it's like,
his claim to fame is Scientology. I think it's already toast, dude.
Yeah, if you Googled him 10 years ago, there's nothing.
Yeah.
You can't find anything. You Google him now, there's nothing. So to even ramp up for a defamation lawsuit is ridiculous because he's a ghostwriter for ghosts. Like, they're all gone. Everybody's gone, and there's no reading audience. It's like the Buick fan base. They're all gone. The company's dead because their people died. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
And
there's nobody left to buy him.
Yes, and just the and there you have it. For our listeners, the only way that Peter maintained that delusion was Romania. He was a big fish in a small pond. Not to insult the Romanians, mind you, or say that Romania is a small pond per se, but he was able to go there and just play the big man because he had money, comparatively speaking. And was willing.
It seems to attract these people like Tate and all these guys.
Yes, you noticed that.
They feel like I'm the king in Romania.
Yes,
I mean it's a very poor country.
Yeah,
and it's still. I mean, it's still like the women are beautiful, and you can command a lot of power with the dollar that you have.
Yeah.
It's all about how much power you can command with the dollars you have at your disposal, if you're into that sort of thing.
But there's a limit. There is a limit. Tate found that limit. He pushed too far.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when you mentioned, Aaron mentioned he felt that I had survived so much, it went beyond simply my vampiroid bloodline and my nanoplasma transfusion. Obviously, there's a hint of the divine or even the infernal intervention, or perhaps a balance of both, considering my possession by the peacock angel. But there's definitely angelic intervention, either fell or otherwise, in my survival. But, but ironically enough, and Brendan will have to remind me of the name of Andrew Tate's father, another person who survived that sort of MK Ultra thing. Maybe not to the degree of the kind of life that I've led, but Emory Tate. Yeah, Emory Tate survived.
That's actually his name, or the other guy, the son's name too.
Okay.
He just took it on his middle name as a true criminal. You know?
Yeah, there we are. Yeah, but Emory Tate likely survived a nanoplasma transfusion, but went batshit, of course. And his sons, of course, could process fast because they inherited it, but they deemed themselves to be divinely blessed, like a couple of idiots.
Yeah,
and
like the father had learned. First of all, he was in the Navy and then got laterally transferred to the CIA program for chess, so that's already suspicious. But first of all, he learned Russian in 2 weeks, which you can ask any linguist is impossible. You cannot learn Russian in 2 weeks, no matter how. Even if you're a fluent Russian speaker, you can't learn the whole language in 2 weeks. Even if you have a background of it, you know what I'm saying? It's like someone learning English, reading the whole dictionary, which apparently the father did. He could recite the entire dictionary. Yeah. So none of that's normal. That's basically they did what they did to Doug and gave him, the brain juice, the nano brain juice. But he went just bonkers and was playing chess and womanizing and drinking.
So like myself, he became a heavy drinker and a sexaholic and an alcoholic, essentially.
So he couldn't hold down a job, even though he was theoretically very smart and intelligent and playing chess all the time. He would win chess tournaments, spend all his money, and then eventually his wife, or the Tate's mom, Tate kid's mom, she just ran off to England where she could just be on the dole and get free housing. Yeah. And that's how they ended up all fucked up.
Yeah.
Because living in I went to Luton. I actually visited Luton for the airport. We dropped someone off there. That is literally the worst city in England. I think there's jokes about it. It's compared to California, it's fine. I liked it. It was very rustic. It was just it was nothing compared to LA or Oakland or something. So when I went there, the Brits were it's so bad, don't go outside for very long and you'll get shanked. And I just went in there and I was like, this is it. I was like this is nice. It's actually nice in here.
Yeah.
So all that shit about Tate saying, I grew up in a housing project. I mean, it's all a lie. I mean,
Thank you.
It's not that bad. It wasn't as bad as if he grew up in the projects here. That's fucking sure.
Thank you.
So he's trying to claim street cred, saying, I grew up poor.
There's the whole pendulum swing, and in the U.S., the strong male was kind of looked down on for so long that these guys got a little bit of media time, and these young testosterone guys glommed on because, rightly so, the media has been putting them down for a long time. So the pendulum swings both ways, but I think they pushed so hard with that they got found out really quick. What were they doing? They were just basically using all the women,
kidnapping chicks.
and using it for chat bots and things.
Yeah, human child trafficking. They were ultimately guilty of human child trafficking.
And putting them on the OF and stuff, literally forcing them to do that type of work.
Yeah.
And then they were openly saying, we manipulated the dudes they were supposed to be helping, saying, all these guys were just paying us buku money, because they would be on the keyboard, manipulating the guys, gaslighting them, but they would pretend as if it was the chicks talking.
Jeez.
So they would basically they would mirror, they would use the chick, but then they would mirror the chats So they were talking to like dozens of guys at the same time, just manipulating them and getting them to send their life savings and destroying people.
Good
just
God.
for a
Yeah,
buck.
well, they did the academy, and Jordan, you know, I have a neighbor who's taken the Jordan Peterson Academy. He's
Oh,
like,
you're
you want to take
kidding.
it? I'll yeah, no, he goes, I'll pay for it. I go, listen, I love you. I appreciate the gesture, but you know, I can't learn from a man who worships who he worships. So I appreciate it. I'm gonna pass.
Thank you.
And there's nothing to learn. I showed Doug the website the other day. There's nothing on there. Like, you can't just learn for free somewhere.
Thank you. Thank you. By the way, we're joined by Troy Bellamy, the gentleman who, with his incredible qualification, see, Troy, despite the fact that you qualified what you said about injustice in Palestine, you were very you were very careful, very diplomatic. You got passionate about it enough where it was found to be threatening, and they took us off the internet. Man, they shut us down. How did you finally figure out that we were offline? How did you finally figure out that we were offline once we were off?
Well, I just remember you going off, and I was like, well, maybe Doug had to take a Coke break or something.
Coca-Cola?
And then I said, yeah, Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, well, you know, and then it was like an extended period of time. So I was like, wait a minute. And so, but you know, Aristides and Brendan and I, we just chopped it up for a minute, and until you came back on, and then I logged off. I think I logged off and logged back in myself. So, but
well, on that note,
you know,
I'm going to say goodnight, everybody. I'm fading fast, and I have an early morning, but it was a pleasure, and I'll try to be back on soon.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, and join us again as soon as you can. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay.
I will. Good night.
Thanks for coming, Aaron.
Yes. Thank you, Aaron. All right. And with Troy, please continue. Yeah. So, by all means, Troy.
yeah, it just took me aback. I at the time, until you came back on and said something, I really didn't realize that is a possibility that they, you know, might have.
They found you
cut
very
our
threatening.
connection.
Well, they found you very
Yeah,
threatening.
well,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying. I'm the thing that probably triggered them most was my conspiracy theory that, again, like I said, you look at the group of Democrats, which was surprising, Democrats in the Israel lobby, that soon as Biden denied Israel the 200-pound bombs and what they wanted militarily from our government, that's when and it's as disastrous as the debate would have been. I still think that head to head, Biden would have been able to tout everything that he had done and beat Trump. He'd already done it once, and he still believes he could have done it. I think he over-prepared for that debate. You know, he came in, he's trying to tell everybody all statistics and what he'd done. And like I said, what I told a couple of my friends was he'd already beaten Trump one time before. The economy's going great. The stock market's at all-time high. If I was him, that debate would have lasted maybe 15 minutes, or I was his advisor, because I would have been like, listen, y'all asking me all these questions. I'm on a Cialis and a Red Bull, and I got to go see my wife in a few minutes. So let's speed this thing up. And that would have made him so cool to the country, because nobody wanted to hear about his, his economic policy and all this. They just want to know, are you going to be alive in 4 years? That's all they want to know. Are you still alive? Because there's, in the Republican Party, they already have an underground theory that, he's senile and he's wearing a mask, and he's got a body double that goes out and speaks for him because he's in a vegetative state. It's like, come on, man.
By the way, Aristides and Brendan, do you both recall that Peter Moon was convinced that Kim Jong-il and Putin were clones? He kept bringing that up repeatedly. Do you guys remember that?
Mm, not
Maybe.
sure. Could have happened. I believe it.
No, yeah, I get what you're saying, Aristides. You probably tuned him out when he was going into those rave periods, but Brendan, we'll see if he's still with us. Brendan's on mute. He might be tending to something. But yeah.
Yeah, no, he said it. He said it. I mean,
thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was convinced.
There was some context to it though, but it's like, you know. But he definitely said it though.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And so he represents that kind of right-wing republicanism that you're talking about, Troy. And that was that was a factor in his severance.
And
with
we qualified the East Asian thing. We said, yeah, he has clones, but it's not him. They're just harvesting the clones.
Like, yeah, thank you.
Like the Japanese had exposed.
Thank you.
You know.
Thank you.
But like I said, if you notice, the first when the calls came out for Biden to get out of the race, the first 13 to 15 people were all Democrats who were doing the bidding of Israel. Zoe Lofgren, Moskowitz, Schumer, Schiff. And it was like, these are the same people that were talking about how great Biden was. And
they're all geriatric. They're all geriatric.
Yeah, they're all geriatrics.
Yeah.
They're all geriatrics. But again, I think they read the tea leaves that and it was going to be bad, because if Kamala Harris had not been elevated to take over the top of the ticket at that point, now you risk losing all of your black support. You know, and at that point it became a real battle as to what direction he wanted to go. They still raised a lot of money, and they ended up still getting what they wanted for Israel, but for as far as militarily, and they were going to do it anyway, because Netanyahu's going to continue to prosecute that war as long as that's the only way he can stay in office. Just like Trump, the only way Trump can stay out of jail is to win the election, and he got all the billionaires, and it's a resource grab. All these guys Mark Zuckerberg kissing up to Trump. Are you kidding me? These guys know that everything's going to be on a fire sale, pardons, contracts, all kinds of tax incentives are going to be up for sale, and you better be in 45's good graces in order to take advantage of that.
Yes, I appreciate your bringing up his staying out of jail by winning the election. I'll speak to that later tonight in monologue. I'll talk about, I feel the election itself shredded the rule of law. I mean, we now have a convicted felon still undergoing trial for felonies other than what he's already been convicted for as our president, releasing other felons, pardoning other felons.
Let me throw this in there too. Now, you know, like I said, I'm far from racist, but I've been black long enough to understand that certain things happen. If you look at all of the cases, the legal cases, that none of them have touched Trump in any way up to this point, as far as any jail time or preventing him from doing what he needed to do as far as running. But all of the cases and even the impeachments and the investigations were led by African-American legal professionals. The case in Atlanta, Fonnie Willis, as soon as that came out, they tried to bring up something about how her and her boyfriend were spending government money and they were unqualified. They tried to make her look bad. Benny Thompson, they tried to make him look bad. Letitia James in New York and Alvin Bragg in New York. All of these cases that are against Trump, that they have evidence. They not only have paper trail evidence, they have audio tape evidence, they have videotape evidence, and not one thing is going to stick against Trump. And that's because all the great legal heads, they all became talking heads. Oh, well, Trump should get this, and he should not be able to constitutionally, but they didn't jump in the fray. And so they threw all the black lawyers out to make it seem like the blacks were attacking him, and the Democrats, they got all these people who are running these illegal investigations against him. The only one that's not an African American that's gone after Trump is the special counsel Smith, Jack Smith.
Okay.
That's it. Everybody else has been sacrificed, and they've sacrificed their careers. If you look at it, Alvin Bragg is going to probably get voted out. Letitia James, they're going to sue Letitia James back for suing Trump for, using false information to get loans and stuff like that, which is illegal. It's illegal everywhere.
Good Lord.
Fonnie Willis has got the man on tape. Matter of fact, Fonnie Willis's case was so tight in Atlanta that his co-conspirators made deals. They were like, "Frick it, we're gonna go to jail. I'll just tell you what I know."
Good.
They actually made deals to tell on Trump, and that case will never see the light of day now. The election case where he called the Kemp in Atlanta when he was Secretary of State and told him he needed 11,000 votes. How criminal is that?
It's
this is crazy.
How did they convince them to do this to themselves?
Well, because they thought they had legal cases.
Okay.
And it's a professional. This is nothing personal. They weren't going after Trump because
I knew that.
They felt like he was racist. This is their profession. They were going after him because he broke the law.
Yes. Yes.
Benny Thompson never raised his voice during the entire time the House did the investigation against Trump. He never raised his voice. He never got excited. He just spoke the facts. His case was so compelling, he got two of the top Republican House members to turn against Trump. In what's his name's daughter, Trump wants to hang now. Not Rumsfeld. What the other one? Dick Cheney. Liz Cheney.
Liz Cheney. Yeah.
Adam Kinzinger. They got Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney to participate in the investigation of January 6th. And that was the most laid out. There's video, there's audio. You even have DNA evidence because somebody crapped on Nancy Pelosi's desk.
That's right. That's right.
Did you see? I was watching something. Rachel Maddow is so interesting. There is actually somebody who put up a monument in D.C. of a desk with papers and all that. It's like a statue, a bronze statue with a desk and papers and all that kind of stuff with Nancy Pelosi's name tag on the desk. And it has a large poop emoji on top of it. It is hilarious. I mean, these are the kinds of things that you see happening. And again, no one had an appetite to try and prosecute Trump. There's more vested interest in making sure that he stays in power and that he doesn't look bad on the heels of Obama and everything else, to the detriment of the country. I mean, this man, I can't wait till you talk tonight. I don't know if you'll hit it tonight in your monologue, but I can't wait until you start talking about this guy talking about colonializing Greenland and offering to make Canada the 51st state. I heard the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada said that she would rather trade Oregon, Washington, and the Dakotas since they have border with Canada rather than them becoming the 51st state. That's going to be interesting. I can't wait till you hear say that.
Well, I did speak of this over the past several transmissions. I did bring up Trump and his obsession with Canada becoming a 51st state. So you can review the last few transmissions. I did touch on that.
Okay.
But in terms of, since you're with us, let me take a look at your private messages. If you take a look at your private messages in Skype, that's where I gave you the link to the last link that I provided you to a show was the one in which I was speaking of Martin Luther King Jr. And so that I would appreciate your review of that. Yeah, and that's in your private messages in Skype. And just review the last 2 episodes at least. I was speaking about Canada, maybe 3 episodes. So I've been going into that because Brooke Hagberg contributes to me, and she lives in Canada, and she's one of my largest contributors. So I always try to to give Canada some due, give it some of its due, and but yeah, it's of course offensive beyond another good example is. Greenland. He's also trying to essentially territorialize Greenland, and it's all offensive. He seems to be not just a dictator, but along the historical scale of an expansionist dictator.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Yes.
yeah, it's alarming, and anybody should be alarmed. And obviously. Europe just can't stand by while this happens. What I recommended was that Canada join the European Union. That way, if he invades Canada or does anything to Canada, he's attacking Europe. Yeah, that's would be my suggestion. But we could go into that. Technically, of course, the claim can be made that Canada is not eligible, but they can always rewrite the rules. Believe me, they can always rewrite the rules. Canada, obviously, for the next 4 years, cannot trust its southern neighbor. So, yeah. And as a matter of fact, even Mexico has more, shall we say, of a balancing power. In other words, they have more bargaining power than Canada does, because in all of these deportations, he can't do that without Mexico's cooperation unless he invades. So yeah, he's left with a choice of invasion in either case. It's we may well see war because of this maniac. A madman, a literal madman, has been elected to power. And all I can say is, well, at least it'll balance history after the Trump misadministration. Whatever happens in the next, if he makes it through the next 4 years, I think he's going to crash the economy to the point where he will be lynched or maybe even driven out of office in the next 2. But if he makes it through the next 4 years at all, or maybe he'll try and install a lifetime dictatorship, in which case he doesn't have that much longer to live anyway. I mean, the guy's old, and so it's a lot going on. It's just going to be a roller coaster, and yeah. By all means, go ahead.
What gets me is the ability to just deny history. I mean, the way this guy's talking, he's talking like a colonialist from England. Like, we're just going to go into Africa and just take over countries and resources. As if you could just do that. This man, first of all, I knew that was going to happen when he changed NAFTA to the U.S., Canada, Mexico Act or whatever. It's the same thing. It's NAFTA 2.0.
Yeah.
He just repackaged it, and he'll try and do the same thing with Obamacare. He'll change 1 or 2 elements and try and repackage it, but he won't have the vote, so it'll never get done. And then he's on television talking about he's going to change the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
Yeah.
If that cannot be any more racist, I mean, this man's going to erase a millennium of history.
Yes.
Just to show his base that he's so America, he's going to change the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
It is.
And who's going to make that vote? Who's going to? Also, I guess Matt Gaetz and Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene are going to make that vote. Are you kidding me? It's scary to me, the hubris of somebody, and that type of hubris can only be racism or out of control white privilege. I'm sorry.
Yes, absolutely.
You just gonna come in and we're gonna change the name of an entire ocean from the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. It sounds good, you know what I'm saying, if you're really that patriotic. But why?
Well, it's not. How could I say it? I'm so glad you brought this up, and I think you're expressing it in such a way that you're pretty much saying it all, which is good. This is good. And like I said, I want to get a roundtable going because it'll take me a long time to get my steam up tonight. I am, to use a pun, burnt. I don't know if you heard what I said earlier, but you do know, of course, that California is on fucking fire.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and
that's not near you though. You're in San Francisco, right?
That's quite true. But I was flown down by my son's husband to do a perimeter inspection on the places that he owns in Los Angeles.
Oh my gosh!
It was before they just to make
my
certain.
heart goes out to him.
Yes, thank you. Well, I wouldn't worry about it too much. He's got a lot of properties. He doesn't even own that much in Los Angeles, thank God. But he does have some things that are almost obligatorily. But he doesn't really like L.A. And but it's there was stuff there that I had to check on just to make certain it was battened down the hatches for those areas because of the looters. The looters are on the loose.
Right.
And
I heard the press conference.
Yeah, tell us about that.
He threatened the looters.
Yes.
I briefly heard the press conference on MSNBC where he was threatening.
Yeah.
The police enforcement was like, don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't even show up in the neighborhoods. Don't come over here if you don't live there. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
But it's California, so you know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and so all such being said, when it comes to, by the way, when it comes to the Gulf of Mexico, remember everyone that Mexico was the original name for the Aztec kingdom. The Aztecs did not call themselves Aztecs; they called themselves Mexicans. It was later on to disambiguate them from the modern nation. That we simply, the West, disambiguated Aztecs by calling them Aztecs. And this was because the modern nationalism of Mexicans, they obviously took the ancient Aztec name for their nation and carried it into the modern age. But the way that it becomes perverse, in a sense, is that Mexicans, to disambiguate themselves, modern Mexicans, from the Aztec grandeur, they will say Azteca, for instance. But the point is, obviously, we are all Americans because this is the American hemisphere, and Canadians and Mexicanos, as well as anyone in Latin America, well, we're all Americans. This is why our man, forgive me here, I feel very ambivalent about this man. I really despise him for lying about his urine sample, which he said was a weapon of mass destruction. Which general, the black African-American general, was doing that? What was his name? Colin Powell. Colin Powell was originally Jamaican, but everyone never hesitated to call him an American. And this is because Jamaicans and Haitians, they're all Americans, just like we are. They're in the American hemisphere. But all that being said, it's redundant to call it the Gulf of America when historically it was the Gulf of Mexico, because Mexico used to have all of that land, which is now Texas.
Yes, Texas to California.
Thank you. But beyond that, it's stupid. It's ridiculous. I think it would make far more sense, and I've discussed this or alluded to it just in passing in the past, because there's already a Sea of Japan, for those of you who do not know, and I hope everyone is familiar enough with geography to know that. There's already a Sea of Japan, but I've always said the oceans are so vast that we actually have three major oceans that people know of: the Indian Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. Obviously, there's the Northern Polar and Antarctic Oceans. But I really think that historically, for those of you who do not know, the South Atlantic used to be referred to as the Ethiopic Ocean. And we should go back to referring to the South Atlantic as the Ethiopic Ocean because it's divided from the North Atlantic by the Sargasso Sea. So since there's a dividing sea, there you have a dividing line. So the North Atlantic we could simply call the Atlantic. The South Atlantic we should be calling the Ethiopic. And as for the Indian Ocean, that's fine. Used to be called maybe the Azanian by the ancient Africans. but as an ocean. Not there was an ancient nation of Azania. They probably referred to the Indian Ocean as the Azanian Ocean, if I remember correctly. But with the Pacific Ocean, again, such a vast ocean, the northern part of the ocean, you could probably legitimately call, because it contains Hawaii, you could probably legitimately call that the American Ocean while maintaining the name Pacific for the South Pacific. That would make perfect sense. And so you already have a place that you could rename American.
Can I just say something about this?
Oh, by all means, please. Yeah.
Sorry to interject. Sorry to interrupt, but can we just say that this is for cartographical and nomenclature purposes?
Thank you.
Because people seem to think that the name means that you own it when it's from divine. It's from the earth.
Thank you.
Devi, like the being that is the earth. That's where the ocean is, and humans can't do anything. You can't, you can't change the ocean. The ocean changes us.
Thank you. Yes.
So we got to have that in place before we start naming shit after arbitrary countries and lines that humans are making and these human laws.
Yes.
So, but for what you're saying, it's obviously for cartographical and like nomenclature purposes. So,
Thank you.
But I just want that to be.
Well, I wonder, people like, and I don't know what your feeling is about Jordan Maxwell, but Jordan Maxwell talks about how much of our law is based in maritime law. So I don't know how that would affect, given his influence on the courts and everything else, how that might affect certain laws if you change the name certain ways. It could have some very long-lasting and far-reaching effects legally as well. I don't know.
Well, your point is well taken, and I think that that's very erudite. It's a very academic, which is your background is academia, of course. So it's a very academic way of looking at it. I personally doubt it. Look, it's not. First off, we know that Trump is not going to change. He won't be able to change the name because it's for all the reasons you brought up. Who would vote for it? You'd get a bunch of idiots voting for it. They might, try and run it through, but in the end, the cost of changing maps, etc., would probably be prohibitive. People would just, etc. I don't think it's going to happen, but in his time, because he just doesn't have the mojo. But when it comes to, he's going to keep throwing out, lunatic ideas. But such being said, when it comes to Jordan Maxwell is definitely interesting in that I think he over-exaggerated maritime law because he definitely had a fixation on it that went to extremes. I will tell people I do know, having worked with the government, maritime law is a strange thing. And that in courts of law and various federal buildings, you will see flags with that golden trim, like the American flag will have that golden trim on it in courtrooms and American federal buildings. And that theoretically makes it different from a normal American flag. Theoretically, that means you're in an area which is under maritime law. And therefore, the federal police have jurisdiction to do things they couldn't otherwise. And so that being said, however, Jordan Maxwell extended it to the point where he thought that, we all go through a birth canal and therefore we're all subject to maritime law because of that. Well, that's just nuts. But, such having been said, I'm glad you brought it up. And it's an interesting point. Look, can you guys hold roundtable?
Well, it's like the format of the English language itself.
Thank you.
It's formatted off of these terms.
Thank you.
A bank is two sides of a river, but it also holds your money, which is currency, which current runs in the sea, and all of that. So it's just ingrained in the language.
True.
As per whoever the beings that made the English language, they gave that.
Thank you. Various again.
And language is a land. It's to gauge the land. It's a land gauge. That's what language is.
Excellent.
So it's the spell, that keeps us, keeps the magic going. So.
Beautiful.
You've been studying. You've been listening to Jordan pretty good.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's more to it, but he just brought it out.
By the way, Mark McLaughlin says, goofballs. Thank you, Mark. Your opinion is, to be discarded. At any rate, I'm going to be gone for several minutes. Can you guys hold roundtable? I'll be back in about 10-ish minutes. 15 at the longest. And thank you. Okay, I'll count on you guys. You've all got this. Love you all. And
Whoa.
What, Brendan?
You're just gonna leave? I mean, what happened? This was abrupt. I mean,
you can handle it.
I can get pulled out at any time, but I have like something to deal with.
Well, these, yeah.
No, I'm
well,
not being facetious. Like I have a.
I get it. I get it. I know. Okay, so but you two, Aristides and Troy, you got this, right?
I'm here.
Okay. All right. Thank you, both of you. Love you guys. Yeah, you guys are all in good hands. And okay, I'll be back. Thank you.
All right. Well, Brendan, yeah, Brendan's on mute. He's doing something. So, all right. Thanks for joining, Troy.
Hey, I'm Steve.
All right.
Happy to meet you too.
Yeah. What else is going on? Well, so tell us something new in your world.
Man, it's just Florida's Florida. We got a big cold front that has just come through.
Yeah.
And so it's a little chilly.
Yeah.
A little chillier than normal.
Okay. What does that mean for Florida people? Because I always wonder.
Well, exactly. That's a good question, because if you get to 60 degrees, it's time to break out the furs and boots and all that kind of stuff. But we're probably down in the 40s tonight.
Yeah.
It nice breeze.
It happens.
Well, it has to happen. Even when I was younger, we had these cold fronts that would come through and last for a while, and that's when when you have the citrus, you have to have those cold snaps in order for the fruit to get big and sweet.
Right.
And for tomatoes to grow, all that kind of stuff. So you kind of look forward to that, and you knew you were going to get some. But probably in the last 15 years, it hadn't gotten that cold. So when it does drop into the 40s, you're like, oh man, this is odd. But I'm kind of used to it. I know you can expect it for a couple of days up until March.
Yeah. It happens. It even goes below freezing in some parts of Florida sometimes.
Yeah, North Florida probably get a little frost.
Yeah.
In the next couple of days. I'm down here on the West Coast by the water, so the worst part about it is the breeze, the Gulf breeze that comes off the water gets a little chilly.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting about the cold in the citrus, though. But it's like that sometimes. The plants they need to feel like a change to do something.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah. I started a little grow garden on my porch. I've got some tomatoes, and they were green last week, and all of a sudden, when this cold snap hit, now they're starting to red. So, you need that. You need that, and plenty of water and sunshine, so you get the whole gamut down here. But
pretty easy gardening down there, though. I mean, I would think usually
it can be. But we get a lot of rain, which is good. Actually, great for the plants. The biggest thing down here is bugs. You have to really kind of plan and strategize to beat the bugs, because you can grow anything, but the bugs will eat it up. If you don't plant certain things or use certain chemicals or combination of certain things to keep the bugs from tearing up your stuff.
There's that. I don't envy you there. I gotta say, me and mosquitoes, we don't have a good relationship. It's a love-hate relationship. They love me. I hate them.
Yeah.
I'm one of them people. It's like they're like a fucking magnet.
So you got that sweet blood, huh?
Yeah, something, whatever it is, your blood type or whatever. Yeah. So, spots like that. I don't know, man. I don't know if I could do it, but
you get used to it. Like you say, you do little things. You get some citronella candles or some candles with I forget what they put in the
stuff you can do, but still, it's a struggle. It's a struggle, but I mean, it's always a trade-off, you know.
Yeah.
It's, you know, very nice
No
stuff.
doubt.
Very
No
very
doubt.
nice to that type of area too. So
Yeah. What'd you say?
is that?
I didn't hear. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I said there's it's a trade-off. I mean, you might have a
Oh.
lot of bugs, but there's also nice qualities to it.
Oh,
you know?
yeah. No question. No question about it. No question about it. You know that, but that's what again, getting back into politics is so scary, is because now all of a sudden this area is being flooded with, you know, people who are conservative. I ain't even gonna say conservative leaning. They're ultra right, you know. And like I mentioned the other day too, you have a mix of people who are migrant workers, people who are here on short-term visas to work and things like that, work the fields, go back to Mexico, you know, 6 months here, 6 months there. It's rather interesting, the interplay, because, you know, like I said, you got all this construction going on now. The growing season is about to start. You know, it's going to be interesting to see the effect on the economy if you don't have people to actually do those jobs.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that could change a lot. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what they actually manage to do. You know, it's like just like, you know, talking about renaming, you know, the Gulf of Mexico. It might be like, oh, we're gonna get rid of y'all. It's like, well, it's easier said than done. You know, I don't think everybody's just gonna go quietly.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't. It depends on how it's handled. You know, it could. I don't know. It's just so much uncertainty. I'm like you. I don't know if people are going to go easily, because a lot of these people they may have family there, but they have actually zero ties to that other than their history. You know what I'm saying? They have no ties to Mexico at all. And you'd be surprised, you get a lot of people from other South American countries, mostly Honduras, Guatemala, places like that.
Yeah.
So it's not just Mexicans, but, you know, if they're just deporting them back to Mexico and saying get home the best way you can, because if you come back to the border, we're going to lock you up. You know, it's gonna cause some things to happen. You got maybe have people. You might be like the old Holocaust. You have people hiding people and stuff. You never know.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be a shitstorm, man. It's not, you know. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I know you got Mexicans under your floorboards.
You know. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know. It could go back to the papers, please situation.
Right.
You know.
Right. Yeah. Right. We'll see.
But that and now strategically, again, we go back to what we were talking about earlier. Greenland. Do you guys know? But does Greenland have some vast amount of
No, well, I
resources and
posted
oil?
a thing in the chat. I don't know. I was distracted for a minute. I don't know if Doug brought it up, but it was an interesting angle. Everybody thinks it's political posturing with all this, like Canada and Greenland and Mexico. But the little meme here with a caption is basically, why does Trump keep joking about Canada becoming 51st state, about buying Greenland, about taking back the Panama Canal? And they're saying the answer to all these things, or a possible answer, is geopolitics and shipping, right? Because if controlling the shipping lanes, and especially if, say that the ice up north, it melts enough, the northwest shipping passage opens up where you can run ships up over Canada. And all of a sudden, that's a big deal, right? Because if you can control shipping routes, you control a lot. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's basically trying to monopolize, the strategic shipping routes and stuff and the economic stuff. Of course, they're also using it as just a political football just to piss people off, and trying to rename something is one thing, but like actually having control of an area and its shipping and its resources, like you're saying, those are strategic objectives, that they're trying.
Okay.
It's like an empire they're trying to make. So I want to bring this up with Doug when he comes back. I don't know. Let me see who did he? Yeah, he saw it. Okay, he reacted. He liked it. But I'm going to bring it up to him.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah. So, I'm sure there's other reasons, but maybe that's some people weren't thinking. Like kind of an outside thing, especially if that seat
Am I
pass
audible?
stays open. Yeah. Hey, Brendan.
Yeah. So like a simpler reason, or just actually, not that you're wrong. It's just that was the long term, right? You were saying the long term goal. I think the short term is pretty obvious. The need of getting rare earth minerals and then having the shipping controlled to bring it here, so all the manufacturing can be done here. That seems to be the plan.
Yeah.
So does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't.
So that's the easiest scenario for getting quote unquote independent from Asian countries. Is you have to have all the resources coming here first. So that's like the first step. So that would be the most logical thing, in my opinion.
Huh.
All right. I think Doug saw the thing I posted. I want to bring this up with him also because it's
yeah. Well, you're saying that's the long term, like when all the ice melts. Or you're saying
I don't know, right? I don't know how much that is open, or is it ever open? Is it only open part of the year?
It's open, but not a lot of people use it. That's because half the year it is water,
right?
But you have to have like icebreakers and ships to go through it.
I guess we're thinking maybe
Doug back.
Maybe if it gets just no, not yet. Maybe if it gets just a little easier to use it could become strategically more important. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see.
Yeah. So that's what they want. Yeah.
Wow.
Because if you want to like disconnect from like these manufacturing countries, you can't just unplug everything. You have to have resources in place.
Right.
Which is what we don't have as far as rare earth minerals, which is why Greenland's a factor in various other countries.
Oh, okay, great. You guys are doing great. Thank you.
Well, it was mostly Troy and Aristides. I just got back.
Now Eric Cradle says, I didn't get a welcome aboard or a happy birthday. Thanks, Doug. Well, Eric, I have always welcomed you aboard ever since you've been around. If the first time you came on, and I don't recall why this is an issue, and then happy birthday. I don't know your birthday, Eric. And look, Eric, I always appreciate your being with us, and I always give you credit at the beginning of every show when I see your name. Are you hoping for something deeper, like a deeper? I have no idea what that was. It wasn't me. That's
that was me. I'm sorry. Sorry again.
Oh, okay. What was that?
Aristides?
No, Troy. That's Troy Pellet.
Oh, it's Troy. I was gonna say I didn't know Aristides listened to that type of music.
Oh my God.
That's interesting. Not that it's bad. I mean, I listen to.
But by the way, is this a sudden pile up? Because first Mark McLaughlin comes on and says, "Goofballs," which of course is an ad hominem attack. It's not anything logical or rational. It just is an attack. It's like, okay, is there obviously you were triggered
without context? We don't know if it was. He was probably talking about Pete or someone.
No, he was talking. I take it was about us because it came on just recently. Before I had
there you
to, before I had to take the call from V. Yeah, he's not a threat to me.
Well, 90% of your audience is just haters.
Yeah,
No offense.
it's true. It's true.
Or I should say, not your audience, not your loyal, wonderful, smart audience, but your viewership is mostly haters. Let me put it that way.
Yes, that's right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you. It's
sincere audience is actually intelligent, but the rest of them are just there to be like jumping on, which is funny because they never jump on like the most egregious shit you say.
Thank you.
And I've never heard anyone say, "Oh, you work with that Doug guy."
Yeah.
You know, that guy that says he knows Hitler. You know, no one ever says that. They always say like, you know, they don't ever say anything like that. It's weird. I always thought that was weird.
Yeah. If you had to choose between, this guy is ridiculous, he says he's, Hitler's son, and he didn't serve in the military. Like, which one would you use?
It's really absurd. It gets to that point.
You gotta wonder.
Yes, it's bizarre. It is absolutely bizarre. But such having been said, why the sudden pile up between the negativity all of a sudden? Are these guys getting triggered because of Troy? Because we have a black man on?
No, it's Barani. Well, we can't discount that, but it's Barani Nakshatra. So it's like the hindquarters of the Aries ram. It's like it agitates people more.
Okay. Well, Troy, I'll explain.
The star sign.
Yeah. So I'll explain to Troy. We suddenly had a pile up in the chat room of a lot of negativity, and it's it's like
directed at moi.
No, not you. No, not you. But I'm wondering, is it because we have a black man on over the past few days that maybe they're suddenly being threatened? Maybe suddenly they feel threatened because they find what you say too erudite. Like Troy knows his shit. And
crybaby.
Yeah, and then suddenly they feel threatened. That's what I mean. Is that, are they threatened by you? Something's going on because first we got one guy, Mark McLaughlin, saying goofballs. And it could be I'm misreading it. It may not. That's why I'm not blocking him. It could be something totally innocuous. But I think he's like he entered it around the time we were talking about the maps, saying, ocean names, all that stuff, and then you start saying, hey, ocean is higher in divine, no one owns it, these are just cartographic references. And it was around that time he wrote goofballs. It could have been just the time that I caught it. He could have entered it a little earlier, but pretty much it seems to be directed towards us. Then Eric Cradle suddenly jumps on. I didn't get a welcome aboard or a happy birthday. Thanks, Doug. Like, maybe you didn't hear me greet you at the beginning of every program, as I've always fucking done. And as for your birthday, are you under the impression that you and I know each other to the point where I would know your birthday? That's bizarre to me. Why would I know your birthday here? If you said, hey, it's my birthday, I would say, happy birthday. Did you say it's your birthday? Not that I could see. If it is your birthday, happy birthday. But why introduce it like that? It's very bizarre. It's like suddenly all these guys are like grousing, and it's like, what the fuck? That's why I said, is it possible, maybe it's they're threatened by Troy or something? It's like, because Troy hasn't come on for a long time. And suddenly he's been on with us, so maybe that threatens them. Certainly they knocked us off the internet in our latest episode, definitely because of Troy. And that's not blaming you, Troy. That's not blaming you at all. In fact, I commend you for expressing yourself on the last episode to the point that they were threatened. That's a good thing. Yes, that's a good thing. And you're to be congratulated for that. If anything, you should be proud of yourself. God damn, I threatened them enough where they knocked us off the fucking net. So yeah, it's it is what it is. And but there we have that. We can only guess. But if you guys really want to participate, by that I'm talking to the people in the chat. Say, for instance, Mark McLaughlin. Why don't you go into a little bit of explaining what drove you, what triggered you to say goofballs? That would be intriguing. It would do something to at least... God damn, what the fuck is that? that noise. It's like, was that Brendan when he's making his tea or something? It sounds almost, you know what it sounds like to me? Almost like somebody's reaching into the ice chest. The ice chest.
That probably
Yeah,
me.
I don't-
I'm
I don't-
chewing ice.
That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like.
Very,
Yeah,
very.
I don't want to
picked
always
up on
harp on Aristides, but I was gonna blame him.
Oh my
I know
God.
it sounds like I'm like hating on him. But it's just a joke. I was gonna say
That's my
Aristides hitting
bad.
that
I
whiskey,
forgot the etiquette.
hitting that bourbon.
Wasn't me.
Yeah, understood. I myself am always delicate with Aristides, and you know, since
Yeah, I don't mean it like I don't actually.
I was gonna make a joke one time, Aristides, but I didn't know how you would take it, so I'll put it in context now. Was when
No joke about what?
I was gonna make a joke about the time that you when I was telling you about seeing the plastic surgeon, and you said why, and I said, look at the picture after the surgery. Look at the bump on my nose.
Yeah.
And you said, I have a bump on my nose, and I almost responded, Ari, no one's gonna notice that on your face. So I didn't know how you would take that.
I don't fucking care.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. God damn, Brendan.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Somebody.
What?
Yeah,
What did I do?
it sounded like somebody like is dragging like a body into a closet or something. What the fuck? It's like, was that Aries part? Your part?
This is coming from a vampire.
Yeah.
Talking about dragging bodies into.
I must be turning into Pete. I guess I'm turning into Pete. I'm hearing things. That's it. It's the.
Well, no, I definitely heard something, but it wasn't.
Okay. Okay.
But there's also like you know my technical things. There's probably just things like scraping against my shirt or something.
Okay. That every once in a while we do hear something like that. We can usually tell at this point that, oh damn, it's his shirt again. Yeah, whatever it was, it sounded huge, like something falling down. But yeah. But by the way, Troy Bellamy crunching on ice.
Well, also unlike you, I'm working.
Yeah, that's true. That's it. It's
So
like
it's like
there we are.
Yeah, that's the
sound.
these are the body bags of trash that I have to deal with as the whatever horrible thing I did in my past life. I'm stuck doing this.
For now at least.
Just
For now,
pure
this will
torture.
change. It'll change, and keep pursuing that prison guard job, dude. You know, I know.
Yeah,
they don't use
I contacted them and they won't stop contacting me. Like it's almost like the army.
Cool.
They're like, we saw that you looked at it. You know,
Good.
you should come in. We were talking. You know, you want to talk? You want to talk about it? You know,
Good.
shit like that.
Do it, dude. Be glad.
Well, the family, the familial that married into my mom's side, he was telling me, like horrible stories. He was like, yeah, I used to get gassed, and that was the most degrading part of the job. And all
It's
that.
worth it. It's worth it with what you're.
Well, that's
fucking
basically what he said.
Yeah.
That's basically what he said.
Yeah, and best yet.
His pension is off the charts.
Oh
like,
yeah,
definitely.
yeah, dude. Best yet, you're not gonna get cancer. Like that poor girl I told you, who was the girlfriend of that, Jap trash piece of shit. I've been talking to recently for reasons that are purely pragmatic.
Daryl Yamamoto.
Yeah. Good one. No, not him. Jesus, that's I would never stoop to that. Not it's
Oh, wait. So this is someone else?
Michio
Kaku?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Good one too. Yeah. Good one too. It was the
usually you don't say that unless it's someone I know. So
yeah. Well,
we'll
you
talk
know
about
this
it
guy.
later.
You know this guy.
Yeah.
We'll talk about privately. I'm trying to prevent the public from knowing who he is right now for the moment. They know who he is. I've spoken of him in the past. I don't want people to know that I'm reestablishing communications with him at the moment. Literally, physically. I mean, by that I mean not intimately, but physically in his proximity. Yes, just to be physically in his proximity makes me sick.
Yeah. Don't give up.
Oh yeah, that.
Yeah.
Be a flaneur. Yeah. Like all of us have.
Make sure you wake up every day. You know. Shit like that.
What was it again? Make sure you what every day? It was something he said that was.
Well, that one was a joke I just made up. Like he was. That's how stupid
lame.
they were.
Yeah, stupid.
Make sure you wake up every day.
Yeah.
so
It was at that level.
Get out of your house and do stuff.
At that level.
Like that.
That. Oh God.
What else am I gonna do?
Troy, let me describe this to you. So Troy, there was this dude I knew. You there, Troy? You with us? You know.
Yes,
yeah.
I'm still here.
Yeah. But by the way, I once had in City College. Was it City College? I think it was City College. Yeah. There was an African American teacher that I had in City College who was chewing on ice. he was chewing on ice. That was his trip. So is that a black thing or something?
It might be. I don't know.
But at any rate, so what happened is.
Well, I used to do that, and I grew up poor until the dentist told us to stop.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Oh God, it is so bad for your teeth.
I don't know if that's.
How do you have any teeth left, Troy, with a habit like that?
I know, man.
Oh my God. No, but at any rate, so what happened was there was this Japanese American dude that I knew, Troy, who I'm trying to explain to Troy specifically because he hasn't heard this story. And when I was young, he was kind of like a role model to me. And what happened was he was born during World War II in an American concentration camp. As you know, the Americans stuck the overwhelming majority of the Japanese into concentration camps in World War II. Right. He was born in one of those. And in rebellion, when he grew up as an adult, we're not just talking about teen angst here. When I got to meet him, he was an adult, and he was the cutting edge of, he was the bleeding edge of avant-garde art culture. He was like literally interviewing people involved with the arts all the way in New York City, Los Angeles, and San Francisco combined. He was a coast hopper. And he would interview these people at length and publish books in a magazine that I'm not going to name right now. But at any rate, he really was something. But beyond that, because of his political rebellion against the state that had stuck his family in a concentration camp into which he was born, the way he politicized it was, as a Japanese American, he had been identified as an enemy of America. He politicized as he grew up. He was an adult neo-Nazi. He was a Japanese American Nazi. So he was a role model to me. And at that time, he was the coolest guy in the world, or so I thought. And then he, married some white chick, had a kid, a daughter. The father gene kicked in. And then the next time that I met him, a few years later, when he had this, I met him every once in a while because we both live in San Francisco, and he was still amenable and still cool, but, it was getting worse every time I met him. And then the next time I met him, he had this white wife and this little daughter. And I said, man, what about your Nazism? And he was like, you're talking about my dark past, like it's some kind of fart he could just wave away and shit. And he was like already trying to separate himself. Then finally, when I met him again, and this guy was peddling his books, these magazines he had published 30 years ago outside of City Lights bookstore, which is this this world famous bookstore in San Francisco. Very bohemian, but very elite bohemian. So, but he was outside peddling his like 30, 40-year-old publications. And all I could think of was this joke my dad used to tell me about the wife coming home, and my legal father used to tell me about the wife, the husband coming home to his wife and giving her a bunch of pencils, and her saying, if I had married the other guy, he would have brought me flowers. And then the other guy says, then her husband says, speaking of the other guy, that's who I bought the pencils from. Because in the old days, beggars used to peddle pencils. And that's what this guy reminded me of. And this is what he sunk down to. And the City Lights bookstore allows him to do this out in this alleyway in Chinatown on weekends from noon to 5, because they, he used to be an editor back in the day and he has connection with them and they let him do that. But at this point, when I meet him, I'm like, hey, remember me? And he's like, he truly does not fucking remember me. And when I told my cosmetologist about that, she said, well, you're not aging. and he is, why would he even think he had any reason to know you? It's like he sees you as some young guy who, why would he even know you? And I said, I guess you're right, because, you know, comparatively speaking, I'm not aging, certainly not compared to him. And, but it's like, the real, you know, tragedy here is that I'm trying to ask him for some advice on something, because I know he survived a situation which has some relevance to me in the present. So I was wanting some advice. So I've been trying to get to know him a little better, reacquaint myself with him. But Aaron made an excellent point, was when I spoke to this guy and said, so now do you remember me? And he basically said to me, well, tell me what you remember about my remembering you. And I was like, what is this, a test? Like, how am I supposed to respond to that? I know we all have our own versions of history. Are you looking for something in particular? But Aaron pointed out that people who suffer from Alzheimer's do that. So this guy may already be suffering from a form of early stage Alzheimer's, because he's like trying to finagle information out of me so that he doesn't look like he's totally mentally incompetent. And this, you know, and that could be the case, probably is the case. But I brought up a girlfriend he used to have. And when I brought this girlfriend up, I said, hey, you remember this German girl, German American you used to date? I know you guys broke up, but at the time that you two were a couple, I knew you, and she was working for Xerox. And at the time I said, hey, you know, maybe I'm looking for a new job. Maybe I could take your place at Xerox. And she told me, no, what I do is very specific. I was highly trained for this job. It would take you several years to learn how to do this to ever replace someone like myself. And of course I apologized. At that point I thought she was some kind of administrator, like a lady executive with Xerox. So I asked him this time, you know, what had happened to her. And first thing he told me that just shocked the hell out of me was, oh, she died of cancer. And I was like, what? I said, you're fucking... Actually, first thing he told me was simply she died. And I was just shocked. And I said, what? What? You know, I thought he might have killed her. And it's like, what did she die of? And then he said, cancer. And I was still shocked, of course. I said, man, she was barely older than me. And she was a lot younger than you. And he acknowledged that. And I was like, well, you know, what did she do for Xerox? And that's when he said, oh, she repaired the Xerox machines. They gave her a company car, and she would go all over the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region and repair photocopy machines. And I said, that's how she died of cancer, was because she was exposed to all that toner, that shit gets into the blood. And I'm certain she died of blood cancer, among other cancers that may have developed. But here's this poor girl. No wonder she was paid so well. She was paid well. I remember that much. She was paid really good. And so much so she purchased a house in San Francisco and married some Italian guy rather than this stupid, you know, dude that I wind up talking to. But, you know, and the Italian guy, lucky son of a bitch, inherited the home when she died. But you know, my point being to Brendan, you know, you become a corrections officer, you're not going to be exposed to any of that shit. You're not going to get cancer. You will be in a healthier environment than what you're doing now as a custodian. You're exposed to more industrial grade toxins as a custodian that could conceivably give you cancer than you will ever be exposed to as a corrections officer. So by all means, pursue that job, Brendan. I'm so glad they're after your ass for fresh meat. Believe me, go for it. And
yeah, point taken. But I've reduced my chemical exposure here. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I know. You let the retards and the autistes. You let the retards and the autistes handle all the scut shit. Good, I get it. Yeah.
I mean, I am technically the lead. So, but yeah. Anyways, it's not like I'm again. You know, nothing I'm not supposed to be doing. You know, I'm not. What is it called? I didn't get power hungry and be like, you know, start turning evil and shit. But yeah. But other than that. The other thing I was going to say, the only like qualm I would have is of course, the immunization requirements that I will not, you know, abide to. So there's the situation in that case.
Yeah, you'll find a way around it. Just do it. And
well, it is religious. It is technically religious. Nothing,
yes.
You know.
There we are. Yeah. There you go.
If the curly Qs can do it, I can do it. You know?
Thank you. Thank you. And Troy, that's the other thing I forgot to mention. So this time when I'm talking to this son of a bitch, and I said, what about your Nazism? And it's like, I was never a Nazi. I said, you used to wear a Hitler Youth belt buckle. And he said, German belt buckle. A German belt buckle. I'm like thinking, why, you piece of shit? You know, I mean, just it is, you know, it's like to see somebody just shrink to that level of denial of their past. They revise the past. They've rewritten their history. To me, it's disgusting. But get this shit, Troy. So the other way I reminded him of was Boyd Rice. Did you ever remember, Troy, my talking about a guy named Boyd Rice?
I cannot recall that name.
Okay, no worries, no worries. He's no one you need to know. You ain't missing shit. You know, he was an interesting enough guy in his day, but he's another guy who's gone off the deep end. But Boyd Rice was hanging with us at the time that all of this avant-garde, bleeding edge art was going down. There was a guy named Mark Pauline who was an explosives expert who was hanging out with us. Blew off his own hand working with his explosives. And he, not intentionally, he did it by accident, of course, but he had a big malformed hand where they replaced his thumb with his big toe.
He's an expert, all right.
Yeah, well, hey, you know, it's like, you gotta admit, you know, there's some people who are just into it to the point where their passion consumes them. And so, but with, yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. It's what it is. But, Boyd Rice was a out-and-out neo-Nazi white guy who was actually a product of the American eugenics program. So if anyone had a reason to be a Nazi, it was him. But do you remember in the days when they had a eugenics program in America, they used to give out golden medals for white people who bred true. And they said, oh, you're a white person of, you know, good height, good intelligence, and you're breeding with another person of the like. They would give them medals. His family was awarded that medal for his birth. So Boyd Rice was a product of the American eugenics program. So that's why he was a neo-Nazi. So him and that's why I was hanging out with him and of course you know this other dude, but who I'm not going to name right now in public. But what happened with Boyd Rice was he was dating Zeena LaVey. And do you know who Zeena LaVey is, Troy?
No. Is she Anton's daughter?
Anton's daughter, yes. And Anton was, of course, Jewish. So Anton was Jewish, and Zeena LaVey was ethnically Jewish. Of course, he was a Satanist. But we won't go too deep into saying, well, you know, they all are. But at any rate.
Get ready for the click off.
But at any rate, what happened with Zeena LaVey was she was forced by her father to marry this Rex Diabolus, or this Shrek asshole with silicone horns and an ugly fucking face, because her daughter wanted her father wanted her to breed a rape baby, or basically a baby in satanic marriage or wedlock, where he was the man who married them in infernal wedding, where they had a naked virgin on the altar that they deflowered on the altar, all the rest of that, and her baby was supposed to go towards sacrifice. Well, she left the Satanic Church, Zeena LaVey did, and she put the baby out for adoption so it wouldn't be slaughtered. Have you ever seen Zeena LaVey, Troy? Do you know what she looks like?
No, I don't know what she looks like.
If you look up Zeena,
she looks like Anton.
No, thank God. No, of course, no, she's really hot. And in fact, really? Yeah, so you look her up, Zeena LaVey, Xena LaVey. And if you look up Zeena LaVey, you'll see how hot she was, especially back in the day. Well, that baby she adopted out to a Jewish family to groom, and so that she wouldn't be sacrificed by the Satanic Church. Her daughter is Taylor Swift.
What?
Yeah, her daughter's Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is the granddaughter of Anton
LaVey?
Yes. And look at their photographs side by side. They are identical. Just different ages, but you know, they look like the same lady, just different ages. And yeah. So then what happened was that V was listening to the radio the other day, and she heard some white asshole on the radio who was just regurgitating everything I've just told you, which I had told V privately years ago. And she said, this guy was just saying everything you say, Doug, except he wasn't crediting you. He started off by talking about Aleister Crowley. Of course, they all do. And then started saying everything you say, except without giving you credit. And she said she got so disgusted, she just clicked off the radio because this guy was on the radio. Brendan says he was probably just reading off AI, but AI often says what I say and even speaks in my manner of speaking, AI, because of the whole background that I had with the Department of Defense and that whole personality upload they did of myself into a computer system that caused what then was called the Dietrich Artillect, kind of like a sentient intelligence in the, shall we say, the net, such as was back in those days. In those days, it was basically a giant facility. And so all of that being said, such being what it is, now you've been caught up on some of the local gossip. So this Japanese guy who used to know Boyd Rice is hanging out in the Chinatown alley on weekends selling his books. And yeah, it's just a real, when I see somebody I used to know and they get older and they change and they just become like, something that's just ridiculous, like a caricature of themselves. It's like, and yet I haven't aged really compared to them, certainly. It's very... What the hell was that? Oh my God, what was that?
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
Like you said, it's cold down here inside the blown nose.
Oh, yes. Oh, did you hear what I said to you? I left you a message the other day on air. Did you hear what I said about the iguanas?
No.
Dude, it's getting cold. The polar vortex is going to hit Florida, and all the iguanas are going to start dropping out of the trees because they can't handle the drop in temperature. I said, this is such an opportunity because they're great food. Grab yourself a whole bunch of those fallen iguanas and bring them home, and your wife and you can have a barbecue. Like, holy shit.
My goodness.
I'm so envious. I was saying that. I went into depth about this. I said, Troy, I'm so fucking jealous. I really wish I was down there with you.
You sick bastard.
But
I'm going to take advantage of iguanas when they're in a hibernation state just to eat them.
Yeah, well, they're
typical.
They catch them any way they can.
This is where the vampire racism kicks in. Typical fucking vampire.
Yeah, well, they're an invasive species, Brendan.
Super invasive.
Yeah.
Super invasive.
Yeah.
And so that they actually.
We'll tell that to the rest of the internet. They think they're cute.
Yeah. Yeah, so Troy, bring home. You could bring them home by the tail. You'll be carrying bundles of them.
I know.
Yeah, and so have you tried them?
No, I haven't eaten any iguana. I won't try that. I mean, I've eaten alligator and a little bit of snake, but not that. I had to stop there. But the iguanas are a little bit more south of us, like Naples, Miami, that area. They're all over the place in Miami and in the Everglades, throughout the Everglades.
Yeah.
They're probably, you probably you don't find as many up this way where I live.
Okay.
But that does happen. When it drops to a certain temperature, they literally just start falling out of the sky because they can't handle the temperature. They can't regulate their body with temperature, and it makes it easy to catch them. And of course, the cities have actually made it open season to catch them because they're so invasive and they breed so prolifically that they have to get them out of the environment, or they'll eat up all the fruit, they'll eat up all the bats and all the other insects that kind of make the ecosystem work.
Yes. Thank you so much for that, Troy. See, Troy is truly the educator. This is the educator shining through. Yeah, seriously, Troy, your teaching experience shines. And then he left.
He went out on top, man.
Like Colin Powell. I'm quitting the military while I'm ahead. Yeah, that's it. Yes. Jesus Christ, Troy, did your battery die? There he is. What the fuck happened? Troy, what happened?
I hit the wrong button.
Okay.
By accident.
That happens.
No
I've done
worries.
worse.
Yes, yes, no worries. So I really want to thank you guys for holding the show while I took a call from V, and she wanted to talk to me about something, and so we'll go back to that at some point. I forgot to tell Erin that she had actual evidence of the caltraps that were stuck in the street around my home. So the two times V drove me home in the past few months, she had flat tires coming to my place because somebody has been sticking caltraps on the road around my place that took out her tires each time. So Troy, they're getting serious. Of course, they always were. And it's matter of fact, you might have missed it earlier when Aaron was on, Troy, and we were talking about Peter Moon. We suspect he had a visit from Mossad because he suddenly said, first off, we were bringing up the fact that one time on my show, when I asked him about where all the state orphans went in Romania, because as you may or may not know, Troy, Nicolae Ceausescu, the dictator of Romania, outlawed all contraceptives, all prophylactics, all birth control, and all abortion in Romania at the time that he was dictator. And so thousands and thousands of women had children that they couldn't afford, and so they gave them to the state to raise. So the state literally wound up with hundreds of thousands, ultimately, of children over the generations that Nicolae Ceausescu was in power. And I said, I knew for a fact that they all suffered, to a great degree, AIDS. They were all raped, many of them, growing up by the state wards. And then they had AIDS, and they were all malnourished because the state was not feeding them in food distribution at all. A lot of the food that was meant to go to them was sold on the black market instead. So these people were truly maladjusted and underprivileged. There's so many other words we could use. Disabled in life. And I said, whatever happened to them all? And Peter Moon just said, without hesitation, oh, they were all sent to Israel for mass sacrifice. Then later on, when he says, oh, I'm going to publish the book now, and just before he publishes the book, comes back out to Aaron and says, I can't publish the book. It'll be very bad for me. Very bad for me if I publish the book. And Aaron's convinced that he had a talking to by Mossad. Like Mossad showed up at his door.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, thank you. And not only that, it's because after that, he said, Douglas's hatred of the Jews will be his downfall. And of course, compared to some other people on my team, I'm actually quite the moderate. When it comes to his saying that, that's where we got the idea. Gee, it's like Mossad talked to him, and so there you go with that. So now you're caught up on that bit of gossip. Quite a bit. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Speaking of which, just to bring this up, earlier this year, 2024, you remember they found all those tunnels underneath the temples in New York.
Thank you. What do you call that? Those kinds of Hasidic, or are they Orthodox Jews?
Yeah.
Yes, go on.
Yeah, but there was no follow-up story on that. No update as far as what that was about, or did they find kids under there? There's rumors and speculation that, which again, I don't know anything about that, but and I wouldn't speculate on that. That has to be something that has to be factual. But it does seem odd that there's no follow up on that story. They're literally pulling hundreds and hundreds of guys out of these tunnels and in these cavernous caves, the system underneath the buildings there in New York. And I'm like, what? What is going on?
Yeah.
Did you know any? Do you have any update on that, or do you know what was going on there, Doug?
I do remember that at the time it was very well known that they were pulling kids out of those tunnels, but they were saying, "Oh, we're raising these kids in our own special way," that kind of bullshit. And so that's it's not a rumor. It was at that time. It was and then later on, It was scrubbed. It was like, move along, people, nothing to see here. That whole attitude that they have about, a certain protected minority of people that we always get that. It's outrageous, and it's Aristides. What was your own observation about that? Because I know that you were well aware of what was going on at the time, and yeah, what was your impression? Anything else to add to what we've already brought up about that?
I'm sorry, I zoned out for a minute because I was looking at something. Where exactly were you at? Where did you leave off?
Sure. We were talking about the Brendan Zogan is bringing up that the Mossad office in New York City is the Long Island field office, is Mossad. But we were bringing up, Troy Bellamy was bringing up that Orthodox or Hasidic Jewish community in New York City had all of these illegal tunnels that they were building.
Oh, yeah, it's the 1 year anniversary of the tunnels.
Yes, so tell us about this.
Yeah, happy anniversary, guys.
Yeah. Tell us about this. Tell us what
I don't know, I just happened to see posted it was the 1 year,
Yeah.
1 year anniversary of that, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, go on. So they got tunnels and they got a lot of stuff going on. It's kind of their stomping ground, pretty obvious. So like, what's the takeaway?
We were wondering about the children that were involved. Were they not pulling out children that they were saying, well, we're raising them in our special cultural way and we don't want them
Pulling them out of where?
the tunnels?
I don't think there was like this load. It wasn't like an Ian West story. It was like
Good point.
Loads of like, rape children and torture chambers and like, by the mile, and like, no, it was like, yes, there was a tunnel and probably some shady stuff went back for it, but it wasn't like this, like, just a deep underground military base of like, witchcraft or something.
Well, it was definitely, first off, it was all illegal tunnels, and they were not safe. Yeah. They were constructed.
Oh, yeah. There was definitely, right, a hand-built.
Doug, that was just a joke, by the way.
Yeah, joke about what? Brendan?
About the Mossad. The Mossad. That's the one that came to Pete's house.
No, that's good. That's excellent. Look,
because there's one there.
Hey, look, they call it Jew York for a reason. Okay, it's like it was something that when you said that, I just took it for granted as like that's.
Yeah, it was like a legitimate thing.
Yeah, that was legit because that's essentially the case. But Brendan, do you not remember they said there were children they pulled out of the tunnels that were simply being raised in this Orthodox manner was how they were trying to present it?
Oh, they said it was a school. They straight up said, "Oh, this is a boarding school because we don't want our kids to go to public school because of the V mandate and all these things." So that was their reasoning for having a bunch of kids in tunnels.
Thank you.
Which is interesting.
Yes, in and of itself, and says quite a bit there. So
yeah, very strange.
Yes, there you go, Troy. There, see, hear that, Troy? So there you go with that. And
but that's like
it's so.
And not to mention that they were digging into other buildings' territory and compromising the structural integrity of literally skyscrapers.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Disgusting.
Like, who knows what's under that Millennium Tower in SF? Like the sinking tower. Like,
now that you mention it, yes. For those of you,
that was like Q's. It was like Q's old tunnels or something.
Yes.
They forgot to check.
Yes. Thank you.
Something like.
Thank you. Yeah, excellent point. And it's yeah. And so now that you've heard all of that, Troy, so what's your thoughts?
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, I still like to see more evidence. Me, I'm trying to be politically correct on that. It was very strange to see the images of that were just like, it took me aback because I was like, wait a minute. Why are there underground tunnels? What's going on that they got to have these? So this is the first time I heard the explanation of the school, and again, they have enough temples, they have enough private schools, and they got enough money to have private schools that you don't have to. Come on, you're digging a tunnel. No, I don't want my kid going to school in a tunnel. I don't care what they're teaching them, unless they're teaching them the cure for the common cold, and they're afraid that that's ridiculous. That's you know what I'm saying? I'm just being honest. And then again, I want to hear what Doug, and I probably might, because I'll be asleep in a little bit. But I want to hear what you. I don't know if you know anything about what's going on with Sean Combs and what's happening in the rap world. Some of these billionaire African American rap artists that are being now accused of human trafficking, sex trafficking under the RICO law and things like that. I don't know. Did you hear about that?
I've heard about it. I haven't dug into it, but I'm sure our men Aristides and Brendan Zogid have something to say. But have both of you gentlemen heard anything about this that you can share with all of us? Let's see who responds first. Brendan, Aristides? Don't all jump in at once. I confess, I'm deaf in my right ear, so I'm atonal anyway. So the music world is kind of like it's lost me because I'm half deaf. But I certainly have heard of this, and I would like to, somebody who knows more about it to come on and speak to it. But when we asked both Brendan and Aristides,
what were you referencing? What are you referencing?
Oh,
I don't
Troy,
know.
tell him.
Yeah, I was talking about P. Diddy's situation where he's in jail. But again, I got I'm a conspiracy theorist. I know what's going on.
I mean, in his case, it was out in the open. I mean, he didn't hide it. I mean, he was on TV saying crazy stuff for years. You can go back and see, what he was saying in interviews and stuff like that. Like,
yeah, but I mean, you talking about crazy stuff like everybody, Black Twitter and Black social media will troll him because he may have participated in gay activity. We just kind of
beyond that, like actual like predatory stuff. Like he was open about it. I mean, like.
Well, no, I mean, again, there, you get people who, and now they're going after guys like Jay-Z. Like Jay-Z was. I don't know if you remember this girl that used to sing. Her name was Aaliyah. She's had this.
Of course.
You remember Aaliyah? She probably was like 15.
She died, right? She died in that.
She died in a
crash.
plane.
So sad. Right. Go on.
The waterfall.
Well,
chick.
The rumor was that Jay-Z
TLC
was trying to date her when she was like 14, and then R. Kelly was supposed to have dated her when she was like 15. And all this kind of stuff. So you have all these guys who, I don't know if through ritual or if they were just that attracted to her. I mean, she was fairly attractive as a young lady, but again, not 15, 14, 15-year-old. I just don't see that. I just couldn't do that, But, now all of a sudden, all the rumors are starting to come out.
That's the problem.
That's what I'm saying. R. Kelly's...
Not everyone has that moral compass.
Yeah. Here's the thing.
I know I do.
If you look at it like this, I'm looking at. I know, Doug. I know you got that little young girl.
Well, it's like
we're not even gonna go there. I don't even want to go there.
There's a fine line.
But here's what I look at as an African American man navigating this world. You got all these top billionaires, even R. Kelly. They're even trying to get R. Kelly out of jail. Now, what he did was probably wrong, super wrong. I mean, I don't know anything about it other than these girls were at his house and they got permission from their parents. I mean, he did enough to get arrested for that.
No, he was this side of Andrew Tate. Collecting like Pokemon. I mean, this is not...
Exactly. He's like
I wouldn't say that was innocent.
Young girls. I mean, but he also...
okay, if it's like a person-to-person and Romeo and Juliet, that's one-on-one. But when it's in the dozens and 20s, right, that's a whole nother world.
Yeah. But he's also created a problem because he was wanting to get his masters from the record company, which was worth billions of dollars, and that was a problem for them. Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson owned 51% of Sony. You know what I'm
But
saying?
that's why they put them in that position.
Exactly.
They deliberately
That's why I said
let
the
them fall
ritual
into
shit,
that to have this
and
held
then
over their head later.
to have it held over their head, and that's
So there's a
what I'm
lot
saying.
of factors.
Now, Sean Combs, apparently, he sued. He was in bed with the vodka company because he owned half. He was the marketing arm for Ciroc vodka, and they kind of violated his contract, and he wasn't getting as much money as he thought he was supposed to get. He sued them and won. And then all of a sudden, here come the allegations of him throwing these wild parties, with drugs and everything else. What do you think they do?
On him, but
what do you think they do
understand
at these parties in Miami? There are naked girls.
Everyone knows
There's cocaine everywhere. There are naked girls everywhere.
Exactly.
This is the same
It wasn't
thing.
a secret.
This is the same thing with Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby didn't get in trouble until he tried to buy NBC. Now, what was he doing at the Playboy Mansion? Wait a minute, hold on. What do you think they were doing at the Playboy Mansion back in the 70s? They were doing Spanish flies.
Yeah, you have a good
and
point
they're
there,
doing
but...
coke, and there's naked white girls around, and this guy.
But it's like those chicks were invited. They didn't just get like their drink spiked or something.
This is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. So exactly, these parties were curated, but because he had so much money and he was trying to wield his power in the entertainment industry, he got smacked upside the head, and now everybody thinks he's some sort of pervert. You know what I'm saying? This is the hubris.
Well, is it possible? Is it possible, Troy, that
they took advantage of their proclivities?
That both sides.
Exactly.
But is it possible, Troy, that both sides could be true? That he did get, shall we say, disciplined, so to speak, or destroyed, character assassinated even, for stepping too far from his bounds as he was perceived by the elite. But that he could also be a dirty old man and a pervert as well. I mean, both things could be true.
We talking about if and this is the advantage that women have. They can go to a party, get wild, get drunk, screw around, do everything they want, and 20 years later they can come back and go, when the money dries up, they go, you know what? Hey, I ain't really didn't like that then. You know what I'm saying? Now all of a sudden the story changes, the narrative changes. It's the same thing with the reason why
I don't blame them.
The whole case fell on. What?
They should get paid twice.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The whole thing that fell on Sean Combs is the fact that his ex-girlfriend, Cassie, sued him for $30 million. She hadn't sold a record in 30 years. She was with Diddy. They were flying all over the place, having fun. He dumped her. He dated J-Lo, Nicole Scherzinger, all these beautiful, fine women. And he stopped messing with her. She's not selling records. She married a regular guy. They're happily married. All of a sudden, she wants to buy a house. They don't have the money, so she sues Diddy for $30 million.
This is where they cheap out. It's like if people like Tate, where they keep paying them, then they keep their mouths shut. So it's like they know the game. Some of these people know the game.
You would think so. Now, it works for some people because Diddy paid her. He didn't even go to court.
It works with all those Romanians.
He paid the $30 million. He paid the $30 million
because they were standing right by.
And the next thing you know, they released the videotape of him attacking her in the hotel and kicking her and beating her up, which was bad enough. But that happens. That's not.
There's a lot of psychology involved. Like those people stick around, longer than they should, and these kind of syndromes. But the point, what I was gonna say is that like they have hubris or something.
Yeah,
it's like they're already rich. Why are they still trying to juice money from the record company? Why would they take umbrage to? That's when they. So I could see like if we want to, I don't know how to put this nicely without sounding crazy, but I could see the. The other side of the rulers that, you're going to get, we're going to give you all this money and you're still going to, fall out of line, so I could see why they would do that. But it's not like they didn't know that they, everyone knew, but they just went after them because it was probably perceived like, oh, we've already paid you enough. Why do you need more money? So the hubris thing kicks in like with all these guys.
Exactly.
They feel
think
like they're
they
owed
think that
more.
They can do whatever they want. They don't think of any ramifications
Yeah.
or repercussions. You know,
And then the
there's
elites come after
videotaping
them.
people. There's drugs. There's, you know, all kinds of stuff. You're just living your life wild, and you know.
Yeah,
and,
so
and
that obviously
it's
does
eternal.
brain damage or something.
I'm gonna tell you
Because they
like
all
this.
end up like that.
I'm gonna tell you like this. Jay-Z is probably one of the most powerful people in all of entertainment.
Like
not just rap.
50 didn't do any drugs and he's fine. He knew better than to do all that.
50 Cent knows his lane. He knows the game. He knows the game like Kanye
He doesn't
knows
drink
the
or
game.
anything, yeah.
Kanye's problem was Kanye told the game. He wasn't supposed to say nothing, and he told it.
He was a little too, yeah.
He was way too. So
he didn't have enough diplomatics.
Comfortable, and he doesn't want to do too much. He's got enough power to do the things that he wants to do and live comfortably and help his friends. Jay-Z, for me though, out of all the years that I've listened to rap, from Kool Moe Dee to the new kids that are out today, I have never bought a Jay-Z album. I can tell you for sure that none of my friends listen to Jay-Z. So I'm trying to figure out how the hell did he become one of the richest rappers in the world when nobody listens to his freaking music? How did he end up with Beyonce?
Well, it's in his name. He's a J.
The head
He's
of
the
a
J.
record company.
You know?
You know what I'm saying? They said
what do you think the J stands for?
Mystic chick in New York that everybody who in the entertainment business kind of goes to, and she kind of like, you know, anointed him as the one to be in. I can't remember this lady's name. Little Jewish lady. I can't think of her name. But I'll remember. But you know, she's supposed to be the kingmaker there in New York in the art world. God, I can't think of that lady's name. It's right on. I see her face, but I can't think of her name. But hello.
Yeah, we're here. We're listening. We're spellbound.
Okay.
You're doing great.
I'm just saying. You know, it just. Did you
see that link? Take a look at that link, Troy, in the text box. Can you see the text box?
Let me go to it.
Yes. Please feel free to read the title of that.
The Sanskrit word for fire. No, it's not that one.
No, not that one. Down at the bottom. The latest.
Oh, the synagogue, Jay-Z's inspiration.
Yeah. Read that.
Yeah. It's some lady. What is this lady? It's. Oh yeah. Okay. See, so I mean, you know, I get it.
Here, I'll just say it. Yeah, I'll just say it. Yeah, Jay-Z's first and best inspiration was his Jewish 6th grade teacher. There you go. So that their basic this Times of Israel article is saying you can't call him anti-Semitic because he's pro-Jewish, which is why he named himself such. So, which is it is what it is.
That's what you meant by the J in his name. That's what you meant.
Yeah. That's what he meant.
I thought you meant marijuana. Jesus Christ! Remember how they used to say Mr. J?
No.
Like, you know, they used to call it J.
That's what everyone thinks.
He calls himself Jay-Z, but his real moniker is Hova.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah, like Jehovah. Like Jehovah. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hova.
Yeah, the Hebrew name.
Yeah, the Hebrew name. Hova. Yeah. And, oh my fucking God.
So I mean, but he's being protected, see, because and this is. I don't think Sean Combs will do the next year in jail. They won't give him bail for some reason, but he'll do the next year in jail.
Oh, and then here's the best part.
They'll make people to deal with him unless he tells, and then it doesn't do any good for him to tell on Jay-Z and any of these other guys. But I'm trying to figure out all this evidence that they had. You know, of Trump's connection to Epstein Island and everything else. Nobody's called, you know what I'm saying, that he's a convicted rapist. My God, you know, how does he rise to the level of power that no one has, like he says, that like no one's ever seen before without hitting very many speed bumps.
Yes. Yes. Heather Holman has joined us again. Welcome back aboard, honey. You remember Troy Bellamy. Have the two of you been introduced? Troy, this is Heather Holman.
Yeah, hi
Yes, sir.
Troy. How have you been?
Heather. Good. How are you? Happy
It's
New
good
Year.
to hear you coming on lately.
Well, I decided to spend a little time, have a little extra time, so.
Yeah, I
but
really appreciated
I'm
the
about to
last
head
time.
to bed. I always listen to you guys. I'm just, sometimes I fall asleep. I know I'm going to fall asleep, so I just put my headphones on and listen.
Before you do complete your thought there, Heather, what were you saying to Troy and the rest of us?
Oh, I was going to say, I really appreciated when he was talking about Florida and the kids and the neighborhoods, how they're non-gang.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff here. So
Yeah.
So Troy, could you do us a favor? Take a look at the latest entered into the text box by our man Brendan, and what do you think of that? These two quotes, please.
Yeah, many teachers who took one. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I had a lot of friends who were very wealthy that lived here in the area that I live in. Is very wealthy people of all ethnicities, but especially of the Jewish persuasion. Let me tell you, there's a place called Longboat Key down here in the area where I live, and there are many people who have postulated over the years, even as a little boy I heard this, that the 1968 Israel war was funded largely from Longboat Key. Okay. Where do you think George Bush was on the day of 9/11 vacation?
Longboat Key?
He was on Longboat Key.
Okay.
Yes. That's where I saw him coming off the beach from Longboat Key past my office that morning of 9/11. Nothing, but I don't want to, I can't say that now. I've already proclaimed myself as a conspiracy theorist. So, these things don't happen in a vacuum, man. They don't happen in a vacuum. These things are curated. Man. Yeah. And so, there's no denying the influence that people have, good or bad. I think there's so many people who are truly interested in the arts. If you're anywhere in this area of Florida, there's a Glasser, Schoenbaum, Weinstein. There's some building or some art center that has been funded by a foundation from that community, and they love the arts, and I get that. And if you're in the arts business, you're gonna have to go to or through somebody of the Israeli persuasion. So it's not it doesn't really surprise me, but and I know they have to fight a lot of those stereotypes just like anybody else, but it doesn't really surprise me that connection is there for him through that article.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And Brendan, Brendan, join in. What else were you going to say about that? You were going to point out something else that he said. Was it this? And let's have Brendan rejoin us there if he can.
What's up?
Oh, I was saying, yes. You were going to mention something else that this individual said. Was it these two quotes that you were going to bring up? Jay-Z also said something.
Oh, no, I think we said everything about it. I just said she just took all those kids to her house. Yeah. That's why I love the teacher so much. I bet, Yeah.
Yes, to say the least. Well, is it potentially? There are some women who do this. Is it potential that they got intimate and this was like the big bang of his life? Kind of positive primal trauma, so to speak.
The way you're talking about it is interesting. He said, "My neighborhood has been my world. It's the only thing I'd saw, but I saw a whole different world that day, and my imagination grew from there." So yeah, Doug, what else grows? With imagination. So it's just. Yeah, most of that is imagination, anyways. So there you go.
Oh,
Despite the positive connection, you know, it's like
Yes.
They're trying to qualify, but you get what I'm saying.
Yes. Oh my God. So and
but there's no reason to harp on it. I think it's obvious. Anyone who gets famous, like, we just know. I mean, it's just a fact. Like, there's nothing wrong with it.
After all, I think
just a fact.
I think what we're agreeing on here, correct me if I'm wrong, Troy, we are agreeing that Jay-Z was groomed, are we not? In a sense, a made man.
There's no question about that. And this is a guy who claims he was selling drugs on the roof of the Marcy projects. You know, he's selling dime bags on the roof of the Marcy projects, and he raises up to become one of the wealthier men in all of business, in all the world. That meteoric rise is an amazing story, but again, it's not without its puppeteering. You know what I'm saying? Again, like I said, I like his music. I've listened to his music before, but I can honestly tell you, I don't know anybody, and I can talk to 50 of my friends and go, how many Jay-Z albums have you bought? They'll be like, no, I don't listen to Jay-Z like that.
Yeah, got it. Yeah.
But now, I mean,
I don't think anyone's ever bought his album.
He's developed a partnership with the NBA. Because he used to be a part owner of the Nets. He ended up having to sell his interest in that. He is a partner with the NFL. He's going to produce the halftime show of the NFL Super Bowl for the next 15 years. You know, I mean, he's dealing in some high level circles.
And he's married to Beyonce, who's also the richest performer.
To Beyonce.
Richest performer on earth.
Really? Holy shit.
Yeah. Or highest paid or something like that.
Oh my God.
I think Taylor Swift might have gotten her this year.
Yeah, but she'd been made her money already though. Yeah. Beyonce, she's very nothing.
Yeah.
Well known.
But you're both doing so well with this. So, what else comes to your mind?
Well, my phone's gonna die any second. So
you're kidding. Are you going to be able to recharge it? I hope. Rejoin us. I would hope.
I'm working right now.
I understand.
I could try.
Please try. Yes, do try to recharge and rejoin us.
I've talked enough tonight. I don't want to get us all in trouble, so I'm gonna head to sleep. I gotta get to work in the morning.
Well, I'm proud of you for the trouble you got us into last time, but go on.
I know. God bless all the people out there in LA and those who have lost things but are still out there trying to fight those fires, and the firefighters who are out there doing their job, laying their lives on the line. God bless them, and God bless you all. So
yes, thank you. God bless you as well, my friend. Love you dearly. Stay safe and be well, and share our love with your family, especially your wife. Okay. And
will do.
Excellent, and bring home those iguanas. I know that they're further south. Yes, he'd have to drive down there to pick them up. That's so. Such being said, dear Heather, now do join us and tell us about anything else that's on your mind at the moment.
Well, Joe Biden canceled his trip to Italy. He was going to go to the Vatican on Wednesday, but he canceled his trip to Italy to focus on the response to the fires.
Yes.
And he just met his great-grandchildren for the first time.
Oh, wow. Yes. And so you find it interesting you've been following Joe?
He was waiting for any excuse to get out of that.
Oh, shit. Yeah, Hollywood is burning as we speak.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah.
There's like 5 or 6. There's like 6 or 7 fires, different fires, and it's crazy. Some people are saying like fires started inside of their house. Well, I don't think so, but how do they turn into bombs? I don't understand that. I've heard of dirty bombs and microwave bombs, but what is that?
Well, Brendan, are you free to provide your own explanation of this, and then I'll kind of add to that?
Not exact. I don't have any comment on that really.
Okay.
Sounds crazy. That's
Well, by that, what Brendan means is that it sounds wild, and
it's outrageous.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. And so, such being said, honey, the way that a dirty bomb works is by the way, where's Vinny?
Oh, he's in the other room.
Oh, okay, he's okay.
She killed
Yeah,
him.
he's fine.
Yeah, that's I always think about that. I always.
I'm joking. I'm honestly joking.
But I'm glad to hear he's doing all right.
But if it's worth it.
Yeah.
Obviously a joke.
Yeah, I jumped back. No, I jumped back on to turn in before I turned in for the night, and so he's in the other room still doing getting ready to come in here for the night.
Oh, great, yes.
Yeah, but I'm interested to hear your answer, Douglas.
That you're so wonderful. That's almost like you suddenly. It's so interesting. Your whole way that you phrase that. It's you, but in a sense, it's almost like it's a different you. It's like it's a different you that's saying that. Is that an altar? That just popped up? Okay.
No, I'm just tired and I'm curious because I know that you made a video about Saudi Arabia years ago and the 9/11.
Yes.
I think it might have been right after it happened or something like that. It was a long time ago.
Yeah. That's quite true. Or no, it wasn't that long ago, but it was like not too long after. And that's when I was working
like Wormhole Productions, and you mentioned about dirty bombs or something like that.
Yes. So thank you. You're very. You've got a mind like a steel trap, honey. You really do. And
I don't know about that.
Maybe it has something to do with the nano stuff they implanted into you, but yeah, you process well. But so just so everyone understands, and I'm sure many people know this, but a lot of people don't. And how could you? So a dirty bomb is a radiological bomb, and it spreads radiation rather than blowing up in a conventional sense. The neutron bomb is a dirty bomb. It is not a bomb in the conventional sense. It's a nuclear bomb in one sense, but it's not a conventional nuclear bomb. Most of its energy goes into releasing enormous amounts of radiation as opposed to releasing an explosion. So there are bombs that produce explosions, but then you have other bombs that you could create that just irradiate the environment, and that would destroy particularly human life, and maybe impact other elements of the environment as well, but would generally leave the buildings and structures intact. Meaning
Wouldn't
that
they have already
It's
used
not like
it
a
though
fire.
if they had it?
I'm sorry, but I
I'm
heard what
skeptical.
Brendan said. So Heather, what did you say there? Heather?
So it wouldn't start a fire.
No, not normally. It wouldn't. No,
That's
it shouldn't.
that's all I was wondering. I didn't want to Google it, so
Yeah.
thought I'd ask.
Okay. No. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And like Brendan observed, a lot of times if you do ask an AI, it'll sound a lot like Douglas Dietrich and say what Douglas Dietrich says in a lot of cases. A lot at least.
Yeah.
But Brendan, what? Now you were saying who would have used it already if it was like if they have it? You mean like
I'm saying
Israel?
Definitely them. Mostly them. But I'm saying if this technology was viable and usable, why hasn't it been used and why not? I'm just very skeptical about the whole atomic theory in general. Because I've seen different sides. I myself have never been involved in it, so I can't say for certain.
By that,
I have that kind of Aquarian skepticism.
By that, I
It's
take.
like,
Go on.
Yeah.
Go on. Now, by that, I take it that you mean, and correct me or qualify what I am saying. I would presume when you say I'm skeptical of the whole atomic thing, you mean that the mutually assured destruction theory that we both have a
well,
question.
we're well past that. I'm saying, I'm saying if if atomic power and atomic energy was that viable, how come, first of all, it hasn't been used as much as it should be if it was that, effective? And then secondly, all these crazy people with the button would have just blasted everybody by now. That's what I'm saying, Okay. And perhaps it has something to do with divine intervention. They know better than to use it, like, because the weapons like that were used in the past, but they were like beyond atomic. They were like spiritual weapons. They were these like kind of Dragon Ball Z ki blasts and stuff. So,
it's
and, like, some people might not be following me. Like, how can you believe in that but not believe in nuclear power? Well, I have my reasons for saying that. So,
right. No, I appreciate that, and maybe we could discuss some of those reasons privately, unless you're willing to share them publicly. But so we can discuss that privately. But when it comes to,
I guess just into the general sense, how come they haven't just used the neutron bomb? Since it exists.
Oh, okay. So, I've explained that before. You remember what I said about that?
Well, yeah, but shit is so bad. It's like they might as well just cause a zombie apocalypse. Like, why would that be? Why is that the stop? Why is that the sticking point?
It's because for right now they don't need to do that because everything's going in their favor. Everything right now is going in Israel's favor. They're killing people, in a mass exterminatory fashion in front of the whole world, and nobody's doing anything. I mean, nobody. So there's no need for them to make the world hell on earth when, right now what they've got to them is heaven. And so it's like, I got into the cab with a Jewish cab driver the other day, and he was a Russian Jew, and because your average Jewish person, I don't know, some of them are driving cabs, but not often. But it's in this case, he was talking about, when I brought up the religious problem with serving, the religious people were forever not serving in Israel. And he says, yes, now that's changed, as I knew it had. Netanyahu was forced to allow the religious Jews force the religious Jews to serve because all the other Jews were, pissed off. They're serving, but the religious Jews just stay home and read. So he was pointing out that it's only men, as opposed to the Israeli army with secular Jews. They draft men and women both. But with these religious people, they're only drafting the men, and it's a special unit. So they're in special religious units. God knows how that's going to work out.
What do they do?
I have no idea, and I doubt he did either. But he knew that much. That
roll up some scrolls, like.
Yeah. What the fuck? They have to go through training. They're going to have to go through training. Yeah. They're going to at least be helping probably as medics, logistics, I would imagine. Medics, logistics. So at any rate, whatever. That's their problem. But when it comes to things are obviously changing there. And I brought up with him that, the Russians are the younger people in Israel. And 1/3 of Israel speaks Russian. And the younger people will ultimately gain power in Israel after Netanyahu. So it's going to be almost like a Russian Jewish run state. So it's going to be run by secular Russian Jews, which might cause the civil war that I keep predicting for Israel, which is between the secular Russian Jews and the religious Jews, who will not want to serve in the military and will want their own state. So yes, a Jewish Israeli civil war is coming, but right now they're on top of the world, and the world's going in their direction. And but leave it to them; they'll fuck it up. It's like Trump, as I said, is being handed as good as an economy as they can get, considering current situations. But he's gonna fuck it all up. He's gonna take it and he's going to destroy it like an idiot. Because that's just what he is and what he does.
What a nice guy.
Yeah, he's so. By the way,
did you hear us when you came back earlier?
No. What did you say? Tell me about it.
People online, it's like becoming memeified. They're like, why does he want Panama? Why does he want Greenland? Why is it all of a sudden? And I was just saying, in Aristides' brought something long-term up that he wants the Arctic, channel above Canada when the ice finally melts fully. That'll be the easiest, one of the easiest routes he can have. America
Doug,
can have.
you saw
And
the
then-
thing I saw the thing I posted. I saw you liked it about the northern shipping lane, right?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
my rebuttal
What do
to
you think
that.
about that?
I think you're giving Trump too much fucking credit. I think.
Then you'd love to hear what I would say.
Yeah.
You mean like long-term planning? Because it probably wouldn't even be him, like who would be doing the long-term.
Yeah, that's right.
course.
I don't
Yeah, he
even
just-
think. I don't think he thinks on those terms.
He's just he's just straight there to like jack you off. That's
Yeah.
he's not doing
Thank
any
you.
long-term planning.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's like he only thinks Canada big, Canada not people in it, Canada resources, not many people.
But
If
there's
he
some-
thinks that, if he even
There's some
thinks,
big brains though, like
Yeah.
telling him this is a good idea, because like I was saying, short term, it's like the only way to actually fully cut off China is to make our own, whether it's good or bad doesn't matter. In their heads, the only way to do it is to make our own chips and our own electronics, and the only way to do that is by getting the rare earth metals from Greenland, then shipping it through the Panama Canal to California, and then having all the Indians here make it. That's what Musk wants to do to make all his robots. So
but
in
Musk
the short term,
Musk wants to do that. But are you giving credit to Musk for the geopolitics?
No, of course not. No.
Okay, good.
No, I'm
good.
saying we're just using like easy recognizable people. Saying it's they want to do it because of these other people are telling them this is the only way to make your stupid plan of cutting us off from China work, is you have to have all these logistics in place.
Yes.
So the only way to do that is he
Yes.
has to take, because the big wigs,
That
they
makes
had it
sense.
gamed
Okay,
out.
that makes
They
sense.
had it gamed out
That
like
makes-
a game board.
Yes.
So it's like, if you cut them off from Asia, you guys have to have all these rare earth minerals in place and then all these shipping channels in place. Otherwise, you destroy your own military. So
Yes.
there are people telling him, like, you have to have these in place before we even start cutting off China fully and Taiwan and all these people. So that's why in the short term, that's what they need it for. And that's why he's so gung-ho about it. And Canada's just like the dregs on the side, like just like you said, it's big, I need it,
Yes.
Just the cherry on top.
Well, Canada is obviously irreplaceable in terms of its positioning for when the ice melts, which it's doing now, and the passage is opening up, which provides a shorter distance between New York and San Francisco than the Panama Canal. So it's going to be So all of it is integral to what you're saying. But yeah, in his own pea brain, he's echoing the thoughts like a parrot. He's just regurgitating like a parrot what others are telling him. Yes,
crush those, crush those commies.
Liberal.
Well, I
commies
mean, it worked.
Yeah.
He scared freaking Trudeau out of office. So.
Yes.
So it worked.
Yeah.
Like you said, it's terrorism works.
Yes.
We're not recommending. It's just a fact.
Yes. Though I do feel that
there was a Star Trek episode about that. Did you see that?
Tell me about it, because I may have.
Data literally says that. Data comes to Picard. This is Next Generation, and he says, your planet has these groups that use violence against each other, and then he says, the only thing I can come up with is that terrorism is an effective means of political change, and then they banned that episode.
Did they really?
Yeah, they banned that episode. It's like a censored episode, and it was basically you as Data saying that. Yeah.
That is. No, it is. For those of you who don't know, I am the inspiration for the character Data. And that was from Michael Aquino's own description of advising
this pasty white cyborg guy.
Yes.
That remembers everything.
Yes.
And can calculate on the fly. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. And that is incredible. I had no idea about this episode. Yeah. It's like
because it's a censored episode. But you can get it on DVD. That's why it's online now.
Okay.
So just go check that out, and it's basically verbatim what you said.
Yes. Okay. There we are. See, they're repeating
And then
myself.
Picard was like, you can't say that, or he said something like, well, you know, he said something to try and defend Earth, but you know,
Right.
it's true. Like, it's objectively true. Yeah, like it works. You know?
Yes. Thank you. That's incredible.
It's not right, but it is what it is.
Yes, yeah, that's incredible. Though what I'll say is that it's a bit more nuanced than that with the Trudeau situation, in the sense that I believe that Trudeau was terrorized. I don't believe the Canadian population is. Yeah, they'll stand up and fight, as opposed to Trudeau. Trudeau, however, was personally terrorized.
Well, I would qualify that and say the Brits will not let it slide.
There we are with that too, and
Like-
you know, but
or the elites, I should say, of England, not the normal people,
yes, thank you.
because they have a lot more power than people realize. I mean,
Okay.
I know it's like a meme that, like, yeah, the Brits are weak and stuff, but that's just what they've created in, like, the plebes. But the normal thing, like the actual elites, are not so easily. You can't mess with those people so easily. You know?
Yes.
So.
Yes.
And they don't like their stuff taken. You know, they like taking stuff, but they ain't gonna let it go that easily.
Thank you. Yeah. No. Very, very good. And so in terms of okay, like I said, I'm just winding up for the night and just trying to get to this point. What Heather brought up was this expansionism. And we were bringing up the fact that, you know, our man Aristides pointed this out. That is quite realistic. I mean, it's all very valid. So, yes, I think, Trump is a parrot regurgitating what's fed into his head by some people who are telling him, if this is what you want, you're going to start a trade war. This is the only way the logistics will work. And so then he goes for it and sounds like a expansionist, a dictatorial madman with expansionist fantasies. So that's, which is exactly what he is. Then, yeah, it all makes sense. It makes sense in that context. There we are. Okay. All right. So Heather, does that answer your question to a degree?
It sure does. Thank you.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's so adorable. That's so cute. And that being said, what else comes to your mind, Heather, to bring up? Any other questions?
I just can't. I just thinking about the fires. I guess I'm being a little bit obsessive about it.
No worries.
But probably because my friend, like a couple months ago, I had to drive out, remember, and bring someone in their car because my friend was taking in her elderly mother.
Okay.
And it became too much for my friend to take care of her elderly mother. So my friend's brother, last thing I heard a couple weeks ago, took her to LA. And I'm just hoping that he didn't just dump her off at some senior center and now she's being evacuated or some nightmare, you know, all by herself.
Wow. Is there any way for you to follow up on this?
Not really. I just found out from a friend, the friend that I went out there with, and that's all we know. I mean, that she was taken to LA by her son, who I don't believe is very stable. I mean, as far as financially. Right.
Wow. Okay. So thank you for sharing that with us. That's truly a human interest story. And but your concern is everybody thoughts and prayers to this lady who Heather is speaking of. And
yeah, she's in her 90s. I mean, she's up there in age, and I would just hate to hear that she was out there by herself, all scared. You know, she lived her whole entire life in Phoenix, Arizona, and then uprooted and brought out there, and it's just, that's what I keep thinking about. All of the other people that are suffering too.
Of course. And so you're such a generous, gracious, caring person. It speaks so well of you. And so such being said, we can only pray for her at a moment like this. There's so much chaos going on. It's amazing what some people survive, though. Hopefully she's one of these lucky people who, like a you know, like a straw in a hurricane, somehow survives and dies.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she was.
Oh, oh my God. Such being said, what else comes to your mind aside from the fires? So we know why you're concerned about the fires, and for good reason. What else is on your mind that maybe is a current event that you'd like Aristides and Brendan to respond to while I work my brain into a, you know, monologue mode?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that it's just very suspicious because of the smart cities
Okay.
popping up.
Brendan, tell us.
Yeah.
Oh,
Smart
Aristides.
fire.
Yeah.
No, I think it was kind of missed before that, like your kind of joke term about the smart fires, because they were the fires that they're doing so that they could burn it all down and start smart cities. So they're smart fires. Yeah. I know that's what you were getting at, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the humor. I got it.
Yeah, they just seem like really hotter than average. I mean, and maybe it is because the Santa Ana winds are so strong, but they're like 80 miles an hour and 100 miles an hour, and it's not going to stop until tomorrow.
Yeah. I'll go into that soon enough. I'm entering that Fugé state where I can start, you know, throwing that shit out there. But yeah, important point.
What are you gonna do to make that happen, though? Is this like, are you doing like the rapé, like that one mushroom lady that used to love you? You're like snorting one of those like rainforest herbs. Like,
who was that? I know who the hell she is.
Ramona
Halitha Henry.
This bitch.
Yeah, poor dear. Yeah, poor dear. No, yeah. Let's not get too. I mean, oh my God, that poor dear. Ramona Halitha.
She doesn't still give you money, does she?
Of course not.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
In fact,
so
she's one of the people I asked not to, because I did not want her to feel like I was indebted to her. I did not want to be indebted to her. So I asked her to stop sending me money. So, it was just, Ramona Halitha Henry was just doing too many drugs. She was doing rapé all fucking day. It was just not healthy. She was, just.
Which, if you look it up, it says it's just tobacco. Okay, it's not just tobacco.
Thank you.
Like it's a bunch of herbs like that these shaman in the rainforest mix up together.
Yeah.
But online they say, oh, it's just tobacco or something.
No.
In Arizona, or I know that the Yaqui Indians, they call it kinnikinnick.
Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's like a snuff. It's a snuff.
Yeah.
Tobacco snuff.
Yeah. And and Heather, have you ever tried that?
Kinnikinnick. Yes, I did. Smoking it. I smoked it one time on my 18th birthday when we went to Sedona and picked up hitchhikers, and we were frying on acid, and I had an experience after smoking kinnikinnick.
Wow,
but
what was
I can't really remember it.
I bet.
By myself.
Okay. And how old were you again?
It was my 18th birthday.
Okay. And wow.
You sounded like a pretty groovy hippie back in the day.
Yeah, I was about to say.
It was my 18th birthday, and the guys that we hung out with, it was me and my two girlfriends. My two girlfriends that I was just speaking of earlier, as a matter of fact, with that story. But we were going up to a place called Four Peaks, because that's where the boys or the guys that we hung out with were going. And they went to Sedona. So we went to Sedona instead of Four Peaks. And so we never found them. We kind of got lost when we got there. The sun was going down. Like, we didn't have any money, running out of gas, the whole situation. And we picked up these hitchhikers at the Burger King, and they ended up being people who picked up garbage out in the Burger King, cleaned up their parking lot for free food.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, they were, and this is in 1991, so.
I mean, good fucking Lord. And
Those
so,
were the days.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then on my birthday is the day of the medicine wheel too, so that's why everyone was they were so active there, because they were trying to get to the medicine wheel to do their summer solstice ritual.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell us
Yeah,
about
they gave me money for gas. They were really like, they stayed in a cave, and just the fact that we were 3 high school girls and trusting these people.
That sounds very Sedona. It's like
yeah,
they have
going
they have cash
gallivanting
on hand,
into the
but they're
night
still cleaning
into
up
these
garbage.
caves, you know.
Yeah.
Man, I was
Yeah,
born
one
in
of
the
my-
wrong time.
Yeah.
And I won't go to Sedona nowadays. That's for sure.
Yeah.
What I remember about the guy is the next day when everything was over, all the tripping was over. The guy he was a Yaqui shaman, and he had like the whole book of Deuteronomy memorized, and I thought that was kind of like remarkable that he had all that Bible memorized, and he was a Yaqui shaman.
Wow. Yeah. That's but a lot of these native indigenous people were hit hard by the missionaries. So, you know,
Well, Deuteronomy, that's the
oh, they cut them off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
But George Knight has joined us.
Hey, Douglas.
yes.
Hey.
Welcome.
Hey, George.
Yes, welcome aboard. So,
Douglas.
dude, we need you. Our man's battery died, and now we've got our other man, George Knight. We've got our man, Aristides. We've got our lady, Heather Holman. But George Knight, you have no idea how glad I am to have you with us tonight. So, you know, I definitely, because I'm burnt. I don't know if you're aware of this, but California is on fire. We've got yeah. So, I just want to let people know it'll take me a while to build up steam towards any type of monologue. When I do a monologue, it won't be long. It'll just mostly be about the fire and the fact that it's now a day of mourning, or will be within hours. At the stroke of midnight, it'll be the day of mourning, National Day of Mourning for Jimmy Carter. So I'll say a little bit about that. But aside from that, George Knight, catch us up on everything that's been going on with yourself. Have you been able to review some of the episodes? I left you some messages, but you never acknowledged them in the private messages.
No.
Okay.
I do apologise. I've just been so flat out busy myself. And that's my first question was, I was hoping, just, are you okay?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm fine.
It's because it's been a while. It's been a little while. I haven't got long tonight, but I'll stay on as long as I can, Douglas. So thank you so much for having me on. And I'm just so grateful to be here. And it's been such a long time. I just wanted to catch you up with some things and just a general roundtable discussion, you know, with everyone that's on on the call as well.
On Team Dietrich, Well, everyone on the call is part of Team.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
That's right.
Yeah.
So by all means, look, of course, like you said, you may not be able to stay long, but so you're at home right now preparing to go to work? You'll be
exactly. So I'll stay on for as long as I can. We're snowed under at the moment, so there's no rush this morning.
It sounds good to me. Holy shit! So what do they expect you to do at work? If you yourself are snowed under, how do they expect you to get to work?
We have these they call them winter warming checks, where we've been given the equipment. We've been given snow shovels. We've got these socks that go on the cover of the tires. So it's all to help us work in the snow. The only time we don't work is if it's thundering, if there's lightning strikes. So that's the only time where we are forbidden or prohibited to actually carry out any duties. So, they want us to work through all weather. So, unless, of course, it's the gale force winds are above a certain knot, then we don't bother. Then we just, then we go our own risk assessment. But
Oh my
funny
God.
time. And over here we've got snow, bad winds, and then in California you've got these fires. So I just I've only just been acquainted or been informed about this literally just by looking on the headlines. It has reached the UK about these fires, and they're horrendous. And I've just seen some shots about Los Angeles. So it's
The person we should be worried about is Sammy Romero. So hopefully he moves out of LA in time to avoid this, or at least has been preparing his move for long enough where hopefully his evacuation is rendered easy. And I'm not quite sure if the area, Los Angeles, of course, is massive. So I'm not quite sure if the area of Los Angeles he's in is is that impacted by the fires. I'm certain that the sky is black to them. But it's such being said, how's your health with all the weather as it is, and your family's health? Is everyone healthy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we've had. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, no, I've managed to avoid. There's been a flu. I would call it a flu epidemic in the UK. It's been rife, and some people saying is it another strain of COVID or is it the actual flu? I've avoided all of that, thankfully, and I think my body's adjusted to temperatures of fluctuation of up and down with temperatures, and so I've avoided it. So I'm in pretty good condition, and I feel a lot healthier and stronger. And I've started doing the gym again, which is great because now I feel stronger, more energized. So it's trying to get back on track with everything.
I'm proud of you.
Yes.
And I'm excited for you as well. And hopefully we'll get a chance for some private talk soon as well. And
thank you.
Catch up on.
And
go on.
Yes, and also Douglas, at the end of next month, I've got some. I've booked some annual leave, so 2 of those days will be on the days when the show is live. So we'll be able to do a long stint together as well. So we'll get some couple shows in together with just us two, or anyone else that wants to join us at a round table. And so that'll be something we could put in the diary for the preceding weeks. Yeah,
this will be in February.
Yes, in February next month, the end of the next month, so the last week.
Okay, so it will be.
Yeah, we should.
Let me see. So 23rd Sunday and 26th Wednesday, or 26th Wednesday and March 1st.
I believe so. Yes.
I mean March 2nd.
Yes, I will. Of course, anything that comes up before that, I'll let you know, Douglas.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just been busy. So we've had Christmas, New Year. I've not spoken to you since last year. So it's been quite a long time, and so it's just been flat out busy. I've worked throughout. I've not had any time off. We had that bad storm, Dara, going back 5-6 weeks ago. Yeah. It's kept us busy. We've been given unlimited overtime. So it's not been contractual overtime like they did a couple years ago. It's they've given voluntary unlimited overtime. So they've been demanding that we carry on working. Even on Christmas Day and Boxing Day, so I didn't volunteer to work those days, but that's what they're offering. So that was 2.5 times the rate of pay for if you work those days. So that's how desperate they were. The demand was really high, so it's just been busy, and I've felt tired at times because it's just been non-stop.
Right.
Throughout, yeah.
And what do you do to relax? How do you unwind?
It's only when you just go to bed. So I haven't been catching up with anything, even though it was vital and it was on my agenda to reminisce and recite everything that you've been saying recently in the previous transmissions, because it's been so relevant to current affairs and geopolitics. I've wanted to be catching up with it all, but I just haven't had any time. So that's why I'm just grateful for this short period just to come on and just say hello, and just hoping that you're all right, checking on you and everybody else, and just inform you that I've got some time off at the end of February, so we can have a long stint together. And then if we get any private chat, that time to talk privately, that'd be great as well.
We'll certainly try and make time for that. Now, just again, so I make certain to put this on the calendar. Do you know the days exactly? Is it Sunday, February 23rd, and Wednesday, February 26th?
It will be, yes. Okay. I've just looked now, Douglas. Yes, thank you. It will be those. Yes.
Okay, so I'll put night. It's in as in George night. There we are. For both those days, night for both those days. Excellent, and that'll prepare me psychologically. Like I said, of course, you'll inform us if something else comes up, but hopefully it doesn't. And because obviously we need times like this for our listeners as well to catch them up on. The foundations, because you're always good at going back to the foundations of what I'm about, and better than almost anyone when it comes to that. What about? Let me see. Let me take a look at our private messages here. Going to take a look at the private message that I sent to you, and okay, so you did acknowledge that. So you've seen this now. So yes, the two of those YouTube videos would be if you could, review those when you do get a chance, or put them on in the background.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, that will be the from where they're timestamped at least. Then that should help. And so all that being said, otherwise, in current events, what do you feel is most important that we need to pay attention to from what you're seeing?
Yes.
Well, by all means, share with us.
There is something, and this is what also, it prompted me the other day when I saw it. And of course, if I jump on YouTube when I'm literally just trying to, when I'm just listening to music or whatever, there was a through the algorithm, it recommended me watch Piers Morgan. And of course, Piers always comes up. He was interviewing Jordan Peterson. Of course, we know the previous people who listen to this. We've always said, do not listen to this individual. Of course, we go to town on him, but they were bringing up the current affairs which is going on between Elon Musk and Tommy Robinson. And Tommy Robinson at this moment in time is in jail. But where it comes into current affairs is that our Prime Minister at this moment, Keir Starmer, he is, I think he has initiated or incited an inquiry into the grooming gangs of the Rotterdam Pakistani Muslim grooming gangs. They have started this, so if people can look this up. This is what's going on in the current news affairs in the UK, and this has obviously been prompted somehow, or for some reason. I'm not, elucidated into the details, and I'm not going to try to elucidate on the show because I'm not fully acquainted with what's going on. But when I reviewed that interview, Piers Morgan was citing you, Douglas, verbatim, word for word.
Oh my God.
And I've timestamped it, and I've got it, and I can play it on air if I just click on it and then play it to you. But it's what you said years and years and years ago, but it's coming out now, which is very, I would say, very startling or very alarming. But of course, I'm listening to him, and all I'm hearing is your voice come out. That's because it was word for word about these, how the police and the prosecutors, everyone involved, when the scandal came out, they were avoiding going down that route of prosecuting these individuals that were conducting these attacks, this grooming network that were conducting all these rapes against these young women, because of fear of being called a racist. And I'm not reading it word for word. I'm not citating it word for word. But when Piers Morgan was speaking to Jordan Peterson, it was like he was listening to you and he was saying it to Jordan Peterson. And that was what I thought, oh my God, I've got to go on it and just inform Douglas of this, because this is just so, this is like evidence that they do pay attention. But you were saying this years ago.
Yes.
You were talking about this long time ago. And so that's what's very important. Now, there is an inquiry going on at this moment in time that has been initiated by Keir Starmer. And you've got Elon Musk saying to the world, we don't want Nigel Farage as your reform leader.
Oh, God, it's so disgusting. Tell us about this. This is so appalling that he's fucked up America, and now he wants to fuck up both England and Europe as well. He wants to fuck up the world. So please, go on. Yes.
And this Jordan Peterson, he's had Tommy Robinson on his own podcast, on his own show as an interviewee. He's interviewed this guy, I think, maybe once or maybe twice, but he's appeared on his show. But at this moment in time, Tommy Robinson, that's his alias. That's just a pseudonym. That's not his real name.
Yes.
That's just his public name. He's had him on the show, and Elon Musk is now promoting him. He is now promulgating this individual, Tommy Robinson. He does what Nigel Farage has, the reform leader. He wants Tommy Robinson. It's this anti-immigrant, anti-Muslim stance, but also it's pro-Israeli, it's pro-Zionist as well.
Of course.
So that's the catchment. That's what you want to call it. That is the conundrum of it all, or that's what that is what he wants. He wants this man to this reform. Obviously, in the in Britain, the reason why the Labour Party came into power in the first place is because people were sick of Rishi Sunak and the Tories that have been in power for 14 years. So, of course, the alternative is to turn towards the Labour Party. But the Labour Party is essentially effing everything up, which is everyone's getting effed off about. And so what do they want? What's the alternative? It's this independent party that came into existence under Nigel Farage, who was the promoter of Brexit for Britain to leave the European Union. And now this Elon Musk wants him to go, and he is telling the world we want this Tommy Robinson, who's in jail, for all sorts of charges, defamation and false allegations against individuals, and we could go on and on and on, but this is what this individual wants. So this is what was so important for me to come on and just to say, Douglas.
Yes, absolutely.
And I am briefly summarizing it. I'm not going into excruciating detail because I am myself will admit that I'm not fully qualified to say anything or in an authoritarian state to say it myself.
Well, no need to be humble. There's no need for this sense of humility when we're dealing with topics like this. You are far more qualified than most of the fucking people in government, for God's sakes, and you know it. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yes, thank you. No, I appreciate that, Douglas. No, and I do have to try. I do try and humble myself, but then that leads me to, like, I wanted to come on in my short time and just share some of the experiences I've had with individuals, who I work with. That's been quite. It's just the reaction, and I just wanted to, just to tell the tale of when I informed them about certain things that are going on in the world. And my encounter, it was on New Year's Eve. So I was working New Year's Eve with two of my work colleagues, and the one of them, he's basically uploaded a video of himself speaking, because the company I work for, it has the second largest fleet in the UK of vehicles, of commercial vehicles that are on the roads, which you would think comprises quite a large carbon footprint, contributing a large carbon footprint to the environment, the environmental cause. Yeah. So, of course, now they have got an objective or a deadline to get to turn completely green, to get everyone on EV electrical vehicles by a certain date. So I believe by 2035, everyone that is driving a commercial vehicle will be driving an electric vehicle. Of course, the problem with that is there's no infrastructure, but that's another. There's no infrastructure to compensate for that many on the road at one time. But they want to turn towards that. So this individual, a colleague of mine, I won't mention names or anything for safe, sake of, it's no point. But it's not to be facetious or to disparage them or anything like that. It's just so he was talking about that, and he asked us, he asked me and my colleague, and the other colleague is one I work with quite a lot, and I consider him a friend of mine, and he goes to us, "Are you climate change deniers?" And we're like, "Oh, no, because he uploaded a video on our social platform. It's also run by Meta, which is the same for Facebook, and he uploaded a video and he got a very bad negative response to this because he was trying to promote electrical vehicles. And he was reading from a script. You can see this guy reading from a script. He was just
God!
God! So you can see it was just like a jumbled up word salad because it was like it was not fluent in any way. It was just, he was reading from a script and just saying, so it's good to drive an electric vehicle. But anyway, we had to sit down. We had to sit down for our lunch. And he mentioned a couple of things with Russia and Israel, and he brought up Edward Snowden, and he goes, "I used to think Edward Snowden was a good guy because he was telling us about these phones of ours, these devices are tracking us and monitoring us and recording us and sharing that information with the government." And I just started laughing. And then he basically answered his own question with his own answer. He goes, "But then he ran off to Russia." I said, "There you go." If you think he was a good guy, why did he run off to Russia? I said, "It's just like Steven Seagal." And then the other colleague laughed. He goes, "Steven Seagal." I said, "Yeah, this man meets up with the enemy more times than anybody else. Yeah, this Steven Seagal." But
Anyway, with
other than Elon Musk, don't forget that.
And Elon Musk.
Yes.
Yes, and yeah. Oh, and I mentioned, I just brought up Julian Assange quickly as well.
Excellent.
And yes, and but then it got into obviously, the discussion of where I'm most familiar with, which was with World War II, and obviously the false, the impression, the paradigm that most people have is they go, oh, we need to sort out Putin, but he's got nuclear weapons.
Oh, what a cop-out. Go on.
Yeah, what a cop-out, Douglas. And I just said, well, do you know why he keeps bringing this up? Why he keeps talking about it? Why he keeps flexing, so to speak? And like, why does he do that? And I said, he's bluffing because they do not work. And they will not use them tactically or strategically or conventionally. It's impossible to do so because they're pretty much rendered useless with all the years of trying to just store them away, and they're just corroded and irradiated and just melted. I said they do not work. And why do you think this man talks about it so much? And people like you suck up to him and believe everything he says. And it's just a farce.
Thank you.
And then I brought
how did they respond? How they respond to that?
There's no, they kind of like get it. They kind of like they it's sort of that thing where they've got like this they got this thesis in their mind that yes, he's got nuclear weapons, and they think he could use them, and but when I say that he won't use them, if he was going to, he would have done it.
Thank you.
And it's like they're like, oh, it's like kind of like. Yeah, a reality check, and it's like we've talked about with cognitive dissonance. It's like contrary to what they believe, and when I come out with something that's factual reality or what is obvious and logical, then they and obviously with my credit with knowing all this is from you, Douglas. All credit is on you for I wouldn't have known this without you. No, so please, give credit where credit is due with this. And I brought up with World War II. And I said the Americans, they deployed the very first atomic bombs on basically terror bombs. On terror, it was a terror bomb deployed for terror reasons. I said the Germans were the first ones to deploy them in the field for strategic purposes. And that was on October 12, 1944. And this individual was talking about the Oppenheimer movie. And I said, you watch that movie? I said, I've never seen it, but I know what was presented in it because I know about the history of it. Right. I said it was shown at Stalin's Gate. They deployed the first nuclear test at Trinity, at Stalin's Gate at Los Alamos. Yes. They deployed that bomb, and it was detonated. In the Oppenheimer movie, it's shown. I'm sure it's shown in there at some point in the movie. And he was like, yes. And I said, but did you know the difference between the two bombs, the fat man and the little boy? I said, one was plutonium, which was the fat man bomb, and the other one was uranium. And he was like, no, I didn't know that. And I said, was it tested at Trinity? Was it tested anywhere? Was it shown in that movie Oppenheimer? He was like, no. I said, because they knew it had already worked. So why did they deploy something if it wasn't tested first? He was like, I don't know. I said, because it was a German uranium bomb. It was designed to fit in a fuselage of a medium-range bomber. And the pilot was the delivery mechanism, was the delivery system for that bomb.
Yes. The guidance system. The pilot was the guidance system. The plane is the delivery system. Yeah, but go on.
Yes, thank you, yes. Oh. And so, it was like, what? And then I had to tell him that, yes, they deployed these two bombs. They were supposedly victorious weapons, which was the deciding conclusion of that war, but they never deployed them ever again. He was like, no, they haven't. I said, they never deployed them anywhere after that. They could have deployed them. They could have deployed it anywhere. Obviously, people are under the impression that people would not use nuclear weapons because other nation states have them. And I said, but that's just a deterrent. I said, but they could have deployed it in Vietnam. They've never done so. I've had a friend who said they should have done that.
Yes. Yes, that's right. That's the first thing I'll say is, well, they should have. And then you have to explain to them why, because Eisenhower.
Exactly. And I alarmed him. I had to tell him. I said to him, let me just get it up here because I found this afterwards. Because I'm just telling him, they said it in the army. After they deployed those two atomic bombs,
And I said Nagasaki wasn't even the original target. It was
Kokura. Kokura. Yes, thank you.
Was the original target for that bomb, and the largest bomb in the arsenal of the United States Army. And let me just where is it, Douglas? Let me just find it very quickly, and I'll just it just baffles your mind. Let me just where is it? Sorry, excuse me.
No worries.
So much here.
I'm trying to rack my brain to remember as well, so don't worry about it. We're all there. we're all exhausted from overwork.
Yes. Thank you, Douglas. Now as simple, and I will share this with you as well, because we went into the whole information system, the information consumers, as an information consumer, the information highway on the internet. We did go into that with ARPANET and DARPANET. So I did go into that as well with him. But let me just read this out to you, because he wasn't even acquainted with the fact that they sent it in the U.S. Army and the Marines to go in and clean up Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I said, if they deployed those bombs and it was a victorious weapon, why did the Americans have to clean up? And he was like, I didn't even know the Americans went in to clean up. I said, yes. I said, look, the United States sent troops to occupy the cities with an estimated 40,000 in Hiroshima and another 27,000 in Nagasaki. The 2nd Marine Division and the 10th Marine Regiment were sent to Nagasaki from September the 11th, 1945 to July 1st, 1946. They were forced to go in and clean up Ground Zero, and they were forced to sleep on Ground Zero. They contracted radiation sickness and cancer, died of leukemia. They went back home, and their hair was falling out. Yes. And they killed hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands this way. And I said they learned the hard way. They never deployed those bombs ever again. They never deployed any tactical or nuclear weapons ever again. Yes. And that's the reality that nobody knows about. I said, does that sound like a victorious ending to you? They killed more of their own men than they did by deploying those 2 bombs.
Yes.
Mate, it's just,
excellent point. How did they respond to that? So how did they handle that?
It's a reality check. They have to obviously face reality. And I said, this is not taught conventionally through mainstream or through your academia or through your parents or anyone, because nobody knows about this because it's not taught to you.
Yes.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Doesn't make absolute. And I mentioned with the peace treaty, San Francisco, it didn't go into effect till 6 years, nearly 7 years after that. It was a so-called surrender.
Yeah.
And I said you could cite the Nippon Times, the military, the Japanese imperial rescript. It was translated into English, and it was put on the Nippon Times on the first page in Japanese and in English. Yes. And there was no word for surrender, no word for capitulation, no word for defeat. It was entirely absent from that Japanese imperial rescript. And there was no surrender. And why would there be? And he just kept mentioning the thing is they always have this thing about, but there was no fighting going on. There was no fighting going on. So the war was over. It's like, that doesn't mean that no state of war wasn't in place. And I said to him, North Korea and South Korea are still legally at war. I said China are still at war with Taiwan.
Yes.
The National Republic of China.
And of course, don't forget Russia and the Empire of Japan are still legally at war.
Yes. That was it. That's what I told him. I said, look, they're still at war. And I said to him, Vladimir Putin met up with Shinzo Abe, the former prime minister, before he was assassinated, 22, 23 times at the G8 summit, asking for a peace deal.
Yeah.
A peace negotiation. Yes. And every single time Shinzo Abe declined it.
Yes, absolutely. And did they conclude or ask that, now this is not what I'm saying, of course I don't believe this, but did they at that point say maybe that's why he was assassinated? Did Putin assassinate him because of that? Did they draw that conclusion? Because you could see why somebody would. No, didn't even say that. No, nothing was said of that nature though. No. Interesting.
But no, that's a very important. Yeah.
Yeah, but also, just so you know, that's not what happened. What happened was Shinzo Abe was very much in bed with the Reverend Moon cult, and because he was accepting big bribes from them, a son whose mother had given everything to the Reverend Moon cult killed Shinzo Abe.
Yeah, it was the Unification Church.
Yeah, the Unification Church.
Unification Church and the Japanese people. Yeah. Apparently, this is what I heard recently. they didn't care because all of them knew how like corrupt and sketchy that church was. So they basically, it was like a moot point for them.
No, what the way to describe it would be that to an American it might appear that way, but in reality what happened was when Shinzo Abe was first assassinated, of course everybody was shocked and they had, great sympathy for him because of his accomplishments. But then what happened as more and more came out about it, then the assassin became a folk hero, or at very least an anti-hero.
Like Luigi level.
Like Luigi Mangione. Because everyone realized, he killed because his mother had given everything he was supposed to have away to the Unification Church cult of these Koreans, and that the Koreans had far too much power in Japan because of bribing Shinzo Abe, because Shinzo Abe taking kickbacks. So that's what happened in essence. But thank you, Brendan, and do go on, George. Yes, please continue.
Yes.
Yeah. So told them about this, and you told them, of course, about these conditions of war all over Asia. Asia is still legally at war all over the place.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. It's all over the place. Thank you. And hello, Brendan. Nice to speak to you. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, he's at work now, so I don't know if he can come off mute.
Go
on. Yeah,
no,
Brendan.
Yes,
go ahead.
I appreciate that. I was going to wait to interject, but I just said that. I was going to say hi to you, George.
Yeah.
Because you guys are getting frozen up, little snowy, crystalline over there. So I was going to
staying wrapped up nice and warm.
Send my well wishes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it, Brendan. Yes, thank you. And
by the way,
conditions, Douglas. Yes.
Another. I'm sorry. Say that again. The last sentence.
Oh, when you mentioned about conditions, and this is the other thing that people misconstrued or misinterpret the term of conditions. And it was just like I did review I think it was either last week or something like that. I did review that interview you conducted with that Godlike Productions, where that old fella goes about, the condition was that they could keep their emperor, and then you brought up with him, but the unconditional surrender, you've already answered and you've already backfired on what your own statement is, because you've just said the condition was that they could keep their own emperor. And there was no conditions for surrender. It was all unconditional. That's what Franklin Delano Roosevelt had declared. That the Axis would surrender unconditionally, which means full occupation, it equates to genocide. There is no conditions for surrender. So no nation state on earth, no sane nation state on earth is ever going to surrender to those terms. That's why there was no surrender. That's why the Axis never surrendered. Neither of them did. Neither Germany, and even with Italy, they only realigned themselves. Quite true. Just like Taiwan had to realign themselves with the Axis. It's just like there was no surrender at all. But this individual, he was under the pressure.
It's got to the point where the Japanese are suing our government because they won't let them buy a company.
Exactly.
So that shows how much power they have compared to ours.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. That's true. And so they're under this impression, this paradigm that there was no fighting going on. Yes, there was. My granddad was in Burma. The man I'm named after, he was in Burma and didn't come home to 1947.
Thank you.
There was still proactive prosecution of hostilities going on, even though there was a so-called cessation or cease. It was still perpetuating. It was still going on, and with the fact that the Third Reich in exile was still conducting wars of hostility, belligerency. It was still going on, and that went on for decades.
How were you able to explain that to them? Didn't
go into the stance of that, but that is and this is going on to that was one event, Douglas, with them work colleagues. I had been now, every year around Christmas time, we have a gathering of everyone I grew up with in school. Of course, there is an individual who has published several books, and I've asked him for help and information on how to publish my own book. And of course, he is very, very, what do you want to call it? He's enthusiastic about the UFO phenomena. Because he's going online and he's researching what all these other cargo cultists are promulgating about extraterrestrial life. And so he was asking me, every time I see him, he does ask me. I said, look, me and you need to sit down privately. Or bring as many friends as you want, and we will sit down, not in this state of like when we're just out celebrating for the end of the year, having a few drinks. That's not the time to do it. We need to sit down and I'll explain it all to you. And I said, the problem I have is that I am presenting to you a reality, and I'm basically exposing a Holocaust. And I've started to use that term, a Holocaust, Douglas, because during that period in the 1950s, certainly it was the height of that undeclared aerospace war.
Yes.
There was thousands of United States Air Force and military personnel that lost their lives in a Holocaust. And that's how I present it. And I say to people, when people tell me there's no such thing as UFOs, as in the mechanical category, which is sourced from this breakaway civilization, and they've been conducting belligerency against our own government, the UK government, the Russians, the Americans, for all these decades, they're denying a Holocaust. Yeah. And just like in several nation states around the world, Holocaust denial is illegal. And this is that level where people are just denying reality. And I brought up Thomas Mantell Jr. I brought up, I said he's one of the most famous. Yes. That was told. The whole public cover-up was he was chasing Venus. He's a decorated war hero with decorated honors and decorated medals in his wars of experience with World War II and prior and preceding. He died in 1948, so there was no Korean conflict at that time. But you know what I mean. He's a decorated war hero, and he's had hundreds of hours, thousands of hours of flight experience. And they told his family and the whole world that he died because he was chasing a bright light in the sky, which was Venus. And how insulting and offensive.
Yes.
And to this day, his grandchildren and his great-grandchildren are still pursuing that because they don't buy it. They're trying to find the reasons why he died, because it's so famous. And he died over the continental United States because he died fighting a government in exile.
Thank you.
While you were still legally at war.
Thank you.
And yeah, it's insane. And these people deny that. And I showed them. I said, look, here's the plane wreckage. Here's this man. And this is all the commemorations that are posted around that site where he died, where he was killed. And he burned. He fell back to the earth in a blaze. He burnt alive. It's a Holocaust. I said the Holocaust was still going on.
Yes.
I was like, this is insane.
Well, also, give me just a second here to reach for water. I need to take off my earbuds for just a second. So I'm just going to let you talk for just a moment, and I'll be right back.
Yes.
And there I grabbed it, and it had fallen under the platform that I'm on now. Okay, let me get this back on. Okay, my earbuds are back on now, and I can participate.
Yeah, Venus doesn't move, like spoiler alert.
Oh my god, yeah. No.
Doesn't move that fast anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's hit the headlines recently as well because of the alignment. It was so close to the moon, and of course it's a crescent moon for the last couple weeks, and it's been very, very bright just because of the alignment and the position of it. And I always tell people that when you see these in the sky, please don't confuse them with Venus. There's Venus right now. I said the mechanical craft do illuminate a light that is far brighter and multiple colors compared to Venus. And it's hit the headlines. And also we had a meteor shower, and I said, look, there's a shooting star. So I can tell, I know the difference between them all. I know the natural phenomena and then the mechanical. And but you got people out there who just completely go into denial mode. But yeah, this individual, this friend of mine, he's very intrigued. He's very fascinated with this. It's one of his he says he researches it quite a lot. And I did just outline to him, but I said, just be careful because a lot of the information you will come across will be very confusing, and that's what the whole intent of it is to confuse the information consumer as you are a pursuer in information in that topic. With any topic, you've got to know when you come across information, you've got to disseminate and decipher what is factual and what is just a farce. And I've said when you pursue that online, you mainly get a lot of garbage. You get a lot of charlatans and shills doing that for ulterior motives, or they have an agenda. There is motivation.
Or they're literally under orders. They're just literally are operating under orders and on the part of all the active duty military men. I mean, the insanity of active duty military men appearing before congressional hearings about UFOs, claiming to be whistleblowers and facing no recrimination. Obviously, they're under orders. Insane.
Exactly. Thank you, Douglas. They're not implicating themselves at all. The military could easily go out there and assassinate them straight away.
Or just, they could court-martial them. They don't need to assassinate them. They could literally just court-martial them, saying, "Oh, you violated your national security oath of secrecy," and they could court-martial them. After which they could legally execute them. That's so there's the assassination's completely redundant.
No, thank you. Exactly.
But such being said, yes, they could also be assassinated before they even go further than they already have. But it's obviously, and what does it come down to? It comes down to the Pentagon, the DOD. They say, well, we have absolutely no idea what the UFOs are. That's the latest bullshit. I don't know if you've heard that party line is what they're coming down to, and just saying, we really don't know what they are. And it's like
exactly. Yeah. It's so insane, it's preposterous. Yeah. It baffles the mind, and it's just like these people are sucking up. They
talk about government redundancy. It's already called unidentified.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Come on,
Yes, thank you.
Better than
that. But when you also talk about Holocaust, certainly what you say is technically correct about the Holocaust in the skies. It is something that I try to refer, or shall we say, reserve the term for genocide of civilian peoples. But in that sense, what you might remind people is that there is a stolen Holocaust, and remind people that before World War II, there were 180 million Germans throughout Europe. And then after World War II, with Austria and Germany together, there were only 100 million Germans. So 80 million Germans were wiped out during World War II and in the years thereafter, leading up to the 1990s. But it was the 1990s when I was involved in the Balkans that if you united the populations of Germany and Austria, it would have equaled 100 million people. So by the 1990s, from the 1950s, 40s and 50s when World War II ended, that's like nothing. That's like literally, half a century, if that. And so it's important to remind people that all of these Germans, the overwhelming majority, were mass murdered. And they were mass murdered in these camps that were run by Jewish Bolshevik commissars. So the Jews exterminated far more Germans than the Germans ever exterminated Jews. There's your stolen Holocaust, and that's
exactly.
It's a Holocaust that the Jews have stolen. You're not allowed to talk about the Germans that they killed.
No.
We are under a world Zionist occupation government that is genocidal of more than just Germans, of course. But we have gone into the Colombian Holocaust. And the Colombian Holocaust was the greatest Holocaust, so great it triggered a climate change, necromantic winter. And from before then, there were the biblical Holocausts. The Jewish people are the most genocidal people on earth. And the way their entire concept of crusade or jihad was literally Holocaust. So that's another term. That's another situation in which Holocaust is reserved for. The kind of religious wars of the Jews, such as what they're conducting against the Palestinians now, is a religious war in which Texans are breeding red heifers for them, so that they can ultimately sacrifice them at the third temple. That's something to also bring up. This is a religious war right now. The Jews are seeking to biblically exterminate a different people that... so that they can reestablish the third temple on the Temple Mount and start literally slaughtering red heifers bred in Texas specifically for that purpose. This is obviously, if people say, but that's not rational. Of course it's not rational. It's a religious war. It's not a rational objective. They think that by doing this, they'll bring about the new Jewish age, a new Jewish millennium. This is something to bring up. Of course, if people start saying, "Oh, well, you're anti-Semitic," then at that point the conversation shuts down. But maybe your friends won't go in that direction. But you see what I'm saying? But technically, what you say about a Holocaust in the skies, that's what you'd call it. Maybe you should title your book that. The Holocaust of the skies.
Oh, yeah, no. Do you know what? I thought about that last night, Douglas. No, I do prefer the photo I never died.
Okay.
Yeah, so I get where, and so I've already got like impressions of what
you can subtitle it.
Look like.
You can subtitle it.
Yeah, it's all subtitled. The Massacre of the Sky. Yeah, the Massacre of the Skies, which was the name given by the DoD, wasn't it? It was an undeclared aerospace war. And it was
but you could
to,
you could use a play on that by saying the main title is The Third Reich Never Died, then the subtitle Holocaust of the Skies, or the Holocaust of the Skies.
Thank you.
Maybe.
Yes. The forgot. Yes.
Forgotten Holocaust. I like that. The Hidden Holocaust of the Skies.
The Hidden Holocaust. Yes.
Or the Hidden Holocaust, because the Germans suffered their own Holocaust, and the Holocaust of the Skies.
Yeah. They called them. I remember they called them Eisenhower camps. These were the camps that
was in the West. That was in the West.
That was in the West, where they were just left to die, just starved.
Eisenhower was starving them out, and of course the Eisenhower dynasty and the Eisenhower Museum, Presidential Museum, they all deny that. Of course, they go into their own form of Holocaust denial, and again, those camps. Okay, go on. Reminds you what? Before I.
Oh no, sorry, beg your pardon. No, I was going to say. It reminds me of when the Karga cultists would try to say that Eisenhower met up with aliens.
Right.
And they're unfamiliar with the term alien, meaning the enemy alien.
Yes.
They would meet up with this was during the peace negotiations with Japan.
Right.
And when people use that, when they use that term, when it was coined, they misinterpret for the enemy alien.
Truman and Holocaust.
And
Truman first, and then Eisenhower. And don't forget the series. You can look this up. Look up scenes from the series Dark Skies. And in the series Dark Skies, which was in the 90s, they literally show scenes, which are fabricated, of course, of Truman talking to motherfucking extraterrestrials, gray aliens. Who are naked with no genitals. It's amazing how the aliens, for all their technological advances, are portrayed as never having discovered clothing. And I guess it's because they have no genitalia, they've got nothing to hide, but you would think they would get cold. That's are they so technologically advanced that they've thickened their bloodstream whenever the temperature drops in the room, that they could just thicken their blood automatically and thin it? This is conceivable, of course, but all we're doing is we're rationalizing an insanity. But such having been said, the other point to make for individuals was, I lost my train of thought with that.
I do apologize.
No worries, it happens. It happens. We'll recall it later. After all, we're going to have hours and hours together on, at the end of February. Such having been said, we were talking, let me see, where was I? We were talking about the titles for the book, etc. But do go on. So what?
Douglas. It's just I was going to just mention as well, because obviously, with my job role as well, I've dealt with some customers that have asked. They've basically presented their
little theories, their pet theories.
Yes, it is. It is a little fear. Yeah, it is. Their concerns, I should say. They're concerns about, will this router where it's emitting this the Wi-Fi for the broadband, with the frequency waves, the gigahertz that basically protrudes from it, is it going to? They've told me, we've done research on this, and it gives off a high level of radiation or frequency, or these rays. They can basically do stuff to the human body, and I basically said, no, I'm open. I'll listen to what you've got to say, and then I'll tell you where I'm going to put the router. So that's what I said. I shared that with my colleague, and I said the insane part of it is that you get more radiation through vegetables, through fruit, than you do with this. Do you know what he said? This is my colleague, and I respect him and I love him so much. But he goes, I doubt that's highly true. And I was like, oh my God, you could just simply look that up, and it will tell you a banana has more radiation than a fucking nuclear power plant. There's more radiation in a banana than there is in a nuclear power plant. As if you consume it, you'll get more than if you stood away from a nuclear. I was like, this is and I literally had to look that up and Google it just to show him. It's like, that's insane.
How did he respond then? How did he respond?
Oh, mate, just nothing. No, it's just just brushed off like it, because he used to eat bananas all the time. You see. He told me he lost weight by just eating banana sandwiches.
I bet you did.
Nothing but banana sandwiches. I had to. I was like, oh my God, you insulted me by saying I'm talking shit, and then I presented to you the fact. And it's just, it's just completely, Let me just, type it in quickly, Douglas. Radiation from bananas, like just that. We've talked about it from cabbages. Yes, bananas are radioactive because of containing
solar radiation. Yeah, solar radiation. They soak up. That's That's you're eating sunshine on a stick, people.
Yes. Then power plants, yes. It's just, when you, that's what I'm dealing with, Douglas. It's just people that deny, no, supposed to live in it. All right, they're just, of course, over-exaggerating that a little bit, but yes, it's, exposure consuming, the maximum, just a quick little search, it will just basically outline that, but it's, I just wanted to share that with you, Douglas. There's a lot of things that have happened and a lot of conversations where it's just, I've got to come on and just, bring this up with Douglas on the show. And it's just the mindset, the way that people think, and they're not trained in critical thinking. They don't know what to think.
Yes.
And
thank you.
Like this individual said that, I thought Edward Snowden was a good guy because he was exposing the technology around us. And it was watching us, it was monitoring us, surveillance, and I was like, nah.
Like he wasn't even the first person to even say that. Yeah,
no, of course not. No. But and then you bring up historical reality, historical facts, and it's just like they shudder and they don't know what to say.
Yes.
And
And then eventually they just shut you out. Yeah. Eventually, what happens is they shut you out.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it, Douglas. And I do feel like I've noticed that over the last, few years, that people just don't want to talk. They don't want to talk about it anymore. They just, like that individual at the bar.
Yes.
That man. It was when I said to him about the Japanese.
Yeah.
And he was saying, because I mentioned about World War I, he loved that. He goes, oh God, you should be a lecturer. You should be a university teacher teaching this. I was like, nah. But we started speaking about the situation with Japan, and I mentioned with the Japanese prisoner of war camps, and I said my mum's cousin, he was basically captured, and he was in a Japanese prisoner of war camp. I said that's not what killed him. It was when he was released, when he got out, he overconsumed himself. Gluttony. He overconsumed himself in sustenance, and he died that way. And that was because it was he couldn't mentally sustain any form of sanity whilst he was inside, because he was being so depleted and deprived of food. And so when he came out, he overindulged himself, and that's what killed him. Yes. And so when I brought up the fact that per the laws of the Geneva Convention, and he stopped me right there. He goes, they did not sign the Geneva Convention. They never signed it. I said, that's not what I said.
I said,
per the laws of the Geneva Convention, it is, you have to give your prisoners half the rations, half the consumption that you would give to your own troops in the field. That was mandatory. So if you were subject to the Geneva Convention, you had to give the half the amount you would give to your own troops. That was mandatory. But I said, because the Japanese were not, they did not sign the Geneva, and that is where he thought he got me, because he goes, you said they signed it, but they didn't. And I was like, I didn't say that.
There.
Per the laws of the Geneva Convention, you have to give your prisoners half the food that you give to your own troops. And I said, because the rations and the food that the Japanese would consume were considered like mulch or just completely nothing to the Americans, because the Americans were the largest people on earth at that time, because they predominantly ate beef. They were 6 feet tall, average in size, where the Japanese were 4 feet tall. They were pescatarian. They would eat vegetables and fish. They would not consume meat till after the Second World War, as we know it in 1945, after they were introduced it. Probably I said that wrong, Douglas, but
that's pretty much that's pretty much how it worked out. Though one thing I would mention is yes, the Americans were larger proportionately than anyone else on Earth at the time, because they were all, eating that cowboy meat, that they had all the room for grazing cows and could, scarf down on beef every day. Hitler envied them for that, and even though Hitler himself was a vegetarian, thought that the new grazing lands in the East could keep Germans fed on beef and also help them attain, generally speaking, a larger size, because Europeans were generally shorter. But the Americans were not yet, because they had not yet introduced the hormones into all these animals. Americans were not yet, on a general level, 6 feet tall. They were something like my father's height, which was more like 5'11", maybe 5. It wasn't much shorter, but it was mostly like 5'11", I think, and basically. But the Japanese were obviously much shorter than them.
Yes.
But your average American would be about 5'11". Your average Briton maybe about 5'9". 5'10", 5'9". But your average European was more like 5'9", because Europe does not have room for grazing cattle, and so they. So it's like it was just a people have no idea how generally malnourished the whole world was at that time.
At that period,
compared to Americans. And just because the Japanese were not signatory to the Geneva Convention does not mean they did not follow it. They didn't need to be signatory.
They were doing.
Yes, which is what they were doing.
That.
And that angered him so much, he took his drink, went to his room, and only ordered the drinks delivered to his room after that, so he could drink himself into oblivion, right?
Yes. I never spoke to him ever again. That was the last time I ever saw him. And he was drinking there at the bar every single night. Yeah. Every single night. And I never saw the individual. Because that was it. Like you said, then they don't want to talk to you ever again. Yes. They just don't want to talk to you. You impact them that much that's it. They just don't want to know you anymore. Yes. And that's
because it's traumatizing. And
that's the power. I didn't even have to raise a finger. I didn't have to do anything.
Yes.
just present reality, and that's it.
Thank you.
And then that's it. And it will be in the back of the mind for the rest of their lives. And then, but they're just gonna live in their false paradigms forever.
They'll just keep trying to reinforce their false paradigms, and whatever gets you through the night. It's here, let me provide this link. Now, I've already spoken to you about this before, but I'm going to reemphasize the importance of this, and I will reemphasize it to our listeners as well. So let me go here to the text box, both for this call and in your private messages. So the text box, both in this call and in the private messages, I am now entering this. I think it's entered. Here we are. There we go. So I'm entering this, and I'll enter it in your private message and then into the chat room. Now, I brought this up a few times, so regular listeners will ultimately avail themselves. And what I want people to understand about this is this was written between World War I. I think it was before World War I. It was before World War I this was written. So this was written before World War I, but they already bring up in this work the concept of unconditional surrender. Now, what I do want people to understand is that the Martians in this story, Project Gutenberg, of course, they publish things in the public domain. And this is Project Gutenberg republishing Edison's Conquest of Mars. And so this was published in American newspapers after the big hit of H.G. Wells's novel all over the world. So the Americans wrote a sequel in which humanity strikes back at the Martians after H.G. Wells articulates the Martians have struck at Earth. The Martians are portrayed differently from what most people would remember the Martians as being in the original H.G. Wells novel. But what most people do not know, and this is an important point that is within the conceit of the book, is that H.G. Wells described other Martians. And there were basically bipedal Martians that were described in the H.G. Wells novel, peripherally and in passing. And but nobody notices them, and they take the fungoid Martians that are more like fungal octopoid creatures. They take them to be the dominant species of Mars. But in reality, the Martians operated where, just like the Americans and, well, particularly the Americans trained monkeys to operate spaceships, basically the Martians had taken a lower life form and had simply, by rote training, trained them to operate the tripods and set them loose on the Earth the way that humanity would first send dogs and monkeys and rats into space. And so these were not really the Martians. And the Martians were actually being developed by H.G. Wells for a potential sequel he never wrote, as the bipedal Martians. So he did conceptualize. This book is actually true to that. And so it actually shows that. But the important points, because otherwise it's simply an exercise in fiction, but the important points are what he brings up about, again, this is prior to World War I, but he brings up several things that later on enter into very important ideological format in World War I through World War II, one of them being the concept of unconditional surrender, the Earthlings demanding unconditional surrender from the Martians. And also, far more pervasive throughout his writing, he presents the concept of Aryan man. So he goes into Aryan man in the book, in this series of novels that was published, the series of stories that was published into a novel format over a series of paper publications for a period of several months at the time of the publication of H.G. Wells's novel. And his hero, being an American who was writing this as the sequel to H.G. Wells's novel on the other side of the Atlantic, he presents the hero as Thomas Alva Edison, which for most people, they don't realize Edison was Mexican. He was ethnically, or he was born in Mexico. He was really of Mexican nationality at the very least. And he was also autistic. As a matter of fact, there is a book titled The Edison Gene, which is about autism. And he was the first known historical case of autism before it was diagnosable. But historians, or medical historians who look back on Edison, they categorize him as autistic. And that's very important in the book because he describes Edison acting in an autistic fashion without even knowing what he's talking about. In other words, without it being presented as a diagnosable spectrum. But he does present Edison. It comes out at a critical point in the book. You realize this guy's autistic. With the way he has certain talents without necessarily being socially very communicative. But all that being said, aside from the Aryanism, aside from unconditional surrender, aside from Edison as a character, there's several other factors in the book that you will learn to appreciate by reading it. It's very important to read it, and then we can go over certain points. But all of that having been articulated, I do look forward to your reviewing that. Okay, George? As time goes on,
appreciate you sharing.
Do read that. And it is, important for several concepts that they bring up about the Aryan people in particular. But, okay, so that being said, What is the other thing that comes to mind with that, if anything else? I'm sure I'll remember other points about it to bring up, and I'm sure if you read it, then you will have points of your own and questions asked that will remind me to bring up other points about it. Yeah, that being said, Brendan has rejoined us, and
yes, thank you, Brendan.
Yeah. So, at any rate, yes, what else comes to your mind about other things? And Brendan, anything? I don't know if you were able to listen to us. Did your battery die? Your battery died, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's some deep state shit because I have a brand new phone, and the only time it does this is when I'm talking to you.
Oh, dude, the other day when I was with V,
Classic.
they drained my battery. They drained my battery. Yeah.
They've definitively got that ability.
Yeah. Oh, they do.
And it's not software based. It's some kind of ray gun, or what would we call it?
Oh, just like a beam.
Kind of beam.
Yeah, it's just they just lock onto your phone and turn it, just suck the juice right out.
Right.
They make it operate. They basically make it operate at 5 times, 10 times its speed, so that it'll just burn itself out. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, they speed up.
And can I share something, Douglas?
Please, by all means.
Can I just interject quickly? Because I was presenting that to one of my customers the other day, and I said, "Did you know the provider can jump straight into your router, into the network?" And they were like, "No," and I said, "Yes, they can do so because I have seen it, and I know that they do it." I mentioned the case where they had, I was with a customer, they turned the router off deliberately and it wouldn't connect to 5 mode, so it wasn't configured. They went into the settings from their end, from their computer, they can jump straight in and they know everything and they can do anything physically to that physical router from their end. And they can do that to devices. And that is a reality. Yeah. And I've seen it with my own 2 eyes, that happening. And so, they can jump straight in and they can operate your device remotely from their end, from their computer that is connected there. Yes. And so, it's true. They can do so. They can do whatever they want to that device. That router, which is giving you that internet, that's providing that service, they can jump straight in, the provider can, and do anything they want. Yeah. It could be interjected, intercepted. And that's not fantasy. That's something that they can actually do. And they do that for reasons. It's when you report anything, they can check from their end. But they can do whatever they want. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. They can do whatever they want.
And how did your friend respond to that? How did your coworker respond?
I was sharing that with another customer. I said they can do that. Right. And they were like, "Oh yeah, we were checking." They said they were checking from their end. Oh, they can see something. I was like, "Yes, because they can see everything. Yeah. They can see anything." Yeah. So a physical modem or physical router that's in your house, they can access it from their point remotely, from a computer anywhere in the world. If they were based anywhere in the world, they could do it anywhere. It's all remote. And like you mentioned, Douglas, as well, it's important. I will go into another thing that I shared with my colleagues about the Havara agreement. I mentioned about because also Israel was brought up, but also about the undersea cables, which is very important.
Thank you. Thank you.
The whole internet, the information highway, you're all connected through basically cables that are laid on the seabed. People think, how is it transmitting through the air? Like, no, you're connected through these physical cables which can be compromised very easily.
They're already fantasizing that we're on 5G when they say that shit. It's going through the air. Like, go on, explain to people.
My God.
Explain to people. Oh my God.
It's so funny. Yes, and this is what the Russians have been doing, right? Over the last for years. They've been compromised, and that's what many nation states concluded with their investigations, for their inquiries, that this is what the Russians have been doing by intercepting these undersea cables. That's how we're connected through the internet. That's how we're all connected communication-wise and telephonically, is through these undersea cables, which have been laid, crossing they're all over the world on the seabed, and they can be easily intercepted. And that's how we're staying communicated. That's how we're staying connected. and then they wonder why it was so expensive back in those days to conduct transatlantic calls. It's because it's going through these undersea cables.
Yes.
Oh my God. And so, it's people don't know about that really, Douglas. They don't understand about that. But with going back to what we were saying with my my colleagues, it was about Israel, and the colleague said to my friend, I don't understand why they're doing what they're doing. Of course, my friend, when I presented about the Abrahamic Accords between the Trump administration, basically signing Israel and Saudi Arabia in a pact and an alignment. Trump was the mediator for this agreement. It was the first time in history it's ever commenced. And it was essentially that the objective, and I said, look, under Netanyahu's administration, he wants to level Gaza, so he has a direct link, a direct trade link, trade route with the linear city, which is the name of it is Neom.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Which Brendan, point out the fact that that's a concentration camp. Yes.
Yes.
A prison built in the manner of a prison.
Isolation. Yes.
Go on. No, but it's built in the manner of a prison in which two sides are facing each other, and the atrium is where the guard walks down the middle and inspects everybody. They're all forced to come out and line up. So it's built like a long concentration camp prison where people line up for inspection on either side while the guards in the middle inspect them. Yes.
And what was it? 27,000 people have died in the construction so far since.
So far.
What, 20? Oh. Yes. And so that's war. that's like a belligerency, a combat. Yeah. And so, but at any rate, my friend said to him, the reason why they're so, because that was the question he asked, sorry, I just remembered. He goes, why are they so supportive of Israel? Why does the Americans, and why is Britain so in favor of Israel? And then my friend said to him, that's because they have a large Jewish-based population in the United States. Prior to World War II, there was a large population. And I was thinking in the back of my head, it's kind of true, but that's not the real reason. The ones that were coming over, they were rejecting them instantly. I know in Canada, they had a policy where they were going to reject any Jews that were immigrating over because they have a immigration law over there. And I forgot what it's called. I think it begins with a H or an M. I'll have to look it up. But during World War II, there was a policy to prevent them from even coming over. And I said nobody wanted them in. It was only the pact between the Zionist lobby, the Zionists, and the Third Reich. And this was known as the transfer agreement, Havara agreement, the Hebrew word for moving house. I presented that and I showed them the coin that was minted to show the collaboration between these two entities, that they were in favor of immigrating German or European Jewry out of Europe and into Palestine, which was mandated at the time by the British. And I said that no other nation state wanted to take them in, but they all wanted to move to Palestine. They had the same objective. And when I said that, there was there's no response. And I showed them the coin, which was minted. It shows the King David shield on one side and then the swastika, the Hakenkreuz on the other side. And it just showed the collaboration that they worked together. And this was the time where, they're under sanctions and economic crises. Where all the world, especially the diaspora, imposing these sanctions that the United States boycott any German goods. And so they're under this economic crisis where it forced the Rights Councillor, Adolfus Jacob Hitler, to declare an unlimited state of emergency. And it forced him to collaborate with the Zionists to move the Jews from Europe, outside of Europe, to Palestine in exchange for money. And this is how they helped stabilize the economic crisis that they were under. And so you present this to them and they have no record. There's nothing. And it's just, this is the challenges and the struggles I have, because I'm fully aware of it. And like you said before, Douglas, to me, because I'm not in that authoritarian state, I'm not a person of authority, people don't take me seriously, even though I'm presenting them facts, which they can vet themselves. But they've always admitted to me they don't vet it. They do not verify what I say.
Right.
They've gone off and said they will do it, but they don't. I've had people admit that to me. And again, with the Third Reich in exile, the reason why people do not believe there is a Third Reich in exile is because they're so bogged down to the fact that they think they won the Second World War. And then you ask them what happened to the German population, and they just say they all died. There's no such thing. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Jesus.
It's appalling, and so it's this is like well, you know, things will change with the younger generation. The younger generation doesn't give a shit about.
Yes. And
by
that's
that
what
I mean,
I said,
they're not married to that sense of national identity in the sense that their concept of identity is based on this war, and because it's not, you can educate them to the truth of the war.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yes. And yes, the thing is with my friend before, he goes, oh yeah, but they were persecuted throughout history, throughout their whole existence, throughout documented history that we know of. They've always been persecuted, the Jews.
Oh, there's a reason why. They're genocidal. Yes, that's
that's what he said to me before. So on that stance, I said to him, Netanyahu is a war criminal. He is on charges. They're out to criminally in charge this man and prosecute him for war crimes because he is conducting genocide. You're saying that they're victims of genocide. He is perpetrating genocide. He's been doing so for decades. He's the most elected prime minister in all Israeli history. He's been doing this forever. And I said his father, Ben-Zion Milikolisky, he's the man who was personal secretary to Vladimir Jabotinsky, the most radicalized far-right Zionist that you could ever imagine, who advocated the genocide of all German people. And he was an admirer of Hitler himself. And then automatically the response from the other guy, the colleague, he goes, oh, there you go. How could you be a Zionist and an admirer of Hitler? I was like, you tell me.
Yes.
Again, like your thesis on Edward Snowden, you thought he was a good guy, then you realise he ran off with the enemy. Yes. He goes, resides in the enemy state.
Yeah. Don't forget to remind him that he really wanted to defect to the communist Chinese, but they wouldn't have him. Don't forget to remind him of that.
Exactly. That was true, Douglas. Yeah, I forgot about that, but that's true. He initially wanted to go to China, but they said no, fuck you. Yeah. So he had no other option then to defect to to Russia. But what I was going to say, there was something else, Douglas. Excuse me, pardon me. I've lost my train of thought now.
Yeah.
Before I depart, there was something important I had to say. It will come to me in a moment, but please, if Brendan wants to speak or yourself, please.
So Brendan, anything else you can think of based on what we've been talking about? By all means, share it with us.
I mean, no, that was profound.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
It's amazing how ignorant people have become.
Yes. Oh, it's just offensive. And it's, you know what? And like I said, the hope is with the children because they don't identify with this, bullshit about the war. So your book, remember that your book will be geared towards them, the younger people.
Yes. The younger generation.
Yeah.
They're already favorable about, Wolf King and stuff. So.
Yes. Yes. Our man, my Biosire. Yes.
WILDFIRE.
Yeah. The kids grow up hearing so many negative things about him in general, they figure he must be good.
He's the most talked about man in history. Yeah. There's no one.
I mean, it's straight up that they're like fans. Yeah. They're like fanboys now.
Yeah. That's actually true.
You can see in the comments. See in the comments, people are like, they're like, it all points to one. If all signs point to yes, he was right. Like it's so clear. It's just clear.
Oh, that was what I was going to say, Douglas. Yeah, I just remembered.
Okay.
Something else I was just going to add in there. Well, Adolf Hitler, if it wasn't for him, he was the man that took humanity into space.
Yes.
He was the man that gave us that technology.
Yeah, not fucking Elon Musk. It wasn't fucking Elon Musk.
No.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah,
It's
and
CGI
nobody's
space,
aware of that reality. Nobody's aware of that. But I haven't even mentioned to him yet, Douglas, about the connection, between. I haven't even mentioned the fact that when you appeared on Sean Stone's Buzzsaw interview, you conducted a 3-part interview with him, and then Michael Aquino came on straight afterwards.
Yes.
And I haven't even mentioned the connection there. How I know everything about Russia and yourself. Yeah, so my God, can you imagine their reaction when they understand that? And it's just like, Jesus. It just put things into perspective. And I think that's why people do know. They do realise it. They do have that, I think, deep down, even though they don't admit to it, that they know what we are presented. Well, if I present any information,
that's why they're
they
so
know
insecure.
I'm valid, genuine, yes, and that's why they're so insecure.
That's why they get like all weird.
I've got no reason to make any of this shit up. Got no reason. It's all factual reality. They have to take my word for it. They could just vet what I'm saying, but they don't. They choose not to.
That's the irony. Is why would we make this up if we're living in the hell of this reality? It's like, what would that do for us? Yeah.
What benefit? Yeah. It's just the thing is, it's like you said with before, Douglas, about psyops. If it was a psyop, everyone would know about it.
Yes.
Such as with this extraterrestrial trope, and you present people there is no such thing as far as
like
the average person understands it.
Yes.
And
what my guru says is like, it makes it easy in the modern time because if everything is pointing to the wrong direction, it's like really easy just to find the right thing.
Yes.
Because it's like obvious, it's just like if everyone's going this bonkers direction, then what's right.
Thank you.
Anyway, yeah. Exactly.
So, in a way, it's easy for us because then you don't have to sift through all this shit.
Yes. Excellent. Well, you did so well, George, by coming on with us today. And
thank you so much. No.
Well, thank you
for having me on.
Yeah.
Are you working in the snow, George?
Have to. They as I said earlier, they force us to work through all conditions of weather. The only time we cannot work is when there's a lightning strike, and even then we have to work. We have to commence work after 20 minutes of the last clap. That's what it states. So the 20 minutes after the last.
You literally
clap,
have to time it. I know I've asked you before, but you literally have to sit there and time it.
Yeah, what's so preposterous about that is how do you know that once you climb a pole, there's not gonna be another strike? You just can't.
Yeah.
You can't plan that out, and there's no way of you even knowing, which is ridiculous. But it's basically what it comes down to. Ultimately, it's your own work. Basically, your own assessment, your own risk assessment. It comes down to that. It comes down to method statement, risk assessment. Yeah, so that's all it is. But yeah.
Well,
thank you.
Well, stay safe, anyways.
Yes.
Yeah, no, much appreciated. Thank you, Douglas and Brendan. Yes. And so, I look forward to being with you in a few short weeks. It can't come quick enough, Douglas, unfortunately. But hopefully we'll speak soon. But hopefully I will come on for a short period between then.
Do you guys get vacation time? I heard Europeans get more vacation time. Is that what's going on with that? Are you just getting shafted, or you would prefer to make money, or overtime or something?
It's something like you get 20 odd days, something like that, a year for annual leave to use up for days off. But you can roll 5 over for the next year. So I like to do that. Then you get more, and so it's one of those.
Thank you. And
yes.
By the way, so go on, Brendan. Any other observations for George?
Sorry, Douglas. I think he's just dropped out. Yeah, no,
Okay.
I don't think I have anything else.
Okay, he did drop out. He did. Yes.
Yes. No.
So go on, George. Yes. What? Anything else, George? Before you take off.
No, I think I've covered everything, Douglas. It was mainly I wanted to bring up the fact that Piers Morgan did conduct an interview with Jordan Peterson very recently, and he was citating you for word, basically saying that people were afraid of being accused of being a racist. So the prosecutors or the police were afraid due to allegations of being a racist. So, and they took that as opposed to before looking after the victims, these girls that were victims of these rapes and these molestations by these gangs, this network of grooming gangs. particularly in the Rotterdam area in the UK up north. And so, yeah, so there's an inquiry going on. I will look more into it, Douglas, but it was just so, I was like, oh my God. And I did timestamp it. So, you know, I could play it. And if you want me to, I can, Douglas, just before I disappear.
Sure.
But but I don't think it will do it. Yeah.
Yeah, you can wait till next time if it's
Yes.
yeah. If it, you know, I do want you to know, V, my cosmetologist, said that she was listening to the radio the other day when some guy came on, and she said he was reiterating everything I've told her privately, without crediting myself. He started with Aleister Crowley, of course. He was going on about Satanism, and he started with Crowley, of course, but then went into how basically Anton LaVey's daughter, Zena LaVey, is the mother of Taylor Swift, which I've gone into in depth in the past. And so she said she cut him off because she got so disgusted that, you know, he was making her sick, just repeating everything I've said without crediting myself verbatim. So this is just going on everywhere. Everyone is listening to my show who is an information distributor. And all they do is regurgitate what I say without crediting myself.
No, of course they can't. No.
And so, yes, but continue, please. Anyhow, you've done everything above and beyond the Call of Duty tonight, and try to drop on whenever you can before the end of the month, of course. And we'll cover other things. If you come back on Sunday, I might remember where I lost my train of thought on one thing, and we'll go into others.
Sorry.
No worries, it happens. It happens.
No, thank you so much. Yes. Thankfully, we've got lots of time to run over things. We can do. It's vital and it's important to have this all on public, domain and on record and documented. It's always important because these videos will hopefully, will be it will be apparent out there, and it will be out there for decades to come, long after we've gone. So that's obviously why we're doing what we're doing. That's why the book is being written. It's because this needs to be out there, and probably in years to come, when we are long gone, then we'll probably get the credit we deserve. It'll be long
well,
gone,
I mean, we can hope that it happens in our lifetime, and that secular power is attained, so that we can, help make the world a better place. Obviously, the world is it is fucked right now.
It's so fucked.
And
as you know, with all these people in power, they want a dictatorship now. They're turning towards, and we will talk about.
I think that's where my train of thought was having to do with Elon Musk, and so remind me. We'll speak about that again inescapably next time that we're on together on Sunday or whenever you can next spare some time. But he's At any rate, love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
Yes, take care of yourself, Douglas. Yes.
Okay. Share my love with your family.
Pleasure. Yeah, look after yourself. Yes. No, thank you so much. I'll speak to you very soon, Douglas. Thank you for having me on again.
Of course.
It's been a pleasure.
We'll try and get some private time together sometime soon.
We will.
Until then, take care.
We will, Douglas. Yeah, Bye-bye. Look after yourself.
Okay. So that's Bye-bye. George Knight. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And now it's just me. And I guess I'm stuck doing monologue. It's I am just try and still trying to psych myself up with the enormity of what we're dealing with. So let's see if Brendan can join us, or if Aristides is still with us. Just curious. So, if Aristides is still with us, let yourself be known. Let your presence be known. Like I'm talking to an entity or something.
Barely.
Oh, cool.
I'm drifting here.
Oh, that's all right. So, in the drift.
How's it going?
Oh, good. Much the better for speaking with you.
Yeah, very, very good of George. He's always very easy to listen to and enjoyable, and haven't heard from him in a while.
Yes, and but that being said, go into a little free association for us, because I'm still psyching up to go into a painful subject, the wildfires of California to start off with. With that in mind, give us a little free association of, how's the weather where you're at?
Free association.
Yeah,
There
free
was snow,
association.
and the snow hasn't melted, and it's kind of a pain in the ass. And
how do you handle that? Do you have to go out and shovel that shit?
there's not so much of that.
Uh,
I wouldn't say that's a huge problem.
Okay. Yeah. And so
Yeah.
how is it handled? How's it handled? Like,
I'm fine. It's like, just ask these stupid little dogs though how they feel about it.
yeah.
I don't care if it snows.
Oh my
Personally,
God. And
too
so,
much.
So in terms of shall we say, again, free association. What are you willing to share about, say, for instance, work? How's work?
Work.
Yeah. Yeah. What's that?
No,
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
really
What's
exciting.
that?
I'm sure it's something else exciting we had to talk about. What the heck? What do I have here? My notes. Where are my notes?
Oh, you're adorable, and that's fine. But find those notes, then start finding a few things, and I'll respond to those.
I would say, I always like to find books. You had, I don't know if I told you last time, you're like, oh, there's 2 books called Trial of Adolf Hitler. One of them's historical, one of them's like
Fiction.
a fiction novel.
Yeah.
I found both of them. I found both of them.
Excellent. I'm so proud of you. That's so cool.
Yeah,
that's so
I have
cool.
all that stuff. So yeah, I know. It's like I come up with like 10 different books. Be like, here you go. Be like, well, when I'm gonna read 10 books, like.
Well, when you hit these PDFs and download them, do you ever read them? Any of these PDFs?
I see. I'll scan over them, but like. When you have like an unlimited stream of PDFs, do you have unlimited agency to read them all?
Yeah, I get it. No, it's like a library. We have a full library. Doesn't mean that we're reading all the books.
Yeah, right. No, you never can. You can't. You can't.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
That's
the thing. It's how to dedicate your finite attention span is always a good question, right?
Yes. And so in terms of say for instance other things to speak about, how about telling us a little bit about what inspired you to go see the time that Peter Moon and the Evanescer were in town, so to speak, and you went to see them, or they were out of town, you went to see them. How did you even know about these people? Tell us a little bit about that.
Because I started reading his books, sometime way long ago. So, it was a means to find out about some things, but, journey, and here we are.
Yeah. And well, when you met David Louis Anderson, describe a little bit about what he was like.
I mean, he seemed pretty normal, appearance, other than being just kind of a personable enough, but kind of aloof guy.
Yeah.
So, who knows?
Okay. And so personable enough, aloof guy, taller than Peter Moon?
Yeah, I don't know who exactly was tall. Peter, pretty tall, but Anderson's pretty tall also. Similar. I mean, I think they're both like 6'2", something like that.
Yeah, and so is this why Peter has this man crush on him? Where does that come from? Do you think?
No, I don't think that's why. I think he just maybe is just kind of fascinated with anything that holds power. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Excellent. Excellent. Very astute observation. Yes. So aside from you've spoken about how if you had more time, you would investigate quantum computing more. What do you know about it generally, as a general thing?
Not a whole lot, other than it just has so much more computing ability than we can imagine. That it's like the only challenge is like figuring out how to use it. You know?
Yes.
It's like you know, you can be like, okay, you have unlimited power, but then it's like, next question is like, okay, how do I figure out how to use that?
Yeah.
Right?
And yes. And
Next question.
all
All right. It's like cool. It's like you can calculate anything at all, no matter how big. Like it's like, what are you going to calculate? And then it's like, I don't know. What are we going to calculate? It's not important if we got to calculate like that crunch that big a set of numbers or something. You know. So I don't know if they have any other qualities other than just being able to do so much more computation in numbers, and you know, right?
Yeah. And what about when it comes to say, for instance, any current events internationally that strike you as important? You know, that we should be paying more attention to.
Yeah, let me see. I have to go back to. I walked away. I might have something written down. I had something saved about how like Japan is trying to do like their own version of like NATO over there.
Yes.
Have you heard anything?
Yes, of course. Tell us what you know.
Right. Yeah. I don't know a whole lot. I just saw that it was a thing. That's why I'm relying on you to tell us.
Well, it's from what I understand, it's not going anywhere because people are afraid to, in Asia, to become responsible for each other. They don't want to be, mandated to come to each other's defense when one or the other is attacked. It's not the, believe it or not, it's not the.
Yeah, it's a lot of commitment. Yeah. Okay.
God. And that having been said, what else comes to your mind about? Did you hear about you're familiar with actor James Woods?
Yeah.
Did you hear about his trip during the fires recently? He's spending. Okay, I'll go into that during monologue. So but he's definitely on the side of the Edomites, just all red Republican bullshit. Yeah. He's interpreting this all as a result of liberalism.
The irony.
Yeah, thank you. So Brendan
Hades.
has
he
rejoined.
Played Hades in the Disney Hercules.
Yeah, as
that
well.
Was like his favorite role.
No doubt. No, well, of course it was written for him.
Yeah.
So
did his house get burned or something?
It is burning. I only wish he was burning with it. I will get into that in monologue. He stayed till the last minute until he had a helicopter come in and fly him out in, basically in the center of a firestorm, all the while posting online, exploiting the fire to say it's all the result of lesbianism and wokeism. And it's because they're hiring female firefighters. Believe that shit? Stupid, crazy. And people started talking to him, what about climate change? There's no such thing as fucking climate change. That's just pushed by the faggots and the queers and the transvestites who cause these fires. They're setting these fires. They're, just so they can say it's climate change. That's,
of course.
Total Edomite piece of shit.
I don't understand that logic. It's like,
what logic?
Indoctrination, whatever.
Yes.
Like these fuckers, they go and buy, houses in Hawaii, like some other people we know.
Yeah.
And they're like, these Dems,
These Dems, it's like you're buying all the places you own are in what amazing. Imagine that, the actual functional places on Earth where it's run by people that at least have some kind of guardrails on society. So it's like, why is that bad? I don't know.
Yeah, they are so fucking insane. By the way, thank you so much, Aristides, for joining us while you were drifting, and that was wonderful. That was cute. By the way, Nemo, jump on, Nemo. Jump on the call, Nemo. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. He gave us some info here. Let's look at what he said in the text box. James Woods sexually harassed 17-year-old Willa Holland on the Straw Dogs film set. He has sexually harassed others like Elizabeth Perkins and Amber Tamblyn, who were both also underage at the time. Oh my God, Mr. Chasing Cupcakes. Here's Mr. Cupcake Chaser. He comes along and says, "It's all the libs, man." You know why? You know why? Because they say a man like him belongs in jail. That's why. Yeah.
That's why he's salty. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, he's bitter about that. Can you believe they tried to bust me for trying to get into that cupcake nookie, man? I'm just going after young Muffin, man. And they tried to put me into the oven because of that. Imagine.
It's always these libertarian guys. It's like, that's basically what they're saying is I want to be able to do whatever I want, meaning rape people.
Yes, yes.
Because the government can't tell me to stop raping. You know, you might as well just put that on their t-shirt.
True. If you know anyone who's a libertarian, you know a pedophile. That is the primary libertarian base, is child predators. That's
and I wish we were just being,
Thank you. Yeah.
I wish it wasn't true. Let's just put it that way.
Yes. Thank you. And
that's just the fact.
It is the fact. It is what it is. Like George Knight says, you tell it like it is, and people curl up like bugs, like pill bugs. Yeah. They curl up like pill bugs, grasping at air.
Yeah, exactly. Like they can't handle it. It's like shit.
Yeah, of course they can't. They're all fucked up.
Yeah. And it's like they're all like this. They're all fucking like this. It's like crazy.
Thank you. Was your crazy ass uncle a libertarian or a Republican or just? Okay. Yes. He was a libertarian. There you go.
Well, he said he like didn't have the the intellect to articulate it, but he was super repub, but it was actually libertarian is what he's trying to say. I don't want government anything. And it's like, and these people are working for Apple and Cisco and literally saying the Dems are ruining everything. These companies, these evil DEI companies. And I'm like, I kept telling them, you guys work for these companies. This is how you guys are making your money. And they're like, we don't have a choice. Like, you guys are that's how insane they were.
Yes.
I mean, they're making money off of democratic places like California, living in Hawaii, working for these DEI quote unquote companies, and then the whole time they're like crying about it. I mean, there's no words for these people. I mean, it's disgusting.
Yes, thank you.
And then when I brought it up to them, look what they did. They hated me for it.
Of course.
When I was countering them on their bullshit, like, you guys work for these companies. You always have. You've always lived in California, took advantage of everything, and then now you want to tear it all down for younger people and everyone else. I mean, it's insane.
Yeah. And it's evil. Selfish. It's beyond insane. It's just plain.
It's just pure evil.
Yeah. Yes.
And they don't know that they're brainwashed, or like that's how.
Well, that would require a brain, right? You would need a brain to know that you're brainwashed. Just like Peter Moon doesn't know he's brainwashed. Yeah, so because he has no brain.
Yeah. And it's like, you know how I am about it. It's like I don't like government at all either, but you have to at least start somewhere and then go up from there. You can't tear everything down and then grovel in the dirt like a worm and hope something works out. I mean, it doesn't work the other way. Like, it only works one way. It's like, all right, you take the system that's working. Yeah, there's a bunch of corrupt, evil shit going on, but then you work up from there. You don't fucking destroy everything. You know, it's just, obviously it's they just don't have the ability to see that. Crazy.
And it's well, beyond crazy, it's they are in denial, and it's at any rate, with that having been said, what else strikes you internationally? Internationally, what strikes you as something that's important we should be taking?
I mean, there were some earthquakes in Nepal and stuff like that.
What do you know about them?
Like,
yeah.
They were quite large.
Okay.
I know that, but quite a bit of people died. But
holy shit! Yeah, look it up for us, please, by all means.
Yeah. Well, everyone's more concerned about Los Angeles. I mean,
yeah. Well, obviously it's Hollywood, right? I mean, you want to see the stars burn. I want to see James Woods burn.
Yeah. What's that saying? It couldn't have happened to better people.
That's right. Yeah, it couldn't happen to a more deserving guy. Yeah. And thank you so much, Nemo, for bringing that shit up about the son of a bitch. Yeah, it goes to show us where he's coming from.
Yeah, Nemo, if you scroll up also about Jay-Z, you'll love that.
Yeah. And by the way, I like the way that Troy Bellamy and yourself handled it when I said, you brought up the moral compass. Yeah, they lack a moral compass. And I said, I know I do. How did you guys handle that again? What was it Troy Bellamy said?
Wait, what are you saying? Oh, when you were saying that, yeah. Well, yeah. He was just in denial mode. He was like, yeah, I know you, Doug, but I don't want to think about it.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, for me, it's like I'm pretty neutral, like chaotic neutral. It's like if it happens, it's not a big deal. If everyone's okay with it, I don't have that kind of, where it's, as long as everything's consensual, what does that matter really? I mean,
yeah, there we go.
Like I was saying, it's like a Romeo and Juliet. Like if everyone's fine with it, then it's fine. But if you're going around collecting them like Pokemon and trapping them in your house like Tate style, then that's a whole nother thing.
Did you notice I didn't want to confront Troy. Maybe I'll tactfully bring it up in the future. He may not even remember it by Sunday if he's on with us Sunday. But did you hear what he said about Andrew Tate? He said, yeah, there's video. He was kicking that woman around and slapping the shit out of her. But, these things happen. These things happen?
No, that was Diddy.
Diddy, oh Diddy, yeah, these,
I think.
These things happen. It might have been him. Yeah, that's right. It probably was. But I mean, okay, no, these things do not just happen.
That's not normal. Yeah.
Thank you. No, it's wrong. That is wrong. But then again, we love you, Troy. But he's very protective of Bill Crosby.
Yeah, let's not even go there. I mean, I just,
Yeah, we just had to, hold it.
You said it properly. It's like he's a creepy old bastard.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, maybe they went a little too hard on him for his age, but I mean, who cares?
No, they didn't. No. No, they didn't.
I'm obviously being facetious.
Yeah, thank you. That's
yeah. You can't drug girls, like little girls, like that.
Thank you.
Raven Simone. She was like 12 or something. I mean, this is like ridiculous.
Thank you.
Like, there's no excuse for that, really, at all.
I mean, this is what I don't get. It's not like, look, just from the practical sense, if I were a rapist, it's not like she can put up much of a struggle. Why do you need to drug her? That's what I don't get. It's like
some kind of weird kink or something. I don't know.
It must be because this way he felt she couldn't testify. He felt she couldn't testify because, well,
Yeah,
you were
I
out.
mean,
How would you know? See, that's
yeah,
just plain evil. Okay, that's just plain
yeah,
fucking
yeah,
evil.
exactly, exactly. Like,
Of course, Nemo has.
inexcusable, like
Thank
beyond.
you, thank you. And so now our friend Nemo has some other observations, which I'm not going to read. But I do invite Brendan and Aristides to read them. To themselves, at least. We don't need to read that out loud.
I mean, I'll read it out loud. I don't mind.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Oh wait, I mean, I already did earlier. It's like we already said this.
Oh, that's true.
Jay-Z was groomed by the Jewish teacher, and then she took a whole bunch of black kids to her house, and he said that opened me up to the world, you know. And I started.
Oh my God, they
smelling
must have gangbanged her. She must have had him gangbang her. Holy fucking.
Well, whatever it was, she really liked him to get him all these connections, you know. So something happened.
Oh my God.
But, yeah.
So it's like, thank you for reminding us of that trauma.
Yeah, there's no point. I mean, it's like, I mean, at this point, you can look at all the comments online. I mean, like, no one's holding back anymore. It's like, it's obvious what's going on. It's like, there's, you know, it happens to be one group and all this. Like, everyone knows that. Majority. We'll just say the majority. It's not all just one group. But majority one group is causing all this ruckus. You know?
Oh my God. Go on.
I've said my stuff about it, but I don't really want to go into it right now.
Understood. We don't need to get knocked offline again at this point.
No.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, Jesus Christ. I wouldn't have the strength to get back. I'd start up again like I did last time. This time I wouldn't have, the endurance. I do want people to understand. I'll get into. Some people are already writing me about this. I will talk about Jimmy Carter a bit. It's.
I mean, I'm not being rude. I'm just wondering why.
The geopolitics.
He was, he was chill and he had a full life. I mean, that's fine. Yes. I get it, but
yeah. But by the way, Veronica,
didn't he like fuck up everything in the 70s? I thought that was
it's like how do I describe it? It's it's so look. I'm not defending him. So tell us how you felt that people perceive that. How do you feel people perceive that back in the 70s? You do. We all know he was unpopular. He was strongly unpopular by the time he left. So go on.
Well, he fumbled the exit of Vietnam. I think that was under his auspice, right? And then just the general economy was having issues as well during the oil crisis. Is that not the case?
It was the Vietnam issue was more. How would I say it? It was more. It was so he was free of the Vietnam taint, and he was free of the Vietnam taint because Richard Mulhouse Nixon Vietnamized the war and successfully got America out of the war, and that made him kind of a hero. He was actually riding high on that, Nixon. So by that time Carter got in, that was a non-issue. Vietnam was a non-issue. It was Afghanistan is what you're thinking of, is that he began a kind of covert involvement in Afghanistan that culminated forever and a day later with Biden's fuck up in leaving Afghanistan. But mostly, I think.
Well, wait.
Yeah, but go on.
Or no, maybe I'm no. So excuse me. Yeah, I think you're right. Sorry about that.
No worries.
I think it was the Iran, the fall of the Shah. I think that was what he fumbled on.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But he had a lot of help in that fumble from George Bush Sr. sabotaging Delta Force trying to rescue the hostages.
Yeah, but that's stuff not everyone.
Understood. Yes.
Yeah.
Point well taken.
So they just saw poor
a guy fucking up. All they saw.
Poor old Jimmy.
Yeah. What a fuck up. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm glad we clarified that because I had it mixed up. So there you go.
Yeah. No worries. And but definitely. I think I'm almost ready to go into, monologue, but I'm still gonna, fuck around a little bit with my friend Brendan here as long as Brendan can stand it. So, dude, you've been going to work early lately. Why are you at work so late tonight? Are you still at work? Yeah, you've been going to work early in the morning lately, right?
Yeah, I'm in indentured servitude in hell. But,
I'm so sorry. It's
yes, I can't stop working until I reach my goals. Yeah, basically.
Right. Oh my God. Are they allowing this? Isn't anyone concerned about the impact on your health? Saying no, you can't work this many hours because it could impact you medically.
No, of course not.
It's oh my God.
No, in fact they're causing me more stress and issues.
Uh-huh.
I have to put up basketball hoops, 6 basketball hoops per night, up and down for the sports events by hand because someone broke the drill and they can't order a new drill and all this bullshit.
It's dude,
1960 style. I have to take a hand crank and crank these things up and then uncrank them at night, and it's a fucking nightmare. Dude,
well, you're gonna be in better physical shape than half the athletes in the fucking school. That's like, it's you must be an excellent.
Made the joke.
Yeah, go on.
I made the joke, like Willie from Willie the Groundskeeper from The Simpsons.
Yeah. Okay.
But he when he rips his shirt off, he's super ripped and jacked. I was like, that's why all those old custodians and groundskeepers look like that, because everything was hand done back in the day.
Yeah,
They all got ripped just doing normal.
It's
tasks,
true. It's true.
Shit.
Do you think the Simpsons writer was astute enough to realize that?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh my God. Yeah, and
that was the joke. I think that was the joke.
Okay.
People thought he was just some groundskeeper, but then he was all jacked. That was the joke.
Oh my God. Yeah, definitely, and so it's so that having been said, I'm going to try and address maybe just at least in passing what Heather Holman said about Trump and his stupid comments, and you were very astute about that. You already kind of laid out the fact that he's got advisors who are got their hand up his ass and they're feeding him one-liners.
Yeah, it's the only thing that makes sense because, strategically anyway.
Yes.
You can't make sense of admin, but I'm saying
yes,
for it to be so specific and like they're playing chess, it's we have to take Greenland for the minerals, and then we need the Panama thing, so we can ship them back to Cali where all the Indians are doing the software / engineering, and so it all adds up.
Yeah. It does, and
they want to cut off the Pacific routes. Once the trade war goes on, we won't be getting anything from China, it's just going to be a nightmare.
Yes, thank you.
I don't think people realize how fucked up it's going to be.
Yes, I spoke to my literally it was Tuesday was when I saw my head and neck surgeon, and of course when I saw her. It was, let me take a look at the calendar just to make sure I'm remembering this correctly, because, I had to go back to the estate and back and forth between the estate and everything else I was doing. So if I look at my calendar, yes, I remember it correctly. That was Eastern Rite Byzantine Orthodox Greco-Christian Julian calendrical Christmas Day when I saw her. And when she was looking up my nostrils and, of course, then says, "Oh, I'm so sorry. It was almost like she was saying, I forgot exactly what she said. Something along the lines of, the smaller, scope is in the disinfectant. So I'm using my bigger scope on you." And I'm thinking, "Oh, thanks, honey." And so she puts this bigger scope up my nose. Everything was pristine. She said, "Pristine. Everything's so pristine," and I believe her. I'm sure she was. It was true. And
that's pretty wild.
Yeah, but anyhow, So while she was doing that, I spoke to her, again about having worked with the Serbs in the Balkans during the 90s, and telling her, if things had gone a little differently, I could have wound up propagandizing for the Russians. But I know she doesn't really, even though she said, one time, yeah, I'm from Russia, we're the bad guys, that sort of thing. I know deep down she doesn't really identify as such because of her name, Epstein. It's why I knew, even though I was seeing her on Russian Orthodox Christmas, I didn't say Merry Christmas because her last name's Epstein. And I know she really doesn't care because she's not really celebrating Christmas. And so when I spoke to her about Russia, the one thing she did say was, it seems as if you've lived 1,000 lives. And that was very bizarre. Interesting. She would say something almost like an intimate would say. That was cool. And but it was then she said, okay, let's make the appointment with the plastic surgeon.
He does know you inside and out.
Yeah, there's that. Yes. Yeah, and that, and then she said, okay, let's make that appointment with the plastic surgeon. We're not going to tell people about that in public too much. They know it's happening, but we're not going to tell them the exact date. We'll see if we can keep that at least to some minimum of security standards. But that being what it is, how does that strike you in terms of logistics? Like you said, it's doable, but anything in particular stand out about that? Are you familiar enough with the geography of the area where you already know something about it potentially?
Wait, logistics of where? What?
Oh, the plastic surgeon's office in San Rafael.
Oh, yeah, it won't be a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
What do you mean logistically? I mean, it's like,
Oh, nothing much.
Let's just say we've got the equipment. We have the technology.
Right. That was what I wanted to ask you. So when they said we've got 3 times available that day, 2 of them one was at 9 in the morning, the other might have been at 10 in the morning, and then the other was 3 in the afternoon. I took the latest one. Would you have preferred it to be at 9 or 10 in the morning? Because if we
not necessarily, you could.
Okay.
Whenever,
I don't. I mean, I sure as hell.
I mean, yeah, like I don't have anywhere to. We're planning ahead, so therefore that will be my thing to do that day.
Yes.
So, you see what I'm saying?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And
earlier, someone at work, the guy that actually just got promoted, the guy with autism, which that's not how I'm identifying him. That's just how Douglas knows him.
Yes.
But,
thank you.
The autistic guy, he was saying, he was like, yeah, when I had some tough financial times when my wife wasn't working, and they're all married, this guy and the Downey guy, but he was like, I was giving blood platelets for money, and I was like,
what?
Yeah, he was getting paid like $400 a month to donate blood platelets or something.
Holy fucking shit!
You could do.
Yeah. And so tell us about what you know about this. This is like
that's just what he told me. I have only heard of one other person doing it, but I personally wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
I mean,
because isn't that something that it's kind of like, what is it like when you donate? Now, blood and plasma are separate, and I understand that donating plasma actually might present a risk to the donor. Or something potentially.
Of course.
And is that
it all is risky. It's just,
and so
they have some loophole. It's some loophole that like plasma's not considered blood, so they can do it.
Right.
And then they pay you in Visa gift cards, so it's it's like a triple loophole that they've got some scheme going out here.
Yeah. Yeah, and so platelets, contributing blood platelets. I mean, again,
and slash plasma.
Okay.
I think it's mostly plasma, but I'm sure they do all kinds of shit with it.
Right.
But I just made the joke to him. I said, I already work for a vampire. I don't need to do that.
Yes, we are.
And then he was like, what? Like, he's like, you work for like the Vitalent, which is like the blood source. It used to be blood source.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I work for an actual vampire. And then they just, of course, they stopped asking questions after that. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. And
Yes.
it's yeah, definitely thanks for sharing that. And when it comes to anything else? Nemo, join us for at least a few minutes before I go into monologue and suck all the oxygen out of the room. After which, of course, everybody dies from lack of oxygen and all that shit. So, are you still at work right now, Brendan? Forgive the stupid question, but you're.
No, of course not.
Oh, thank God, you're in the warehouse, the storage room.
I'm in my own personal hell.
Oh my God. And what's the heat like? How do you keep yourself warm?
I mean, California this time of year is not bad for me.
Okay. Yeah.
So you just keep everything shut, and you can, some blankets, and you're good.
Okay. In Sacramento, you mean? Obviously in San Francisco.
In the valley.
Yeah. And so come on, our man Nemo, you can join us. Don't be shy. And otherwise, I'll start going into the monologue, and but I probably should do that soon anyway. But nevertheless, what about anything else comes to mind, Brendan, internationally, before I jump in all the way and just start rambling, the way I usually do, kind of free association. Well, we've lost Brendan, so I guess I'm stuck with that. Oh, yes.
Am I still here?
Yes, thank God. Yes. Cause
they just knocked me off.
They did. They did. And I'm like...
I was watching what Nemo sent.
Yes.
The Mexican guy attacking the statue of Netanyahu, the wax figure.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Boring, it's like, might as well just go do the real thing at this point.
Yes. Thank you. Well, gentlemen, can you? I guess I should, before I go into monologue, probably one visit to the bathroom just to make certain that I don't get uncomfortable while I'm doing monologue. Just a quick, relief of myself. Nothing complicated, I assure you. So, can you hold the bandwidth while I do that? You're probably going to be alone, Brendan. You can handle it. I know, of all people.
I mean, I don't know what to talk about. I'll bore the hell out of them, but I can do it.
Oh, I know you got it. Dude, they love you. And so I'll be right back in a second, just making certain that I'm sorry? Yeah?
I just said, wait, what?
Oh, I said, I'll be right back in a moment, and I'll, everybody's in good hands with you. And, who knows? Maybe even Aristides will wake up. And, Aristides woke up the other day when I was, what?
Okay. Yeah. I could be here for a few, and then that's probably it.
Yeah, that's fine. And so when it comes to what I was going to say about the other day was our latest episode. It was funny because we got knocked off because our man Troy Bellamy was getting passionate about the J-Man. And even though he qualified himself, completely, they took offense anyway and took us off the net. And then when I came back, was able to finally get started up again, and within about an hour, 45 minutes. And then I was going throughout the night, and then our man Aristides wakes up, and he says, "What are you doing on?" Almost like he was irritated. And I was like, then he said, "Oh yeah, you started later, and so you can go on a little bit longer." And then Aristides says, "Okay, get back," almost like get back to what you were doing. It was really cute, really funny. Were you asleep when you said that? Kind of like sleep talking?
Yeah, well, mostly, yeah. Well, it's just that usually, it's about to be like stream cutoff time, but it wasn't.
Yes, right. Yeah, so that
I was just going on instinct. I forgot.
You sounded almost irritated that I was on.
No. No, no.
Yeah, I know that. I know that. It's just, yeah.
I thought you kept talking, and sometimes, like, if you're not watching the clock, you keep talking, you just get cut off. I was almost like, oh, is he gonna get cut off? And then I remembered, like, yeah, no, you're not gonna get cut off.
Yes, that's right. So thank you. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna go mute. You guys have got this, and the audience loves you. And okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah, so as I referenced earlier, there's a powerful earthquake had struck in China's Tibet region, or Tibet region of, captured Tibet, which is, it's its own country, but China owns it at the moment. It killed at least 126 people. It was a large magnitude 6.8.
Yeah.
That hit the Tibetan Autonomous Region. And so there was like hundreds of deaths, thousands of residents. Homes have been damaged. So this had happened on the 7th here, so a couple days ago.
Yeah.
So
I saw something about that, but I don't know much about it.
Yeah, so that was it. The area is also a tourist destination, obviously, because it has a view of Everest, and it's a very populated area. So that's why it had so many, deaths and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Yes,
got to be tough. I mean, it's going to be a lot of upset.
Yeah, and apparently these wildfires in LA are pretty ruthless. The 1,100 structures burned. Five people killed so far. Pacific Palisades is completely burned. Malls, houses.
Yeah, I saw some stuff on that too.
So there you go. Yeah. 100,000 residents have been given evacuation orders, and the National Weather Service closed portions of LA. Recommended critical fire weather closures. Gusty winds will continue to fuel fires, and the governor declared a state of emergency, receiving help from other states to combat these things, probably from Arizona, Nevada.
Right.
Because that's they're more closer to SoCal. And
yeah, I saw some videos from like somebody, they're actually like friend of a friend had actually taken them on their friend. It wasn't on the news or anything, but
so you saw like pretty on the ground what it's like. Does it look
kind
bad?
of? Yeah, it was a lot of, not up close, but it's hitting pretty hard over there. Yeah, I don't know what all got like burned, like as far as like what structures got burned or what, like.
And you're talking about in this person's neighborhood
in California? No, but like what big stuff in California got burned?
An entire city, Pacific Palisades, like an entire city, like people's houses, Hollywood stars' homes getting hit by the fires.
But like, was it a lot of homes destroyed, or like whole town got wiped out?
1,100 structures. That's massive.
Just like a few. Just like a few houses in the town, or like.
No, the whole town, Pacific Palisades, 1,100 structures.
1,100 fucking houses or places.
Yes, buildings, like entire malls, like huge buildings.
Okay,
houses.
well that's pretty big then.
Yeah, it's bad. Yeah. That's why it's so publicized. It's like it's not a small thing. So.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's kind of a big thing. Well, we'll see what the tally is. I mean, what all can we do?
Yeah, that's the thing, is like there's no chance really against the elements and divine and things. Considered a widespread disaster is what it's saying here. 100,000 have been evacuated.
Okay. By the way,
significant number of injuries.
Yeah. I just want you to know you're doing beautifully. Keep going on for just a little bit, because I'm going to try and think up a better way to express myself with Europe's security situation. I'm trying to figure out a way to express this, but basically what I'm trying to say is, with Trump threatening Greenland, that, for people who do not know, that's Europe. because Greenland is not an independent nation state. It is a territory of Denmark.
It's a Dane. Yeah, it's part of the Danish Empire.
Yeah, which is in European Union. And since that means that Trump is, that's why I said Canada, if they really want security, they need to join the European Union, because any attack on them would then be an attack on Europe. So I definitely want to express to people that now with Elon Musk, and I don't know if people are aware of this, but Elon Musk accused the head of the European Union, his name is Keir Starmer. That's the United Kingdom, is Keir Starmer. And United Germany's Olaf Scholz. He's starting to affiliate them with child predation. He always goes back to that. The libertarians always go back to that because that's what they are. They project. And so he's...
It's the only explanation why these people are so obsessed with that.
Thank you.
Constantly.
Thank you. And it's all they talk about. All they ever talk about. And but the point is, at this point, Europe is under direct threat from across the Atlantic, and the Europeans need to come to grips with the fact that, like in World War II, when my biological father was fighting the Russians and the Americans simultaneously, Europe and England, now United Kingdom in the same position as Europe, are both facing threats from either side of the Atlantic. One from Russia and one from the Americans are now directly threatening Europe. And so Europe's really got to get its act together and realize it's got enemies on, it's got a two-front war. And I'm trying to figure out a way to express that, more coherently. So while I put some brain power to that, continue talking, by all means, please. Thank you.
Yeah, just to briefly round up the fire talk.
Sure.
Over 5,000 acres have burned, and there's no percentage of containment, says these reps from CAL FIRE.
Zero containment. It's called zero containment. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, Palisades fire is considered the most destructive in Los Angeles' modern history because an entire city got destroyed, Pacific Palisades. And then there's 3 other fires. People, this is essentially the historic heart of Hollywood. So emergency services were stretched to their limits. They still currently are. At their absolute maximum limit, hundreds of thousands of people evacuated. Stars such as Ben Affleck, Tom Hanks, Mandy Moore, they were all evacuated from their homes. Mark Hamill and James Woods also had to leave. The house of Vice President Kamala Harris was also nearby in Brentwood, which is under evacuation, but she's not home. And there you go. So,
thank you.
Poor air quality is going to plague the area for a time. And yeah, so that's the reality we have to deal with in California.
Yes.
Luckily, the north at the moment where I'm at, Doug, it's very wet, so we don't have to deal with that at the moment. But
that's quite true.
SoCal hasn't got rain for some time.
Yes.
And then this is something that the Deutsch bring up, but you mentioned it. You're the only one that's mentioned it. That the looters are out of control already.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
So that's what they were saying here. See, did they edit the article while we were talking?
I wouldn't be surprised that they did. They do that. You've seen that with. Tell people about Alexandria's Genesis. What happened with Alexandria's Genesis that you and I both personally saw. Yeah.
Yeah. So years ago, Doug and I actually brought that out. Well, Doug, of course, has been talking about it for years, but we actually found a bunch of articles online where it said the exact story of Alexandria's Genesis, the origin story, the mythology, the ancient Egyptian connection. And then we had started sending out the links to people. And then like a couple years later, we tried to go back and they'd scrubbed the article completely, salted it from Wayback Machine and everything. Completely scrubbed, salted everything about Alexandria's Genesis on the internet.
And tell people what Alexandria's Genesis is, of course, because otherwise they're just going to wonder, what the fuck are they talking about?
It is a mutation of the iris of the eye through genetic. Basically, it's a genetic feature of some populations and some people, where the eye becomes purple, like an actual purple iris, light skin, various things happen, physiologically with this condition. But but the people, they have certain faculties and powers and stuff. But
yes.
But literally the eye is purple, so purple irises are the main. And there are people in history that you can look at, like Elizabeth Taylor and stuff, that
yes.
People think like there's no way there's a purple eye, but no, you could see it. She has one of those people. She's a very famous person. You could see her eyes. They were in fact purple. So,
Thank you.
So it's something that's very coveted in history as well. We can go into the mythology or the actual origin.
Tell people about the fucking cannibalism.
Yeah. So ultimately, the reason why it's a hidden thing, why it's occulted, is because the eyes themselves, or the legend goes that if you eat the, if you grab the person, and I guess, is it eating them or the eye itself?
Eating the eyes.
You can gain, you can gain immortality by absorbing the power of the eyes, and extending your lifespan, or gaining, certain things that will increase your power, or a being's power. So these people have been wiped out over histories, over time, because of that fact, or this kind of superstition that, if you eat their eyes, you will attain some sort of immortality or powers. And, similar to the Japanese, legends about the dojutsu, the eye powers, where you absorb your, if you find someone with eye jutsu, you can take their eyes from them and put them in, in your own body, and you gain the power of their eyes. So that's something, that's the reason why it's an occulted thing, even though it's a reality, it's a real condition. So
thank you. Very important. And this is why many of them, of course, went.
Doug has it.
Yes.
So did Hitler.
Thank you. And so did my biological, not just my biological father Adolf Hitler, but my legal father George Joseph Henry Dietrich, which was one of the reasons my mother married him. Was he had Alexandria's Genesis, which she realized was important and was attracted to that. Well,
it's like these people seem to be very good looking, let's say.
Yes.
So like Elizabeth Taylor was considered, right, like the most beautiful person. And then even in the legendarium, or the mythology of it, like the beings that first manifested those were like, the most coveted beings. And they actually bring that out in Yu-Gi-Oh! That there was this like the being that was ultimately turned into the Blue Eyes White Dragon, which is like the most powerful monster in that series. Mm-hmm. She was this villager in the middle of the desert that got found by the pharaoh, or the son of the pharaoh, Seto. And she was like this being with some latent power, and she was very pale and had a specific eye color and all of this. So the story is brought out by the Japanese once again.
Yes, absolutely. And tell them about, there's actually a scene in Naruto. Tell them about the eye eating it's shown in Naruto.
Oh yeah. So, well, they really just keep it obscure, but so in the lore of the Naruto series, there's a clan that possess the Sharingan, and they're this clan that's plagued by, they're like considered evil over time because of their corruption, but they're actually the clan with the most heart and the deepest love. But when their love is broken and their heart broken, their eyes manifest a power called the Sharingan. And as the Sharingan grows in strength, then you lose your mind to the power, and ultimately the most powerful users will end up taking their closest relative's eyes, quote unquote, and thereby attaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the eternal kaleidoscope, pinwheel eyes. That's like the full translation. And these eyes will then give you access to the full power of the lineage, the most powerful chakra, and all of that. But in the series, it's implied that you're supposed to like pluck their eyes out. The other, you know, like your brother or someone that's already unlocked the power. But they don't actually show how you get the power. They just say, yeah, you take their eyes. But, you know, it's ridiculous you don't take your eyes out and put someone else's eyes in, even if you have magical healing ninja powers. It's like the only explanation is they have to eat the eyes.
Yes.
But they didn't want to bring out the cannibalism thing in like a children's manga. Or originally it was geared for children, but even in the teenage version, Naruto Shippuden, they left it unsaid, but it's clear what it was, that you had to eat your family's eyes, like the family member.
Yes.
So
and tell people how Naruto is based on ancient history, and what it is about is kind of I've never really watched it myself, but I understand it's kind of like ninja clans and battle. If you could put that in some context.
It's like, so he took Musashi Kishimoto took like Japanese mythology and then blended it with like the ninja. It was almost like a steampunky kind of modern world for the ninja world that in the current story, or that he gave for Naruto. But all of the powers and different techniques were all real ninja techniques that he just, you know, made into a story, made into like what's the word for it? You know, made it into an entertainment form, but
yeah.
It showed a lot of the historical jutsus, like especially early on, they were using like shuriken, fighting techniques, strategies, food pills, these like, you know, ninja food pills, which they actually used for like long-term excursions. Yes. Things like they even showed like Haku, who was he was like a boy that looked like a girl, and he was assigned to like the older ninja.
Thank you.
So people didn't understand like why Haku looked like a girl, even though it was a boy.
Thank you.
All of this stuff.
Thank you. Which you found out through myself, or did you realize more about that before you met me? How that works?
No, they know. Of course, they never explained it. No one knew it until you brought it out. You know that it was like, you know, he wasn't supposed to be known as a boy like the whole time.
Right.
So that's why he dressed as a woman. You know, it was so he could go undercover with the older ninja, who was like one of the swordsmen of the mist, the demon of the mist. So,
yes. And
so they could do assassinations.
Yeah. By the way, did you see the link I sent you in your private messages about the anime? Did you see that link? Take a look at your private messages in Skype. And
yeah, I saw it.
Okay, so what do you make of that? You got any feedback on that, or?
Well, I've never heard of the game. For one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. But at any rate, yes, back to Naruto, and
let's just put it this way: they haven't been advertising this one.
Interesting. Okay, and yeah. So, such being said, let me take a look at our numbers, because we're doing well. And Veronica Bartoloni Codebreaker has been saying a lot. Let's take a look at what she's saying. Dr. Matheson, Cameron's house was burnt down too. And yes, Doctor, yes, they eat eyes. Veronica Bartolini Codebreaker, Real Talk, has been around a while. I don't know much about her.
No, I'm saying the doctor.
Oh, I have no idea. Doctor, yes, they eat eyes. Basically what she's saying. They also save eyes up in Jupiter as well. Adrenochrome. Also, when people are about to die, a shaman or priest will stare at them and take their power. I have the Sharingan eye. I just received the pictures of my eyes from my ophthalmologist last week. I can see it in one of my eyes. Very interesting. Okay. Hey, lucky you.
Cool. Yeah. Well, I definitively have some things going on with the eyes, but I won't reveal that on air.
Okay. And matter of fact, then that reminds me of something that I can show to you. I'll present a link. So let's see if I can find this, and either that or just give you the full text is probably the best thing to do. But let's see now. Intelligence. Here we are. Intelligence. There we are. So let me see if I can get you the link to this, and I'm certain this will be of no surprise to you. And okay, so here we are, and let's see if Scientific American enables me to get the link. And oh well, I'll have to do is cut and paste it because they've got a paywall, so let me do that. And okay, and with that we'll cut and paste it and see if we can fit it into the Nemo says, what is it Nemo's saying there? Okay, here we are. Looking into the eyes of the enemy as you kill them and taking their power is good to know. Okay, we've started a serial killer trend here. That's
I'm not saying that's how it works. I'm just saying that's what the anime was saying. But you know, and there are some like tribes, some Abo tribes, as Nebo would call them. They do consider, so if they're in a war with another tribe, that you would bring back the warrior of the other tribe and eat them, and then you would absorb their strength to later fight again. You know, so
yeah,
that is something that comes from like the tribes in like New Guinea and different Aboriginal tribes in Asia, South Asia.
All right. Oh, so here's what I'll do. I'm going to check on our man snoring. I'm going to take this. I'm going to forward it. That's what I'm going to do. So let me forward this to our man Nemo. So let's take a look at. He has a different kind of. If I look up Nemo, Nemo, what is the first few letters of your email again? It goes by letters. And I'm going to send this to, our man Bren. I'm going to send it to Ari, and going to send it to, let's see here now. Nemo, what is
What are you
his?
sending?
I'm trying to email this to you guys. Come on, what's here we are with our man Nemo. He's in with us, and he's like. Okay, Nemo, give me the first few letters of your email, okay? It's not that difficult. just type it in, the first few letters, so I can get it called up on my email here, because otherwise I can't send this to you. You use a different name. There we are. Okay, got it. Okay, that's all I needed was the first few letters. And, okay, with that, let's see. We can also send this, might as well, to George Knight. Might as well say, I don't know if Heather Holman is here. Heather, do I have Heather's email? And I sent it to you in DM. No, I got it now. And I don't think I have Heather's email, right? And so I'll just press the send button now. And here we go. Send button. And let me eliminate this one, first part of the email. And here we are. Push this up to the top. Press send button. Okay, so that finally got sent out. So check your email. See if you've gotten it. You can press the refresh and see if it's shown up in your e-box. And hopefully you guys can give a response to that. And what you think about it. I'm sure it really doesn't surprise you. And with that, of course, I will continue to raise some points in my own mind to emphasize about Europe's current security situation before diving back in. So did you get the email? Okay, everybody let me know if you've got it.
I can check.
Yes, please do. Thank you. Yes, I'm sure you've gotten it. Of course, everything we do goes through a fucking, interdiction before it gets delivered. But that being said,
What are we gonna do with this?
oh well, what you see it? Got it, says Nemo.
Yeah, so I must be at the end of the bell curve then.
Why, your eyes all pinned?
Yeah.
That's just all the drugs you guys are on.
Not me. I would never do such a thing.
I'm
gonna turn into Aristides. I would never touch
I love
substance? What is that?
That's he's our man. Yeah.
I've only ever, mainlined melatonin once.
Yeah, there you go. Whatever he's not doing, I want in on it.
Yeah. Well, it's actually saying the inverse, that it's a bigger pupil size, no?
Yeah.
That's the case?
I don't know. Read it and you tell me. I think so. I think that's the case. But scan it and see what they say. I mean, read a little bit of it aloud. Don't be shy. No.
The larger the pupils, the higher the intelligence, as measured by tests of reasoning, attention, and memory.
Yeah.
Across 3 studies, the difference in baseline pupil size between people who scored the highest on cognitive tests and those who scored lowest was large enough to be detected by the unaided eye. There you go.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. And so then, what do you, with that being said, how about you, Nemo? You guys feeling intelligent? I mean, both of you must be pretty intelligent, right? What are we going to do about Aristides? Aristides. Oh, God.
You can just mute him. That's fun.
Oh, please do so. Thank you. God bless you. I keep forgetting we can do that.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. Most of the time I would just suffer through.
And it's like your detractors are they're not witty enough to play that back and say, look, people fall asleep to Doug, he's so lame,
like I said, that's because that's their monopoly.
They have no brain power.
Thank you. No, it's just always stupid shit. It's they're monofocal on just other sick shit. It's their
yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't.
Yeah, so okay, so Nemo's Nemo's point.
I mean, that's a fascinating article. There you go.
Thank you. Yes, I think it's important and something to know when you're looking at girls is might help to figure out whether they're your soulmate or not. But then you had that tragic experience with your own potential soulmate, and would you say she essentially killed herself? Would you say she essentially killed herself, right, with drugs, essentially?
I mean, in essence, it just was like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So sad.
I don't know exactly. I mean, she definitely had attempted it in the past, so could only imagine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
I don't want to know. Let's just put it that way.
Yes, and having dealt with what you did, it's like you said. There's no point in weeping over Pri̶e and her own boyfriend. So I'm going to dive into monologue now, and feel free to hang out and interject by all means. As a matter of fact, I encourage yourself and Nemo to interject. And obviously, Aristides was already interjecting, but we muted that. Thanks to Brendan.
Well,
Yes.
I will do my best, but
Okay.
I'm fading fast as well, so
Understood.
carry on and
Okay.
speak with you soon.
Well, say good morning to everyone before you retreat into the gentle night, okay?
Yes, good morning, and have a good evening. I mean, good rest of the time.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, dear Brendan. Let me see if I can get my voice going first. And holy shit, why does my voice die, especially when I start into monologue? But we're starting into monologue, so everyone gather, everyone come back, get all the numbers up again. We're going to hit it at approximately any second now, as soon as I feel confident that I can speak long-windedly without falling into this kind of dry voice effect that can happen as it does with me. And okay, make certain I'm in as comfortable a position as possible for the next several hours at the very least, going over subjects that are both painful.
You sit crisscross applesauce?
I said that?
No, I'm asking. I said, is that what you have to like sit crisscross applesauce or something?
Oh, no, thank God. It's matter of fact, it's not cross-legged, that's for sure, if that's what you mean. It's my legs are out.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, because if I cross them, they get painful pretty quick. I used to be able to do the Slavic squat. That was the first thing Christine asked me, when I was, but she's talking about low-class Slavs do that shit anyway. And but I don't really. It's just not something you do. It's just awful.
The Asian, it would be the East Asian squat. It's like the real one. The Slavic squat is like you're in a tracksuit looking like a thug or something.
Yeah, well, not
only
that, they only learned it because they were conquered by the fucking Mongols.
Yeah. They do that when they're like smoking a stove and stuff. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Those are the Eastern Euros you don't want to talk to.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you see those guys, try to avoid them.
Thank you. Those are the kind Christine would meet, of course. That makes only perfect sense.
That was her boyfriend. Remember that?
Absolutely.
The fake Austrian.
Thank you.
That she said took her around the world and left her in India or something.
Thank you. Oh my God! Don't get us started on 23andMe again. I told you what V said about that. It's like, oh my fucking God. One of these days I'm gonna have to set her straight about that. Maybe I just don't need to. Sometimes people. You just gotta let them go on believing what they believe.
You could just be like, "Wow, yeah, that's crazy,"
Honest to God, guys, most of the time when you're dealing with girls in particular, maybe that's just the best way. It's just, yeah, you're right, honey. Yeah, and they'll love you for it. They really will. And there's just no point in being right sometimes. My fucking voice. And, of course, it's about this time I get to the bottom of the crock of tea. That's where all the tea dust is. And either that or, yes, go on. What were you going to say?
I just said, I was about to go. I'm going to go make some, Ayurvedic tea for sleep. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
before sleep.
Yes. Well, bless you dearly, and stay safe and be well. And do interject if you happen to be listening. Feel free to. Okay. All right. I'm going to get started. All right, everyone. First off, we've had a wild ride. Donald Trump's latest musings caught the world's attention. Donald Trump's power grab for control of Greenland, the world's biggest island, in case you weren't sure. So big, it's considered by truly educated or erudite cartographers as basically a subcontinent or a continent all its own. Literally on par with North America, Eurasia, and continents like that. And his other musings about using economic force, his words, to absorb Canada as a U.S. state are a fresh reminder of how rocky executing his trade agenda will prove. The unprecedented threats toward allies. Yes, Brendan Soket brings up the Mercator projection is why Trump probably thinks Greenland is so big. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, he's probably like, we have to have it because it's the biggest. It's the biggest in the world. And it's like, he just doesn't know that that's just the fucked up map.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Like classic real estate scammer.
Yes.
The biggest. It's the best.
Yeah. The scammer gets scammed. He's scammed by...
Yeah, scammer got scammed.
Yeah, by a concept he can't understand. Yes. Thank you. Yes, and such being said, the unprecedented, literally historically unprecedented threats toward allies underscored Trump's appetite for risk. But aides within the president-elect's team have wildly divergent views on how best to accomplish his lunatic vision. Elon Musk is also busy and setting his sights on Europe. The unelected, always important to emphasize that fact, the unelected South Afrikaner, the Suid-Afrikaner, or South African-born multi-billionaire, is abusing his X platform to slam democratically chosen and duly elected European leaders, including Die Nieuwe Verenigd Deutschlands, or the New United Germany's Olaf Scholz, and the United Kingdom's Keir Starmer, accusing the latter, in particular, of complicity in a decades-old child sexual abuse scandal. Elon Musk's actions have raised the hackles of several governments and left them unsure how to respond. So understand, Europa, you are under threat in a two-front war. When it comes to security, Europe is whistling past the graveyard. Basically, in summation, Europe's security situation is only getting more alarming. Threats from America towards a European territory, Greenland, which is European as it comes. It's a territory of Denmark, which is a member state of European Union. A threat to Greenland is a threat to Europe. And threats from Elon Musk against the legitimate governments of Europe. Europe is as much under threat from the American as it is from the Russian Empire. And with its security situation only getting ever more alarming, yet still efforts to address it are losing steam. The problem has a clear parallel. There be worrying parallels between the European debate on the security challenges, the subcontinent, which is what Europe properly is, not a continent, except by honor due to its cultural impact on the world, but it is cartographically, geographically, geophysically a subcontinent, basically a superpeninsula of Eurasia, is facing challenges. And there be worrying parallels between the European debate on the security challenges the subcontinent is facing and how the world is dealing with the climate catastrophe. With regard to both crises, there is an unwillingness to acknowledge that the problem is even real. And yet, like climate catastrophe, a conflict between Europe and the Russian Empire in particular is not any theoretical future threat. It is already a reality. Now, at a recent conference on trilateral defense cooperation among the United Kingdom, the Fifth French Republic, and Die Nieuwe Verenigd Deutschland, the New United Germany, held in London at the end of a long day filled with discussions about United Germany and Europe's alarming security situation, a final speaker took the stage to address the assembled crowd of experts. They had already spent hours talking about the war in Ukraine, where the Russian Empire appears to be winning, and the future of American security guarantees for Europe, which are expected not simply to decline and terminate under President-elect Donald Trump, but Europe, especially Great Britain, in supporting Ukraine, might very well find its troops shooting at a new enemy in the field, helping the Russians, beside the North Koreans, the United States, and American soldiers deployed on the side of the North Koreans in assistance, aid, abetance, enablement, and ultimately, well, basically, combat on behalf of the Russian Empire. Now, Europe thus faces a two-front war between the Russians and the Americans, as it did in my father's time, only this time the British are on our side. Numerous participants at this conference that I'm sourcing noted how shocking it already is that North Korean soldiers are fighting on the European continent, and how dispiriting it is that efforts to build up European defenses, like United Germany's Zeitenwende, or turning point, did I pronounce that correctly, Brendan? You let me know, are running out of steam. And yet, after all these dire pronouncements had already put the audience in a sober mood, the last speaker that I'm citing, declared, "The threat is even bigger than what we in this room fear." Referencing, of course, obliquely, without daring to speak aloud, the threat from the other side of the Atlantic, from the American Imperials, from an imperializing America that will side with Russia in a third attempt to destroy Europe after World Wars I and II. One could only have come out of that meeting feeling dazed. Not so much because of the content of the conference. Yes, please, by all means, interject.
Yeah, Zeitenwende is like, that's more severe than, anything. It's like a completely change of timing. Like an era switch.
Thank you.
Like the end of a yuga. That's how serious it is. That was what was being said there.
Thank you. Very deeply appreciated. I appreciate that interjection. And so, as I said, coming out
means
of that,
turning. The times turning of the time.
Thank you. The great turning. Thank you.
Yes.
Very important. This is something that is metagenerational. Metagenerational, meaning preceding generations and following generations would be separated by a gulf of understanding.
Yes. It's like a historical, like beyond historical. It's like, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Go on. Get the Reich back.
Yeah. Yes. We can pray.
Like, do you think it'll get to that point where, like, finally it's just like
I'm banking on it? I'm banking on it getting to that point this side of the Atlantic. For God's sake, yes.
I've already seen people saying like, we shouldn't have got rid of Hitler.
Well,
look what happened.
This is why they are suppressing the existence of myself, the son of Adolf Hitler. Because once the knowledge is out there, they're finished. That's
exactly.
And so
precisely.
Thank you. And so such having been said, as I said, one could only have come out of this meeting feeling dazed, but not because of the content of the conference. Unfortunately, I believe anyone with common sense. Certainly, we are under no illusions regarding Europe's ability to defend itself, having worked on the topic for over a decade by now in terms of my reporting, but because in making one's way back to the train station, so to speak, this was London where the conference was held after all, you just couldn't square what you had just heard with the world you are seeing around you. People being out and about, continuing their daily lives as if nothing was wrong. You could only wonder, why does no one seem worried? The feeling, one should quickly realize, would seem familiar, except that the last time I experienced it was after coming out of a screening of a documentary on climate catastrophe. This in turn makes me realize that there are indeed worrying parallels between the European debate on the security challenges the subcontinent is facing and how the world is dealing with the climate catastrophe. The first similarity is an unwillingness to acknowledge that the problem is even real. With regard to the climate catastrophe, despite record temperatures, fires, and floods, the fear of natural catastrophes and climate change is actually decreasing. With regard to United Europe's security crises, when asked to rank their primary concerns, United Germans put the possibility of a war involving United Germany in 16th place, after higher taxes, higher prices, state failure because of refugees, and numerous other worries. It bears noting that this comes at a time when Europe is experiencing the largest war on the continent since World War II. An estimated 43,000 Ukrainians have been killed, alongside far more than 200,000 Russian soldiers. Put simply, United Germans, like most Western Europeans, do not believe that the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin is a threat to their security, even though the Russian Empire is already at war with Europe. Set aside the fact that on Russian talk shows, the most common topic of discussion is which European city to nuke first. More immediately, the United German weekly Die Zeit, or The Times, has gathered a list of over 100 confirmed or suspected Russian attacks in Europe since the beginning of the war in Ukraine. They include sabotage, espionage on military and political communications, a plot to assassinate the head of United Germany's largest arms manufacturer, disinformation, or disinformation campaigns and firebombs in commercial freight aircraft. Suspected Russian drones have been sighted above critical infrastructure in several European nations. And in recent months, there has been an increase in attacks on underwater cables in the Baltic Sea. What does this mean, Brendan? This DW, care to explain? At any rate,
I had to correct your German.
Oh, thank you.
Die
Zeit. Thank you. Thank you.
In English, it would say die, but it's die.
Thank you.
That's all I'm saying.
Bless you. I appreciate that, but yeah, profoundly.
Yeah, there's also drones flying over England apparently too, as well.
Yes, thank you. Like
the Russians, just
Yeah. Fuck them, kind of.
Like, how do they have carte blanche to do all this? Like, why is everyone so afraid of them?
Yeah, because they're a bunch of dumb fucks who say, they have nukes! They'll nuke us! It's like they really believe that shit, and it's all a bluff, and it's all bullshit. And
at this point, we should just call their bluff, because otherwise we're all doomed. Anyway.
Thank you.
So why even wait?
Well, this side of the Atlantic, we're definitely doomed because we got Donald Trump, who's Putin's puppet as president. So we're fucked, and till he fucks everything.
Well, our prognosis has never been good, anyways.
Yeah. Yes.
But it's like the Europeans, like, what? Are you guys gonna lose 3,000 years of civilization for some stupidity like this?
Thank you.
It's crazy.
It is, and but like they need a good kick in the ass. Let them get it. Let them, let Russia occupy them, and then they'll finally wake up. And man, this beet soup really sucks, man. You know,
yeah, when you're living off of like freaking borscht and
thank you.
cabbage stew and shit.
Yeah, thank you. And you can't close the bottle, the vodka bottles, all of them. Once you open them, you can't re-screw them on because you're meant to empty the whole fucking bottle. Yeah, that's how. Yeah,
Yeah, there you go.
yeah.
There you go.
It's like, they can't handle it anymore, but yeah, for the moment, for the present, like climate change, a conflict between Europe and the Russian Empire is not any theoretical future threat. It is already a fucking reality. So, yes, thank you, Brendan. And a second parallel is the disconnect between the expert consensus and public discussions. There is no disagreement among experts that climate catastrophe is caused by humans, that we are already experiencing its impact, and that we are headed for even more, ever more serious consequences. And given current trajectories, it is unrealistic to expect we will meet any kind of acceptable climate goals with the plans currently in place. Equally, thank you. Go on.
I don't understand, like, even if you're against, quote unquote, that fact or that the tendency, the data tendency to show that, it's like, what is the problem with treating the earth better? What is the problem with making stuff more efficient and less harmful to the earth? I mean, I don't understand why that's an issue other than economically. But
thank you.
Like you said, by the time the economics are already shot anyways, we might as well take care of the earth properly and do things properly at first. And yeah, it'll cost more, but then in the long run it won't, all this damage that we're suffering now wouldn't have happened. So it's just, the logic is not, it doesn't add up what they're saying, like, oh, we can't take care of the earth because we're dependent on this fuel source. And it's like, it's clear that all these different options have been totally suppressed, whether it's like, alternative fuels or whatever. I mean, it's clearly just being suppressed by the Rockefellers and all these oil fools. So, like that truth, they can't even get to that truth, let alone that destroying your home, the earth, is a bad idea.
Thank you.
So it's just, their logic is not logic. It's not logic, like you said earlier.
It's Edomite.
It's insanity. It's complete insanity.
It's beyond insane. It's evil. It is evil. It is Edomite.
Yeah, it's beyond evil. It's just crazy.
Thank you. It's entropic. It is entropic.
Yeah.
It is on the side of entropy.
Yeah.
And
so what you've brought up is the only explanation for all this.
Thank you. It started in World War II, where
anti-divine.
Yes, thank you. It started in World War II with the fact that the Americans knew it was an existential conflict. They thought that destroying the world would be their greatest victory. When kids were going to school shortly after World War II, it was common knowledge to all kids that the plutonium bomb developed by the Americans, they literally thought had a good chance of destroying the world. That the chain reaction would not stop and that the world would be destroyed, and they went ahead with it. And that's why Oppenheimer did what he did. The fact that they're glamorizing this maniac who said, I am become death, shatterer of worlds, because he truly expected.
And they put that in the film, like it was like some cute scene between him and Einstein.
Thank you.
Like, that's just awful. So stupid.
Thank you. He thought those
they missed the whole gravitas of it, that like they literally thought it was going to destroy the world and they still fucking did it.
Yes. Yes.
Like, that's insane.
Yes. And he thought those would be the last words ever uttered by humanity, and he wanted to be the last man to say them. And,
like, imagine like wholeheartly believing that and you still press the button. I mean, like, this is like talk about mad scientist. I mean, this makes Dr. Strangelove look funny,
Yeah.
Like a good guy or something.
Yeah, no, it's beyond disgusting, and so when it comes to that horrible. It's indescribable. There's no words for it. But understand, the only way to understand it is this is what the Edomites thought was the end of the world. And when people ask me, well, when I explained to them, this is why they pursued the kings of Edom, the summoning of entropic entities to go beyond the bomb, because the bomb did not accomplish what they wanted. When it comes to the entities that they summoned, and people say something stupid like, why didn't they unleash them all to end the world then? That's what the Vox Arca is for. And that's why they developed it. But I stole that. And it was all Peter Moon wanted. It was all he would ever speak about. To the point where he titled the book Against My Wishes that he was supposed to publish by that name. Yes.
And if anyone wants any proof of it, just look at the freaking hurricane. I mean, it's like that was conjured with a shade, like a shadow of a shadow.
Yes.
So that's just, these beings aren't something you want to deal with. Like,
thank you. Thank you.
Let alone unleash.
Thank you. Absolutely. And equally, there is no serious disagreement among the learned experts in European defense circles that Europa is unprepared for the new geopolitical threats it faces, and that it needs to drastically change its defense posture. And it is unrealistic to think Europeans can guarantee their security with current defense budgets. But expert warnings are being drowned out by seemingly more urgent topics. Partly this is because neither climate catastrophe activists nor European defense experts have a positive vision to sell. Both groups are trying to preserve the status quo, one in which our planet remains livable and war does not spread further to claim more lives in Europe than it already has. At first glance, that should be an easy sell. Both groups are trying to, as I said, keep you as you are, in blissful ignorance. Not because they're trying to keep you ignorant, but because you maintain yourself in that status, and that's where you find bliss. So arguing for things to remain as they are is often not even an attractive political message at that. They may be trying to sell you on, hey, let's keep things as they are. And yet, selling what you got, how do you sell that? If you've already got it, what's the man at the door got to sell you? Especially if resisting change comes with a hefty price tag. Indeed, most politicians appear to think that they have little to gain talking about the risks from climate change or the security threats facing Europe. This is why Brendan Zoget says in the text box, ultimately divine can send them, the kings of Edom, the entropic bombs summoned by the Americans and bound, back to the abyss anytime. This is the judgment time. We have to prove ourselves worthy of that. So, as a result, at a time when honesty on the part of political leaders regarding necessary but uncomfortable adjustments should be the order of the day, the messaging tends to be, keep calm and carry on. On both climate catastrophe and defense, political parties in Europe are competing over who can most assure voters that they will not be inconvenienced. Even worse, those leaders and parties are fighting climate catastrophe. Well, those that are fighting climate change at all are portrayed as wanting to take away people's steak dinners and holidays. while those warning voters about the need to spend more on defense to meet Europe's security challenges are being denounced as warmongers. If you want to see the warmonger, you need only look at Vladimir Putin. That's the goddamn warmonger, you dumb fucks. Honestly, I cough at that. Again, there's tea dust that is from the bottom of the dregs of the tea mug that I'm drinking. German consular, read this to us, please.
I mean,
yeah, thank you. Go on.
Yeah. So, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz stressed that national borders are inviolable. Basically, they cannot be violated because they're literally national sovereign borders, and was referring to Donald Trump's, incoming President Donald Trump's position regarding the takeover of Greenland, that is in fact a Danish autonomous territory. And there's a certain lack of understanding amongst the recent statements from Trump. This is Scholz's words. The principle of inviolability of borders applies to every country, whether big or small, whether powerful or not. It was a warning over Trump's comments about Greenland and the Panama Canal. Blinken said, "We get better results when we're working closely with our allies, not saying or doing things that may alienate." So he's even alienating like the State Department, because you can't do diplomatics with someone like D-Man. There's no way. Like, he's just crazed.
Thank you. And tell people who's reporting this. It's not an American source.
No, this is Nihongo Kyokosai, the Japanese state news agency. NHK in English is what it's called. And it says, Blinken also said the idea expressed about Greenland is obviously not a good one. And then he says, but then he added, it's obviously one that's not going to happen, so we probably shouldn't waste time talking about it. Well, he's going to have a really bad day one day when he wakes up, you know.
And American troops are landing in Greenland. Yes.
Yeah, he's gonna have a real bad day after that when his email box is full from worldwide freaking, you know.
Yes.
Leaders assaulting him, saying, "You fucker, you did nothing. You told us to forget about it. Like, what?"
Yes. Thank you.
Let's not waste time talking about it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. There is more chance of that happening. Go on. Yeah. Go on.
This is like that freaking meme where the dog is in a burning house just sipping coffee.
Yes.
You know, like everyone's in that. Why is everyone in this like stupefied state?
Thank you.
It's like a train is going straight for the cliff and everyone's still having dinner on it. Like, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
The Titanic.
It's crazy.
Titanic syndrome. It's Titanic syndrome. Yes.
Yeah, where they're still having coffee and shit and it's like sinking. Yeah, exactly.
At least they were aware of it. But you know, it's so maybe it's not Titanic syndrome per se.
The denial is strong, you know, in this one. You know,
that's
right.
To
use a quote from Star Wars. The denial is so heavy.
Thank you.
I told you even about some people around, like some friends of mine. They were like, he's like the tariffs won't affect us. I'm like, dude, it's 20%. That means they'll counter with 20%. That means we're paying double for everything.
Yeah.
Oh no. It won't be that bad. They won't do that to us. I'm like, oh, great.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
So if 90% of Americans are thinking...
Who the hell were you talking
to? They're just like normal working class people, like here in Cali.
Oh, God.
And like, oh, you know, it can't be that bad. It can't... I'm like, dude. And these people have children and stuff. Like, they're going to get really bad. Yeah, they're going to they're going to feel it the worst. So.
Oh, God, yeah.
You can't buy your stupid plastic toys for $5 anymore.
Yes. Oh God.
We're
Yeah.
going back to like hand sewn like rag dolls and shit.
Oh yeah.
Sock
dude.
monkeys.
Dude, yeah. We're going back to wooden toys. Yeah. Grandmother darning. Yeah. Pillow.
Yeah, sock monkey guy.
Yeah.
Little
Thank you. Sock
handmade
monkeys,
shit.
pillow kids, and shit. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. It's true.
Yeah.
You've got it down.
Yeah. So, but I can't believe that everyone's in this mode where they're like, "Oh, he can't. Trump won't do that to us." It's like, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
And first of all, it's not just him; it's all the elites.
Thank you.
They don't care if it goes up. They don't really care. They already have everything they need.
Thank
They
you.
can care less.
Yeah. Thank you. And in a worst case scenario, they're bugging off to New Zealand anyway. And yeah.
Which is where they're building these underground bunkers.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So we watched those videos when I was visiting London.
Mm-hmm.
That they have entire underground cities that these companies, these American contractors that work for the military, building silos, are going to New Zealand and building 7 to 8 story underground bunkers for the elites with fully like recirculating air, water purification systems, movie theaters, all in one silo. So they can like 1 or 2 families can live in each of these silos, and they can self-sustain for like something like 80 or 90 years.
Yeah.
In their own little bubble, like it's freaking, what's that, like Fallout and shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they can bug out anytime, and we're all left here dealing with freaking, hydrogen bombs and shit going on.
Yeah. Now,
so
I don't know.
They'll write us off, is what my point.
Yeah. How far does the game Fallout? Because I've never played Fallout. Closest I know about Fallout is from the series on streaming, which I watch with the Blood Boys, which I do very much appreciate the character, particularly of Cooper the Ghoul. But but such being said, what I can't understand is, do they emphasize incest in the game? Because obviously incest would be a big factor in families spending generations in a bunker.
They reference everything because in the original storyline, or not the original, but one of the storylines of the game is like the Vault Company.
Yeah.
Basically tricked, I forgot what the company's called, but it's just like called the Vault, the Vault people.
Yes.
They tricked everyone. Basically, they sold them all these vaults, but each one was its own experiment. Yes. It was like basically like a government experiment. Mm-hmm. That each one had a different scenario. So like one would be 100 women, 1 guy. The other one would be 1 woman, 100 dudes. And then it would be one was a family and one was complete strangers. So each one was like this experiment, like this little bubble. Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't doubt that that's how they think of it now. It's like, a little foreshadowing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe this one is all siblings. Maybe this one is just randos. And then whoever survives gets the Earth. It's like some sick shit like that.
There you
go.
They're
playing a game.
There you go.
And the Svartalfar definitely do think like that. I mean, they're sick.
Yes.
Like, they're just all about science and technology. They don't care about the outcome of beings.
Yes.
So they could care less about that.
Thank you. Very important point. And I appreciate that. It's now on, as I said, when it comes to the idea that the politicians have, they basically, as I said, they're just they're afraid of being portrayed as wanting to take away people's steak dinners and holidays in Europe, and while those warning voters about the need to spend more on defense to meet security challenges that Europe is facing are being denounced as warmongers. And both the climate catastrophists, if you will, and the security mongers, if you will, are seen with a distrustful eye, as if pointing out an existing problem is akin to making it materialize, as if the messenger brings the message. Now, certainly Marshall McLuhan taught us the medium is the message, but the messenger is not the medium. That's finally on both climate change and security.
Is that the same guy that did the Prisoner series? That Marshall McLuhan, or is this someone else?
Oh, no. That was Patrick McGoohan. Patrick McGoohan.
Oh, Patrick. Excuse me. Okay, sorry.
No worries.
Anyways, that series is still relevant because he goes in there as number 6, and then they all point at him and say, he's unmutual. You know, when he starts realizing stuff about the society, and all the different sectors of the society point at him and say he's unmutual. That's basically what situation we're in. You know?
Yes, thank you. You know? You and I and Nemo and everyone on Team Dietrich is a prisoner on an island of deluded people. Island Earth. This island Earth.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yes, deluded people pointing at us and saying we're not mutual. How
could you burst my bubble? You know, it's like, well, you're about to find out.
That bubbles were a big deal on the Prisoner series. You notice that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was considered, like the outsider. So
yes.
It was a problem, right?
Yes, very much so. And finally, in terms of a lead-in, on both climate change and security challenges, magical thinking about solutions is rampant. On climate, many people seem to assume that before things get really bad, someone will find a technological solution. Regarding military threats, people seem to believe that if things go wrong and Europe does find itself in a shooting war with the Russian Empire, the subcontinent's depleted armed forces and assumed technological superiority will somehow save the day, or else that the American Empire will step in after all. But hoping for the best when you're dealing with the worst is simply not a strategy. Now, admittedly, the situation when it comes to climate catastrophe is worse than that with regard to European defense. Climate scientists are worried about certainties. We know that the climate catastrophe is causing natural disasters and that things will only get worse. Defense experts deal in possible or likely dangers like war with the Russian Empire and at the very least decreased American support for European defense under Trump and possibly beyond, if not probably. Because Trump will take America into civil war, and thereafter the Americans won't be able to help even themselves, let alone Europe across the Atlantic. But you know, Brendan, you might remember in the old paperback bookstores, the smoke shops, where you'd see all the paperback novels, which they used to publish in serials, in a sense. Not like the old days, like in pulps, but in paperback form. You'd have novels that were part of a serialized novel system, where the author would go into an entire series about post-apocalyptic adventurers or modern adventurers like Mac Bolan, the Executioner, the man who was the model for the Punisher of Marvel Comics. But you remember in those days they'd have a lot of post-apocalyptic heroes in 1980s paperback novels? And you know what was common about them was they'd often portray a post-apocalyptic America getting its act together enough where they send their regards across the Atlantic to help the Europeans get their shit back together again. Because, you know, we Americans just can't stop interfering in other people's business. But such being said, this is what I feel will be. Those novels were actually prescient, because when we disintegrate into civil war here, obviously if I attain secular power in that power vacuum, that's what I would do. Is first, above all, send our deadliest regards to Europe to set those fuckers straight. So
Yes.
yeah, there's prescience in that. Of course, they always portrayed it as fighting fascists in Europe, that resurge, but the reality is we'll be there to bring order to Europe and bring fascism back. Because at that point, the Europeans will finally recognize, well, if only Heinrich Himmler had been allowed to continue with his Aryan breeding program, there would be a native European population to pay taxes to support all their social benefits, rather than having to bring in all these immigrants to do just that. That's
Imagine that.
Yes, imagine that. Of course, this is why the crazies like Elon Musk and others, all the tech bros, keep saying, we need more people. We need more people. But they're never specific about it. It's always like more people are simply good. Of course, to him, they're all expendable anyway, but he imagines throwing them all into Mars or something as slave labor or something like that in giant hive colonies or something. But all such being said...
Yeah, talk about delusional. I think the word nowadays is delulu.
Yes.
That's what the kids say.
Good word for it. Good. Yes. Yes. The Blood Boys say that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Delulu.
Completely just gonzo.
Yes. About Elon Musk. Thank you so much. So, nevertheless, such having been expressed...
Yeah, he's blasting off to Mars all right in his bed from all the ketamine.
Thank you. Oh, man. He's on a psychedelic, non-stop psychedelic ride. He's beyond disgusting. Beyond disgusting. A threat to the world. He's a threat to the world. He is now...
It's one thing if you're in your basement tripping, but now he's like, pulling strings.
Yes.
While tripping.
Yes.
That's a problem.
Yes. Yeah. It's whatever I had said in the past. I remember how in the past I said L. Ron Hubbard in the early days. I said L. Ron Hubbard was a true James Bond villain. I mean, he was nothing compared to Elon Musk. Elon Musk dwarfs L. Ron Hubbard by orders of magnitude in terms of a James Bond villain threat. He is the James Bond villain. The dorky one. The one with no sense of mystique or charisma. Nevertheless, he's got a cult. Elon Musk is a cult. People will drive their Cybertrucks and chop their fingers off, closing the lid upon their fingers to prove, oh, my finger survived. It doesn't, just because, yes. Tell people about that.
Yeah, someone brought one to the school the other day, and they were, showing it to their friend, one of the other teachers. I mean, I was just really? You think that's something?
How could he afford it? How could he afford it?
I have no idea. Probably some kind of scam, I'm sure.
It's
Andrew Tate level.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Thank you.
Or it's just rented. Sometimes people will just rent them just for funsies.
Thank you. Okay.
So you pay $500 to get, just drive it for 3 days or something.
Okay.
Some people do that.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. They must be.
Those are the smart people. Those are the smart people, like the Indians. They'll buy one just to do that and make their money back on it. So,
there you go.
Then after that, then they sell it and then they double their money. So those people know how to game it.
There we
Unless
go.
someone takes it and blows it up in front of a hotel.
Yeah.
But then you just get the insurance.
Thank you. Yes.
But that's so.
Yeah.
That would make sense. If you're one of those people, you're good. But just to own one, waste all that money when you could have bought and I know this is wild to say this on, the son of Adolf Hitler's show, but the superior German car you could have bought with that money.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Would just completely, if you get a G-Wagon, which is those Mercedes-Benz, the rich people wagons, I mean, that will completely, there's no competition. The Cybertruck couldn't do half of what that thing could do. That thing's like a tank on wheels.
Thank you.
Don't waste your money. Just buy a German car.
Excellent. Excellent. Please.
If you want to really feel like a like a tank, like a real something real sturdy and powerful.
Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. And as I said, whereas defense experts deal with risks and probabilities, climate scientists are up against physics. Defense experts are up against human nature. But on both the climate catastrophe and the supranational security threat, by failing to prepare, our societies are preparing to fail. Many people prefer to shut out these inconvenient truths, and the nature of democratic politics unfortunately allows them, even encourages them to do so. This, however, is exactly the opposite of what needs to be done. Instead, people need to prepare. And this preparation can not only help to address the problem, but also help improve communication about the problem. In fact, research on how to fight climate catastrophe can guide communication on security threats. It has been shown that informing citizens on the danger while simultaneously giving them guidance as to what they can personally do about it empowers people. And in helping to address their feelings of helplessness, that messaging contributes to the solution. Remember, like my biosire Adolf Hitler, I'm all about solutions. Indeed, even final solutions. Of course, individual citizens cannot single-handedly find any solution to Europe's defense deficit, just like they can't stop climate catastrophe. But preparation at the individual level is more relevant with regard to security than many realize. If a military conflict occurs, yes, continue, please.
Not to understate it, but at this point we need any solution.
Yes, thank you.
Then we can get to the final one. It's like,
thank you. By the way, we're not implying another.
Have an alternative.
Thank you. But by the way, when you say before we get to the final one, please qualify. We're not talking about a second Holocaust of European Jewry or something like that. Please, by all means.
No, of course not.
Thank you.
Of course not. Population movement, but not that.
Yes, population movement. Remember when I said, yeah, I'd like to relocate the majority of Jews in America essentially to, Long Island and New York City and New Jersey.
He was crying about that shit.
Yeah. Why? Yeah, what was that about?
I can't explain. I don't know.
Yeah. You can't do that. You can't. I'm like thinking, like, dude, you're.
Because he wants to, he wants all of Brooklyn there, so he doesn't have to drive. So he can just have all his homies, roll up with the b-ball and the football. Yeah.
Yes.
Without sounding too offensive, that's all.
Get it? Yeah, the Jews wouldn't let him do that. That's right. The Jews are pretty fucking exclusive.
That's why he has to drive. That's why he has to drive all the way to the city, because he can't invite them over, so to speak.
Yes.
Because then his neighborhood will be like, why are you inviting all these guys? You know what's going on?
Yes. That's right.
That's why.
There you go.
He can't do his qigong in peace and then bend over in front of these guys or whatever he does. That would be funny if he was like defamation, and then we that's just what we say.
Oh yeah, we could just all cut loose in the courtroom.
On record, yeah. It's just he does talk about butts a lot when he's playing football. It's really weird. It's it's like it's nothing worth saying. It's nothing worth saying. He keeps bringing it up.
Oh, imagine whether it's in the courtrum or whether via Zoom. Can you imagine bringing my witnesses to the stand? Yourself, Brooke Gibson.
Yeah.
Yeah, to talk about.
It would just be like, they would be like, this old man is sick, man.
Yeah. Yo, man. We would just play that episode with Marina Sarin. Yeah.
Yeah, 20-year-old Spanish girl.
Yeah.
Trying to live her life, and he's like, creeping hard.
How are you dressed? and, among other things.
So now that you told us about your horrible experience, what were you wearing? You know, it's just like, Jesus Christ, horrifying.
Yeah, sick motherfucker. And then, hey, you're not the only one who got raped. Doug got raped too. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the tone of his voice when he brought that up, so jovial.
Oh, it was so smug. It was so smug. Yeah, it's awful.
Thank you.
That's crazy.
It's just like,
Doug knows what you've been through, and then explains the whole scenario.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. Oh my God. You know, he was wishing he was my grandfather, except he was hoping my teeth hadn't come in yet. That was his.
Oh yeah, he was up for it.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah. That son of a bitch. Yeah.
That we know.
Yeah. At any rate, thank you for that. And at any rate, so as I was saying, preparation at the individual level is more relevant, at least in regard or with regard to security, national security, than many people would realize. But as a security expert at both the personal through the national level, I can tell you, if a military conflict occurs, a country whose citizens have stocked provisions and know where to go for information and help is in a considerably better position than a country whose citizens are unprepared. And realizing this, several northern European countries, the Scandinavians, have recently distributed leaflets to all households advising them on what to do in case of crises or war. Though some have called it alarmist, to the contrary, it is but prudent. By the way, Heather says, I just saw they're taking apart the Golden Gate Bridge. I love you, Heather. Hear that, Brendan?
Where'd she get this stuff from?
It's Heather. Tell her to get off the internet. I mean, it's up for us. It's up for us, Heather. You got to stay off the internet. Oh my God. But it's adorable. It's adorable. Doug! They're taking apart the Golden Gate Bridge. Yeah, it's those looters, man. Brendan, the looters, right. Dude. They're already here. They're going big. Yeah. Yeah.
Just doesn't make sense. Yeah, I don't know.
Thank you. Conveniently.
Oh, okay, I see it now.
What is okay? So what's going on? Where is she getting this? You know that
it's the Hyde Street Pier in Fisherman's Wharf. I mean, they need to get rid of that shit. Yeah.
Oh my
God.
God.
Trust me, it's not the Golden Gate Bridge.
Thank you. But thank you.
That's their money maker. They won't get rid of that thing.
Yeah, thank you. Not to mention it's a mass sacrifice instrument for all the suicides. That's
funny because the latest news story from KTV, Golden Gate Bridge suicide net appears to be working.
Yeah, you like that? It's like, I'd like to know more details on that. Like, is it like fly paper? I mean, are they just going by and scooping these people up like they were flies and shit?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
It cost $224 million. Started in 2018. The net was showing signs of working even while under construction.
How does that work? How does that work? Like,
they just scrape them. They just scrape them off. You know.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's funny. That's actually funny.
I have never seen a single survivor say, "I survived because of the net."
No.
I have never seen read a single reported story of a survivor.
Yeah, I think they're talking about like stray cats or something that just jumps in there. I don't think it's people. I noticed that in this article, they're not saying people.
Yeah, that's an important point.
It's working.
Thank you.
You know,
I've never seen a single motherfucker come out and say, "I survived thanks to the Golden Gate Bridge."
Oh, they're saying that it's an overall deterrent. They're saying it's fallen to 14. Last year there was only 8. And they intervened in 132 attempts in 2024. It's like, at this point, they just need to do the Futurama suicide booth for like 25 cents. You could just go in there.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, go on. And
it sounds ruthless, but I mean, come on. Like, at this point, why even try? It's like,
yeah. By the way,
like, why is stopping them on a bridge any different when they could just like walk to a stairwell in like a parking lot and just jump off that? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
It's yes, thank you. It's but all I can say is that people prefer the Golden Gate Bridge because obviously it's a statement.
Gives them street cred.
Yes, yes, it's a statement to jump off the Golden Gate Bridge as opposed to just anywhere. But such being said, and also there's something about basically it comes out of the Presidio. And that reminds me of, again,
it must be like a vortex for negative energy. That's the only explanation.
Absolutely.
If it's that, like, if it's like that, it's attracting that many suicide attempts, like hundreds in last year alone.
Thank you.
Something's wrong with that.
Yes. So understand that Futurama's suicide booths came from the short story by Robert W. Chambers. And so that was the short story that I've often referenced that talks about the Presidio military base. It's actually set in the Presidio military base. So Robert W. Chambers, look up suicide booth, and here we are. The Repairer of Reputations. So if you look up the short story, The Repairer of Reputations, which is anthologized in the collection titled The King in Yellow, published in 1895, that's where he brings up the suicide booths, and the individual in question is a madman in San Francisco who introduced for the first time in literature, the untrustworthy narrator, in which you are brought up to be aware that the man is mad, and you realize you can't trust what this man is saying, but you can trust the collateral characters. And one of the collateral characters is an officer stationed at the Presidio. So he's a big part of the short story. And so, but they introduced the concept of suicide booths that we finally have, are just giving the people who want to end their lives the ability to do it with dignity and quickly, and they go inside and incinerate, but they'll be dead by the time that they incinerate because they're essentially gassed and then incinerated, and all in a single job. And so there you go with that. It's holy shit.
It's not the worst idea, but there should be a disclaimer death isn't the end,
something like that. Just remember, you might be coming back. Just remember, it could get worse.
It does.
Yes.
As long as they have that information, it's free game. Let them do what they want.
Yes. Oh my God.
You can't fail a test and then come back and think it's going to be easier next time.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. It's
suicide's not the answer if anyone is ever considering it.
Yes, thank you.
You get a worse body the next time.
It just keeps getting worse until you work.
You can't undo beingness. Can't undo beingness. It's not how that works.
Thank you. Such an important point. Very important.
And that's what happens a lot of the time. They come out of their body and they see their body and it's a whole traumatic experience, for the spirit, for the soul.
Oh yeah. It's awful. Yeah, it's awful. And it's like so thank you for that. And now conveniently, the many parallels between climate catastrophe and security threats extend to preparing citizens at the individual level, as many of the things one needs to do to prepare for a natural disaster are also applicable to preparing for a possible or ultimately inevitable war. After decades, during which European politicians' job mainly consisted of managing a stable status quo, a bolder form of political leadership is once again needed to protect that status quo from existential dangers. Europe needs to get it right on both the fight against climate catastrophe and on addressing its looming security challenges. Working with the people, rather than lulling them into any false sense of security, is an important part of that solution. So, understand that Europe really needs fascists, but not the kind that are running for office in Europe right now, because they're on the side of the enemy. They need myself from this side of the Atlantic, a true fascist in the mold of my biological father, who sees enemies on all sides and within Europe that need to be contended with. Now, such being said, on the other side of Eurasia, Kim started our year in his familiar fashion. Kim's hypersonic start to 2025 truly earns him his moniker of Rocket Man. South Korea's military has confirmed that North Korea fired off an apparent IRBM, or Intermediate Range Ballistic Missile, Monday to kick off the work week as well as the new year in its first launch of the year, as the United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken traveled to Seoul, capital of South Korea, for what was likely his final visit to the region as top diplomat. The North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un told state-run media that what he called a new hypersonic IRBM is regime-tested on Monday to open our work week would help deter its enemies in the region. A veiled reference to South Korea, the Empire of Japan, and these United States. Or maybe I've got that order wrong. Maybe his order of enemies is these United States, the Empire of Japan, and South Korea, for all I know. Days earlier, the regime announced its toughest ever strategy to counter these United States at a key end-of-the-year party meeting overseen by Kim, in a signal to U.S. President-elect Donald Trump. For his part, Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba of the Japanese Empire used a meeting of G7 leaders earlier in December to raise alarm over growing military ties between Moscow and Pyongyang, capital of North Korea, and particularly North Korea's deployment of troops to the Russian Empire. A top Canadian general having noted that by providing thousands of troops to Russia, as well as a steady supply of weapons and munitions, North Korea is assisting Moscow's military in the areas it needs most. In return, the experts warn that deepened North Korean-Russian cooperation, or should I say Russo-North Korean cooperation, will revitalize and ultimately help modernize Pyongyang's, that's North Korea's, now moribund defense industrial base. This side of the Pacific, wildfires have engulfed Southern California, and firefighting resources are coming in from nearby states, while greater Los Angeles is ablaze, and 5 people are dead as a hurricane of fire has tripled in size, driving tens of thousands to flee in California, as the fast-moving Pacific Palisades fire is forcing mass evacuations amid the Southern California windstorm. Multiple fast-moving wildfires have engulfed parts of Southern California, causing thousands to evacuate. At least 3 named fires, the Palisades, the Eaton, and Hearst fires, erupted yesterday amid intense winds that have amplified the devastation of the blazes. A fourth, the Tyler fire, broke out early today and has burned 15 acres last time I checked in. 99-mile-per-hour winds brought a night of terror as fires devastated SoCal, or Southern California communities, with wildfires tearing through Pacific Palisades, Altadena, Pasadena, and Sylmar. Multiple massive wildfires tore across the Los Angeles area with a devastating force today. Los Angeles is currently encircled by fire. To the west, the Palisades fire has torn through Malibu, burning to the edge of Santa Monica. To the east, the Eaton fire has blown down from the mountains into Altadena and Pasadena. To the north, the Hearst fire is sweeping through the suburban neighborhood of Sylmar. More than 1,000 buildings are estimated to have burned, and tens of thousands of people have been evacuated. At least 5 are dead. Now, tell me, Brendan, Nemo, doesn't this sound a bit suspicious that we are compassed in from all the cardinal directions by fire overnight? I mean, north, south, east, and west. This is like a little improbable.
Yeah, talk about suspicious.
Thank you. Thank you.
Little improbable. I mean, we're talking
statistically impossible. Yes.
Statistically, beyond impossible. I mean, that's like. It's not how that works, you know.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And so, everyone, understand this much. Living in California means preparing for just such circumstances. Remember what I said. None of us flinch at the sight of smoke. The fires get named quickly and are suddenly familiar. We know what masks to wear. The air purifiers are running. In 1989, Joan Didion wrote in the New Yorker magazine, "Anyone who has ever spent fire season in Los Angeles knows some of its special language." And yet, this event feels differently. It's, go on. Nemo, please. He says, wouldn't surprise me if this fire is a supernatural inferno. Tell us, Brendan, is there a bit of something karmic here? Something divine? A judgment, perhaps, aside from arson?
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I mean, well, I would say that's most likely what it is. It's nothing to do with arson. I think it's literally a judgment fire.
Thank you for that input.
Because Agni itself is a living being, and the elementals can rain judgment upon the earth, and it's happened before. That's like Indra, or like Zeus is the leader of the elementals, like the Titans, and they can do that. Okay. Anytime, anywhere. That's because of
Thank you.
That's how it works. It's the situation.
Thank you. I do want people to know, certainly this event feels distinct. We are in a new age of wildfire, which I've been reporting on for the past few years. Traditionally, such fires burn in the areas where homes meet forest, the interface zone. That's where the wild in the name comes from. But more and more, such fires are starting to spill farther into small towns, suburbs, and the edges of big cities, even in unexpected places such as New York. In California and beyond, climate catastrophe has worsened fires, making them bigger and more unruly. Los Angeles, one of our nation's largest and most sprawling cities, not really a city, but a megalopolitan sprawl site, feels dangerously small. Wildfires are ravaging Southern California, scorching thousands of acres and forcing more than 100,000 people to evacuate. The growth of the brush fire burning in Pacific Palisades has been aided by high winds that weather officials have called life-threatening and destructive, with isolated wind gusts potentially reaching up to 100 miles per hour in some areas. The National Weather Service has issued a high wind warning through eventide today for much of Los Angeles and Ventura counties. According to the National Weather Service, the Santa Ana wind event is expected to be the worst the region has seen in more than a decade. President Joe Biden approved a major disaster declaration after the powerful Santa Ana winds whipped up multiple wildfires across Los Angeles County, killing at least 5 people and setting homes ablaze. According to CAL FIRE and the Los Angeles Fire Department, as crews battled infernos across the county, a new brush fire, dubbed the Sunset Fire, ignited in Hollywood Hills this eventide, right as I was hosting transmission in the middle of our transmission tonight, spurring mandatory evacuation orders and scorching 20 acres thus far. This is the 5th named fire. It's in the cardinal center point of the compass. North, east, south, west, and compass center, Los Angeles is burning. Pasadena Mayor Victor Gordo confirmed the 5 deaths late this afternoon, announcing that more than 100,000 people are under mandatory evacuation orders. Governor Gavin Newsom declared a state of emergency as firefighters struggle to control these fires, most still 0% contained. Winds are expected to ease overnight, but forecasters warn conditions will remain critical through at least this Thursday. The governor's office said nearly 5,000 first responders are on the ground, including crews of firefighters from Oregon, New Mexico, and Washington State to support the fight against multiple wildfires in Southern California. CBS News Los Angeles previously reported that firefighters from Arizona and Northern California are coming to support the firefighting efforts as well. The Los Angeles Fire Department asked its firefighters to call and report their availability to assist in firefighting efforts. CBS News Los Angeles reported that it's the first time such a call has been put out in 19 years. 4 to 5 wildfires are now burning around and within Los Angeles, including one more powerful than any other to strike the region in recent history. The most destructive windstorm to hit our area in 14 years is fanning flames and smoke that have killed at least 5 people while incinerating homes and sending thousands seeking safety. Dangerous gusts are expected to persist for at least another 48 hours. That's 2 days, pushing flames through high-priced neighborhoods and hindering firefighters as the blazes burn out of control. The largest fire, known as the Palisades Fire, roared across 5,000 acres just west of Santa Monica today, destroying 1,000 structures, pointing out that thousands more structures are likely to burn, including some of the most expensive homes and buildings in the world. Daniel Swain, a University of California, Los Angeles climatologist, has gone on record to say that it is plausible that the Palisades Fire, in particular, will become the costliest fire on record, period. Not just in California, but in general. According to the Pacific Palisades Chamber of Commerce, Pacific Palisades, a neighborhood of Los Angeles, has 9,400 homes with 27,000 residents. The area has been touted by real estate brokers as an oasis of tranquility and understated elegance, and home to numerous A-list celebrities. Now a fast-moving brush fire fueled by dangerously high-speed Santa Ana winds threatens homes in the Pacific Palisades area of Los Angeles since yesterday, prompting mass evacuation orders for roughly 30,000 residents and power shutoffs. The Palisades fire exploded in size as powerful winds hit northwest Los Angeles, forcing the evacuation of at least 30,000 residents in the affluent community of Pacific Palisades. The Eaton, Hearst, and Woodley fires are also burning. According to CAL FIRE and the Los Angeles Fire Department, the fire was first reported at 10:10 a.m. local time along the West Sunset Boulevard. It grew to 200 acres within about 90 minutes, threatening nearby homes and emitting a thick black smoke. By late afternoon, Los Angeles Fire Chieftainess Kristen Crowley declared that the fire had rapidly spread to 1,200 acres. Crowley told reporters that by then several structures had been damaged and no injuries had been reported. The chieftainess said over 10,000 households and 13,000 structures are threatened. Indeed, multiple fires burning in Los Angeles County today damaged more than 1,000 structures, prompting evacuation orders and warnings. At a briefing today, Los Angeles County Fire Department Chief Anthony Moroni confirmed at least 12 people dead by the time of his briefing, 12 people killed, and tens of thousands having already fled their homes as multiple wildfires driven by the powerful Santa Ana winds blasted across Los Angeles County through today, setting hillsides and houses ablaze as roadways clogged, with residents scrambling to safety. The fires having thus far destroyed more than 1,000 homes, businesses, and other structures. There also were, in Moroni's, the Los Angeles County Fire Department Chief Anthony Moroni's own words, a high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate, in addition to first responders who were on the fire line. Now, a point. California Governor Gavin Newsom has declared a state of emergency amid extreme fire risk. Governor Gavin Newsom declared a state of emergency as the Pacific Palisades wildfire exploded in size, fueled by one of the strongest Santa Ana winds events to hit Southern California in the last decade. He urged Southern California residents to pay attention to local weather reports and follow guidance from emergency officials. In a statement issued yesterday, Newsom said, "This is a highly dangerous windstorm that's creating extreme fire risk, and we're not out of the woods. We're already seeing the destructive impacts with this fire in Pacific Palisades that grew rapidly in a matter of minutes." Point, according to the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, or CAL FIRE, the Palisades fire in Los Angeles was first reported at 10:30 a.m. local time yesterday near homes in Los Angeles' Pacific Palisades neighborhood and has grown to thousands of acres with zero containment. An extreme windstorm fanned this fire, prompting mandatory evacuations that clogged roads with cars as residents fled flames that spread into residential areas and burned homes. Mandatory evacuation orders have been issued north to Mulholland Drive, east to Kenter Avenue, and south to Pacific Coast Highway. Per an LAFD, or Los Angeles Fire Department radio call, the grounds of the famous Getty Villa Museum were also burning as of yesterday evening. Fire officials said that trees and brush were ablaze and that flames were approaching structures, but the museum said the villa and its art had been spared thus far. The ongoing emergency is a visceral example of the ferocious fire weather that puts communities developed into wildlands at heightened risk, especially during a notably dry, wet season. Now, as I try to reclaim my voice, understand that these are called interfacial zones between the wild and development. If we keep developing the wild, we're going to get more interfacial fires. Because people barbecue, they do stupid things, and the electric lines to deliver them their power get impacted by the high winds that spark the fires. Point: a second wildfire, the Eaton Fire, broke out yesterday night in the hills above Altadena, a community in northern Los Angeles County, also prompting evacuation orders. During a news briefing conducted today, the aforementioned LA Fire Chief Meron said 12 people were already dead due to that blaze, specifically, which had also caused a number of injuries while burning at least well over 10,000 acres as of this morning, having ignited 30 miles inland in Altadena near Pasadena and quickly growing to more than 16 square miles or 10,600 acres. That fire has destroyed homes, a synagogue, and a McDonald's restaurant. Our man Nemo Albano would probably be happy to tell you which one he rates as more valuable than the other. The 12 fatalities were civilians. Officials said that there is 0% containment of the blaze. The fast-moving blaze broke out yesterday night in the hills above Altadena near Eaton Canyon, burning more than 400 acres and resulting in mandatory evacuations in parts of Pasadena, eastern Glendale, all of La Cañada, Flint Ridge, and northern Monrovia. Several homes have burned, but an exact number is unavailable. All schools were closed today in the Pasadena Unified School District because of the fire. Several other school districts, including Alhambra, Glendale, Burbank, San Marino, and South Pasadena, are also closing. Pasadena spokeswoman Lisa Derderian said, "We're not playing around here. This is serious." That's awfully fucking vague, and I don't really know if it gets the point across, but another point. CAL FIRE has confirmed that the Hearst Fire, a third blaze, erupted in the Sylmar neighborhood of Los Angeles late yesterday night and quickly consumed hundreds of acres, burning more than 1,000 acres by 2 a.m. and forcing some evacuations. Point: the Woodley Fire started early this morning. Point: according to officials, there have been a number of significant injuries from the fires, and tens of thousands of structures are threatened. Fire officials reporting zero containment of the 4 blazes, now numbered 5. Point: drivers are abandoning cars as they flee the blaze. Several major LA roadways were jammed as residents attempted to flee, with many being forced to abandon their vehicles. As the Pacific Palisades wildfire in Los Angeles quickly grew yesterday afternoon amid a destructive windstorm, some fleeing residents stuck in gridlock were forced to abandon their vehicles altogether as dangerous flames approached. Sunset Boulevard was jammed with cars as people tried to evacuate. Resident Marcia Horowitz, who was walking down Sunset with her dog, said the fire department told people to get out of their cars, herself reporting, in her own words, "The fire came right down to the road and the fire department came up and said, 'Get out of your cars now,' because the fire was right up against the cars." The Palisades fire, which pulverized buildings and had singed nearly 5 square miles, was burning nearly 3,000 acres between the beach towns of Santa Monica and Malibu earlier today. CAL FIRE saying on its website that the fire is now 11,802 acres. This while the third blaze, the Hearst fire, ignited in Sylmar in the San Fernando Valley, northwest of downtown Los Angeles, and has burned at least 500,000 acres, prompting evacuations of some nearby residents. Public safety power shutoffs affected nearly 4,200 Southern California Edison customers in Los Angeles County and another 400 in Ventura County, according to the utility. Additional shutoffs were being considered for more than 400,000 customers across Southern California. Per Kevin McGowan, Director of Emergency Management for Los Angeles County, we're facing a historic natural disaster, and I think that can't be stated strong enough. That's getting a little better there. Emphasizing that 12 arrests have already been made for looting, the Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna said several department employees had lost homes to the fires, himself saying, "We are prioritizing life over everything else." Governor Gavin Newsom has declared a state of emergency as firefighters struggle to control the fires, all listed as 0%. 0% contained. Photos from the scenes showed homes engulfed in flames and thousands of residents were threatened. Much of Los Angeles was enveloped in smoke. On X, the meteorologist Ryan Maui said, "Winds will not die down much until noon today round Los Angeles. The worst is yet to come in the next few hours with 80 to 105 mile per hour gusts. This is a hurricane of fire." Nearly 400,000 are without power in California, as winds were expected to strengthen yesterday night, with the NWS warning about extreme fire conditions as California's dry fall means plenty of fuel for wildfire. Describing the conditions as one of the most powerful wind events of the season, what with the explosive fire already blazing and 80 to 90 mile per hour winds projected, the UCLA professor Alex Hall, director of the university's Institute of the Environment and Sustainability, concludes that weather conditions in Southern California over the last year, including a hot summer and dry fall, have created plenty of fuel for potential wildfires. These intense winds have the potential to turn a small spark into a conflagration that eats up thousands of acres with alarming speed, a dynamic that is only intensifying with the warmer temperatures of a changing climate. Suggesting that the longer the wind conditions last, the drier vegetation will become, the UCLA climate scientist Daniel Swain said that the worst of the conditions were likely last night into early this morning, herself going on record to say, "The atmospheric blow dryer is really going to dry things out even further. The reality is that there's going to be a very long period of high fire risk," emphasizing that widespread damaging winds and low humidities will likely cause fire starts to rapidly grow in size with extreme fire behavior. The NWS, that's the acronym for the National Weather Service, has announced that a high risk for dangerous fire weather conditions is present for most of Los Angeles and Ventura counties. According to the NWS, damaging wind gusts between 50 to 80 miles per hour, with isolated gusts between 80 to 100 miles per hour for mountains and foothills, are expected, with the agency warning that power outages were also expected yesterday through afternoon through today. According to poweroutage.us or .us, early 400,000 customers were without power in California as of mid-morning today. That includes 260,000 without power in Los Angeles County amid the fires. Tens of thousands of customers in neighboring counties were also out of power. Alongside an outage map, The Los Angeles Department of Water and Power said on its website, under current conditions, customers experiencing outages should expect crews to respond between 24 to 48 hours from the time the outages are reported. Restoration of outages may take longer. The Santa Ana winds fueling the flames were expected to peak yesterday night into this morning. The forecast called for wind speeds to reach 80 miles per hour or higher and humidity levels to bottom out in the teens or even single digits. With so little rain, the vegetation is tinder dry, forecasters thus urging residents to use extreme caution with any potential ignition sources, with authorities urging the public to avoid any activity that could generate a spark and warning that any fire, what ignites, would spread quickly. Mike Wofford, a meteorologist with the National Weather Service in Oxnard, California, has confirmed that winds in the Los Angeles County mountains had already reached around 80 miles per hour by yesterday morning and were expected to start moving into parts of Ventura County, himself declaring, "It is a kind of a worst-case scenario situation." Los Angeles is increasingly vulnerable to fire, and the Palisades were waiting to burn. Devastating wildfires are far from rare in Los Angeles, but in the past January wouldn't have been considered part of fire season. The blazes now burning over thousands of acres, which have driven tens of thousands of Angelinos from their homes, show a city increasingly at risk. Biden issued a statement on the Southern California wildfires after being briefed on the fires by California Governor Newsom. President Biden having canceled his Monuments event in Los Angeles because of the fires. President Joe Biden canceled an event to dedicate 12 national monuments previously scheduled yesterday for Box Canyon, California, because of the dangerously high-speed Santa Ana winds and wildfire. Biden arrived in Los Angeles late Monday night to announce the creation of the Chuckwalla National Monument and the Satitla Highlands National Monument. It might be pronounced Satitla. He was set to fly to the eastern Coachella Valley the next day for the event. The new monuments, announced 12 weeks before Biden's White House term ends, is part of the president's land conservation agenda. On Monday, he used executive authority to ban offshore drilling off the Atlantic and Pacific coasts, including off the California coastline. President Joe Biden and California Governor Gavin Newsom were briefed about the California wildfires at a Santa Monica firehouse this afternoon. Biden had been visiting Los Angeles earlier in the week. His trip home was canceled today. During the briefing, the officials updated the 12 leaders on the status of the wildfires and the efforts being made to battle the blazes. While the briefing was ongoing, the White House announced on social media that Mr. Biden has directed the Department of Defense to provide additional firefighting personnel and capabilities, including aero support, to my Golden State, declaring, "We're in it, here to stay." During the briefing, Mr. Biden offered his support to our Golden State. He also announced that his great-grandchild had been born at the Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles. Biden remains in Los Angeles, last time I checked. The White House said the event will be rescheduled for next week at the White House. President Biden announced yesterday night that he is monitoring the wildfire activity in Southern California. In a statement urging the residents of the Pacific Palisades and the surrounding areas of Los Angeles to stay vigilant and listen to local officials, the president added that FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, approved a fire management assistance grant to support areas that are impacted and help reimburse the state of California for the immediate firefighting costs, I urge the residents of the Pacific Palisades and the surrounding areas of Los Angeles to stay vigilant and listen to local officials. I am being frequently briefed on the wildfires in West Los Angeles. My team and I are in touch with state and local officials, and I have offered any federal assistance that is needed to help suppress the terrible Pacific Palisades fire. Now, the iconic Getty Villa has closed as wildfire threatens the famous Los Angeles Art Museum. The famous Getty Villa, a museum located near the Los Angeles coast in Pacific Palisades, announced that it will remain closed through at least early next week as wildfire tears through the area. The Pacific Palisades fire threatened thousands of structures by yesterday afternoon, including one of the most beloved educational centers and art museums in Southern California. According to the nonprofit Los Angeles Conservancy, the billionaire oil man and art patron J. Paul Getty opened the Getty Villa in 1974. The Villa, which holds a large collection of Roman and Greek artifacts and antiquities, was modeled after a Roman country villa. Deadline.com has reported that the facility has a detailed plan to keep the art safe, such as having fireproof walls. Aerial footage and images shared on social media showed smoke approaching the Getty Villa as the fast-growing fire-impacted areas along the Pacific Coast Highway. Earlier yesterday, Alexandria Sivak, Getty Villa spokesperson, told Fox News that the Villa site was safe, thereafter clarifying via USA Today that the museum is already closed to the public on Tuesdays, but was now closed to non-emergency staff members. To quote she, "We are in ongoing contact with LAFD and closely monitoring the situation. We will provide updates as available." Qualifying that the facility utilized its irrigation system throughout the day and that the galleries and collections have measures to protect them from the smoke, J. Paul Getty Trust President Catherine Fleming said, "We swiftly closed the villa to non-emergency staff, and the site is closed to the public on Tuesdays. The Getty Villa will remain closed at least through Monday, January 13th. We, of course, are very concerned for our neighbors in the Pacific Palisades, Malibu, and the surrounding areas." Now to quote, "It looked like Armageddon. Could smell the fire on me, like a disaster movie." There's gridlock as residents try to evacuate, residents having described treacherous escapes, while the actor James Woods showed off the fire in his neighborhood as part of an agitprop, or agitation propaganda campaign, lambasting the first female and 2S LGBTQIA plus Los Angeles fire chieftainess in the LAFD for diversity push while evacuating his own home. According to the California Department of Transportation, officials have shut down all traffic on Pacific Coast Highway at Topanga Canyon Boulevard due to the fire. Traffic jams could be seen along the highway, a crucial artery, and on roads near the Pacific Palisades. Video from NBC Los Angeles showing it all. In a social media post, officials said that the city of Santa Monica additionally closed a westbound portion of Interstate 10 to help smooth fire evacuations. According to the Los Angeles Fire Department, some people have abandoned their cars as they seek to flee the area. About 30 vehicles have been left on roadways, which is clearing them to allow emergency response crews better access to the area. The 36-year-old Carla Mendoza told USA Today that she was driving for the food delivery company DoorDash in Santa Monica Tuesday by now when she noticed the fire around 10:28 a.m. She didn't realize how close it was to her route when she went to pick up an order at a cafe in Palisades Park. When Mendoza arrived 5 minutes later, she said clouds of smoke were billowing and ash was raining down. Mendoza said she saw two fire trucks, speed up the Pacific billowing. Well, they were billowing smoke all their own. They were streaming so fast their rubber was burning. Up the Pacific Coast Highway onto Sunset Boulevard. And then saw others from Los Angeles and Beverly Hills quickly follow. As she evacuated, traffic began to pick up along the highway, but Mendoza was able to get out of the area before the roads became gridlocked. To quote as she, "As I'm driving, I was like, oh my God, this is getting worse. The winds are really bad. We had no idea how close it was and how fast it was going to move. When I got back to Santa Monica, I could smell the fire on me. That's how fast it was." When the attorney, Kelsey Trainor, and her wife grabbed their go bag and they left their lesbian couple's home about an hour after the Palisades fire broke out, there were already hundreds of cars gridlocked on Palisades Drive. There was only one way out, nowhere to go. Trainor recalled seeing plumes of smoke rising from the Pacific Highlands and massive flames on each side of the road as they slowly approached Sunset Boulevard. She watched people abandon their cars and flee toward the ocean as planes dropped water from above. Herself so saying, "It felt surreal, like a disaster movie in slow motion, with ash falling down all around us, wind pelting the ash to your face, and blackening yourself to the point where you looked like you had covered yourself in shoe polish by the time you escaped." To the east, the 68-year-old Karen Maison. Yeah, well, I'll get to that, Brendan. Yes, he had to ask. No, that's our man. Yeah, it's Brendan. It's not Nemo. He said, "What does the fast random fire have to do with a woman fire chief?" I'll get to that. Or rather, James Woods will when I get to him. To the east of this lesbian couple, the 68-year-old Karen Maison Miller is a Zen Buddhist priestess and teacher who's been tending a 109-year-old Japanese garden in Sierra Madre for almost 3 decades. Yesterday night, she had her husband left in a run. She and her husband left in at a run as flames from the Eaton fire danced behind them. The winds had been extraordinary for 2 days, gusts of up to 100 miles per hour, and for a brief moment on Monday, she'd imagined it would only clear things away, blow down the dead branches and empty the trees of leaves. The power went out in their area, and they drove through darkness for what seemed like forever. To quote as she, "We could see the fire in our rearview mirror. I didn't even want to look because it moved so fast. I just wanted my husband to drive. There was debris everywhere. Whole trees in the middle of the street. You're trying to flee a fire, but you couldn't drive on the road. This was like nothing in our experience. It was on a whole other scale." Meanwhile, as devastating wildfires tear through Southern California, burning thousands of acres and forcing tens of thousands to evacuate, conservatives online are spotlighting Los Angeles Fire Department Chieftainess Kristen Crowley, arguing that her prioritization of promoting diversity is what backfired. The actor James Woods posting a video to X showing fire raging near his deck. He had posted video earlier of flames threatening his neighborhood as giant palm trees swayed from the wind and plumes of smoke filled the air. Actor James Woods, who was among those evacuated from the Pacific Palisades neighborhood, in his case by private helicopter, is blaming Crowley's focus on diversity for fanning the flames. Observing that several planes had flown over the area and dropped water, Wood said, "I'm standing in my driveway, getting ready to evacuate." And here's just one of his links. I'll enter into our text box, and I'll enter it into the chat. Make certain everyone to access this. And it's kind of like the Phantom of the Opera. No, the Phantom of the Opera had love, he had heart, he had charm. But nevertheless, there's a line that James Woods can pretty much reiterate verbatim. What was it? "Feast your eyes and gloat your soul on my accursed ugliness." That's James Woods inside and out. You see, Crowley became the first female and 2SLGBTQIA+ fire chieftainess in the LAFD in 2022, and her bio describes her priorities as creating, supporting, and promoting a culture that values diversity, inclusion, and equity, the big DEI, people, while striving to meet and exceed the expectations of the communities. While referencing Crowley's bio today, Wood swiped, "Refilling the water reservoirs would have been a welcome priority too, but I guess she had too much on her plate promoting diversity." One commentator replying to Woods echoed, "We are witnessing what happens when DEI policies and green agendas take precedence over safety measures, water and forest conservation/management, people's health and well-being, and now, specifically, fire prevention." Now, I'm already getting a question through the email. Did James Woods evacuate his Los Angeles home? I hope not. No, unfortunately, he did. Woods previously filmed himself evacuating in a post that went viral right here. I'll enter it into our text box, and then I'll enter it into our ever-loving chat, where we had the love fest earlier with a bunch of people for a while, the Edomites cracking down on us. But it's not just Crowley's work promoting diversity that some people are taking issue with. It's Crowley herself. The prominent right-wing account, End Wokeness, posted an old news interview of Crowley talking about promoting diversity and herself being a member of the 2SLGBTQIA+ community, prompting a flurry of outraged replies. One commentator blasted, "Sorry, but woman firefighters just put an entire squad at risk." Why? Because the firefighters were too busy trying to rape them to fight the fires inside their loins? This guy goes on to say, "I'd say the same thing about a man who couldn't meet the physical standards, and there's zero chance LAFD women were tested to that standard." Someone else concluded, "DEI is costing Los Angeles everything." And another commentator ripped, "Sexual orientation should not be a job qualification." Libs of TikTok made a similar argument today, posting images of Crowley and her bio. The account stated, "Meet Los Angeles Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. She boasts about being the first female and 2SLGBTQIA+ fire chief in the LA Fire Department. Promoting a culture of DEI is her priority. Does this make you feel safer?" But not everyone is buying into the rhetoric blaming Crowley for being a supposed diversity hire. In the top reply to Libs of TikTok, one user countered, "You missed these sections at Libs of TikTok. The woman is a 22-year vet with loads of experience and has dedicated her life to public service. What have you done but tweet all day and night? There you go, people. Come on, Nemo. Come on, Brent. Add some wit to this comment. This guy's right on. What have any of these neckbeards, these keyboard warriors, done to help fight Los Angeles fires? Well, they all bitch because, you know, some poor bull dyke is out there trying to fight it for them. This is sick, people. It is just like, it's like people who criticize the movies because, you know, they can't make anything creative themselves. People who criticize Douglas Dietrich because they were unable to live 1,000 lives, as my own Jewish head and neck surgeon told me I've done. Hey, can't beat that for the son of Adolf Hitler, can you? Now, when others also pointed out the drastic intensification of the fires in Los Angeles, citing climate change, James Woods was quick to dismiss that fact. To a commentator, James Woods replied, "This fire is not from quote-unquote climate change, you ignorant asshole." I think we all know who the ignorant asshole here is. He went on to say, "It's because of liberal idiots like you elect liberal idiots like Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. One doesn't understand the first thing about fire management, and the other can't fill the water reservoirs." I mean, with actors like this, maybe it's a good thing that Jimmy Kimmel Live and Grey's Anatomy are delaying productions while the Rose Bowl has opened an animal evacuation center. So here's to you, Brooke. A toast. At least 4 TV productions in Los Angeles have been delayed amid the wildfires. A company spokesperson confirmed to CBS News that productions for Jimmy Kimmel Live, Grey's Anatomy, and Dr. Odyssey did not take place today. The taping for the CBS game show After Midnight has also been canceled. Kimmel broadcasts from El Capitan Entertainment Center in the heart of Hollywood, just 15 miles away from the Palisades fire. Meanwhile, the NFL, the National Football League, said it's monitoring the wildfires with a playoff game between the Minnesota Vikings and Los Angeles Rams scheduled for Monday at SoFi Stadium, which is located approximately 22 miles southeast of the Palisades fire. On social media, officials have announced that amid mandatory evacuation orders in Los Angeles, the Rose Bowl Stadium in Pasadena is being used as an evacuation center for large animals. The annual Rose Bowl, having been played at the stadium just last week on New Year's Day, whence upon the Ohio State Buckeyes beat the Oregon Ducks. I mean, those are some weird team names, people. But according to the same post, small animals can be evacuated to the Pasadena Humane Society, or move them in with Brooke Gibson. She takes in everything, including this meth head, who she mistakes for a higher primate. And unfortunately, the windy week will bring more hazards. UCLA climate scientist Daniel Swain noted that this windstorm is unlike a Santa Ana wind event that affects mountain areas the most. And despite the fact that the winds are forecast to weaken as the week goes on, he said the fire danger will stick around. In a media release, Swain said, "The atmospheric blow dryer is really going to dry things out even further, and because this is going to last several days, the vegetation will become progressively drier the longer the wind event goes on. Some of the strongest winds will be at the beginning of the event, but some of the driest vegetation will actually come at the end." Well, we all know President James Earl Carter, Jimmy Carter, died December 29th. Carter's single White House term still stirs controversy after more than 40 years. Few presidents have come as far, as fast, in national politics as Jimmy Carter. In 1974, he was nearing the end of his single term as governor of Georgia when he told the world he wanted to be president. 12 years later, he was the president-elect. Although his name recognition nationally was only 2% at the time of his announcement, Carter believed he could meet enough people personally to make a strong showing in the early presidential caucuses and primaries. He embarked on a 37-state tour, making more than 200 speeches before any of the other major candidates had even announced. When voting began in Iowa and New Hampshire in the winter of 1976, Carter emerged the winner in both states. He rode that momentum all the way to the presidential nomination and held on to win a close contest in the general election. His career as a highly active former president lasted 4 full decades and ended only with his death Sunday in his hometown of Plains, Georgia. He was 100 and had lived longer than any other U.S. president, battling cancer in both his brain and his liver in his 90s. So what we have here is a life that bridged political eras. James Earl Carter Jr. was the 39th U.S. president, elected as a Democrat, displacing the incumbent Republican, Gerald Ford, in 1976. Carter would serve a single tumultuous term in the White House, beset by inflation, energy shortages, intra-party challenges, and foreign crises. But he managed to win the nomination for a second term. He lost his bid for re-election to Republican Ronald Reagan in a landslide in 1980. Thereafter, he worked with Habitat for Humanity and traveled the globe as an indefatigable advocate for peace and human rights. He was given the United Nations Prize in the field of human rights in 1998 and awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2002. Carter was the first president from the Deep South elected since the American Civil War between the states for rights. He entered politics at a time when Democrats still dominated in his home state and region. He had begun his career as a naval officer in the submarine corps, but in 1953 he left the service to take over the family peanut business when his father died. He later served 4 years in Georgia's state legislature before making his first bid for governor in 1966, the year in which I myself was delivered from my mother's loins into this vale of tears. In that contest, he finished behind another Democrat, Lester Maddox, a populist figure known for brandishing a pickaxe handle to confront civil rights protesters outside his Atlanta restaurant. Carter shared much of the traditional white Southern cultural identity, but he was also noted for his support for integration and the civil rights movement led by fellow Georgian Martin Luther King Jr. 4 years after losing to Maddox, Carter was elected his successor and declared in his inaugural speech that the time for racial discrimination is over. Time magazine would feature him on its cover 4 months later, making him a symbol of the New South. And as his term as governor ended, he was all in on a presidential bid. But he did not burst onto the national stage so much as he crept up onto it, appearing before small groups in farming communities and elsewhere, far from the big media centers. So this is a meteoric rise to the White House. Beyond his earnest image and rhetoric, Carter also had a savvy game plan based on the new presidential nominating rules that the Democratic Party had adopted in the early 1970s. Carter's team, led by campaign manager Hamilton Jordan, mastered this new roadmap, with Carter climbing from a strong showing in the still new Iowa caucuses to a clean win in New Hampshire's primary. So though in January of 1976 he was the first choice of only 4% of Democrats nationally, he won the first trois events and leveraged that attention to capture the imagination of voters in other regions. Carter shut out segregationist champion George Wallace in the Southern primaries and also dominated in the industrial states of the North and Midwest. Democrats held 48 primaries or caucuses around the United States that year, and Carter won 30, with no other candidate winning more than 5. Wherever he went, he was able to connect with rural voters and evangelicals wherever they were to be found, doing well in big cities, but also in the sparsely populated parts of Ohio and Pennsylvania, which unfortunately dominate our electoral college. While Carter's juggernaut lost momentum in the summer and fall, with Republican President Gerald Ford nearly closing the polling gap by election day, the Georgian held on to win 50% of the popular vote in November. By winning in his home state and everywhere else in the South, save only Virginia, while holding on to enough of the key population centers in the Northeast and Great Lakes regions, Carter was able to cobble together nearly 300 electoral college votes without winning California, Illinois, or Michigan. Then we get to the troubles in office. The surprisingly modest margin of Carter's victory over Ford augured more difficulties ahead. And as well as the Carter persona may have suited the national mood in 1976, it did not fit well in the Washington he found in 1977. All presidential candidates who run against Washington find it necessary to adjust their tactics if and when they are elected. But the former peanut farmer and his campaign staff, known as the Georgia Mafia, never seemed to lose faith in the leverage they thought they had as outsiders. Almost immediately upon taking office, Carter encountered difficulties with various power centers in Congress. He and his tight circle of aides, brought along from Georgia and the campaign, were not attuned to congressional customs or prerogatives, and a variety of their agenda priorities ran afoul of their own party's preferences. A case in point was a hit list of Western water projects that the Carterites regarded as needless pork barrel spending. For a raft of Democratic senators and representatives facing re-election in thirsty states and districts, the list came as a declaration of war. Although Congress fought Carter to draw on the projects, many of these Western seats would be lost to Republican challengers in 1978 and 1980. Carter did not have signal successes in brokering a historic peace deal between Israel and Egypt, and in securing Senate ratification of his treaty ceding the Panama Canal to Panama. In fact, Jimmy Carter gave Panama control of the canal. It's one of his most controversial achievements. It was a territory known to some who lived there as a tropical utopia. The canal zone in Panama had been under United States control for nearly 3/4 of a century, 75 years. But in 1977, President Jimmy Carter signed treaties with Panama's leader, General Omar Torrijos. With a stroke of the pen by each leader, they agreed to generally hand back control of the narrow but critical strip of land to Panama. The stretch of land, 50 miles long and 10 miles wide, in the middle of the Panamanian Isthmus, has been under U.S. control since 1903, with construction of the canal starting in earnest the following year. The United States Canal Zone had its own government, court system, schools, police force, fire department. It had its own governor, appointed by the President of these United States. Living in the zone meant access to free housing, free schools, state-of-the-art medical facilities, manicured lawns, clean streets, Little League football, and 4th of July parades. But when Panamanians set foot in the Canal Zone, their citizenship rights were void, and they could be prosecuted under different laws and regulations. Perhaps then you might understand Panamanian resentment. Panamanian resistance to American control of the Canal Zone had been growing for some years. By the 1960s, the canal had become a major flashpoint with frequent protests against these United States. This antipathy came to a violent head on January 9th of 1964. Zone authorities had decreed that neither U.S. or Panamanian flags would be displayed in schools in the Canal Zone. But a dispute over this burst into violence and led to the deaths of over 20 Panamanians and 4 U.S. soldiers. The Canal Zone was constructed following Jim Crow policies of segregation. Privileged white U.S. citizens and their dependents were granted certain rights based on race. Black Panamanians and migrant laborers, mostly from the Black Caribbean, took the bulk of low-paying jobs and lived in the Canal Zone's segregated neighborhoods. It was South Africa in the American hemisphere, a Western hemispherical apartheid state. And the treaties that unraveled U.S. control, well, we can find their roots in that. But President Carter, alongside Panamanian military leader Torrijos, upended everything when they negotiated and signed the Panama Treaties in September of 1977. The Panama Canal Treaty promised to give control of the canal to the Panamanians by midnight of December 31st in 1999. The Treaty of Permanent Neutrality and Operation, PNO, declared the canal neutral and open to vessels of all nations, and allowed the United States to retain the permanent right to defend the canal from any threat. Together, both these treaties acknowledged the Republic of Panama's sovereignty over its nation and full operational control of the canal connecting the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. Some Zonians, as Canal Zone residents were oft referred to, and conservative legislators, in Washington, were not happy about these new treaties. More critically, there were many more who viewed Carter's signing as capitulation to a Panamanian government led by a military dictator and harmful to both American military and economic interests. The Carter administration faced a battle in the U.S. Senate to get the treaties ratified. Republican Senator Strom Thurmond said, The canal is ours, and we bought and we paid for it, and we should keep it. But one of the Democratic president's staunchest supporters in this battle came from a surprising corner. Movie star and Republican John Wayne was a friend of the Panamanian dictator and wrote countless letters to senators in support of President Carter. The efforts of the Carter administration finally prevailed, and by the following year, both treaties were ratified by the Senate. I guess it's all about breaking down the barriers. The Torrijos Carter treaties played a major role in breaking down inequalities and opened the door to career opportunities for Panamanians. The 12 countries worked together to lay out a 20-year staggered transition plan that Ed Scott, an entrepreneur who grew up in the Canal Zone, himself a former U.S. government official who later worked for the Carter administration, claims was a huge success. It was like if you'd taken a slice of Ohio and transplanted it in Panama. There were concerns that Panamanians didn't have the skill sets to do the heavy-duty engineering work and supervise the locks overall. The divided worlds between the Canal Zone and Panama started to dissolve slowly over the next few years and blend together. And the comfortable lifestyle of many Americans living in the zone started to immediately decompose. Well, maybe immediately decompress and slowly decompose. Resentful Zonians mourned the loss of their privileged lifestyle. Some youngsters took to wearing a t-shirt showing a green monster wearing a middle finger with the legend, "To Jimmy from the Canal Zone." Some changes were effective immediately. Canal Zone buildings were required to fly the Panamanian flag alongside the Stars and Stripes. A basketball court-sized Panamanian flag was raised on top of the highest hill overlooking Panama City. The Panamanian government assumed full control over the police, the prison, and the courts. The United States military gradually withdrew, leaving the white Americans defenseless. Movie theaters, bowling alleys, pools, and recreational facilities started to close, and as a result, many service industry laborers lost their jobs. White neighborhoods in the zone became more racially diverse as Panamanians moved into homes there, oftentimes by force, an invasion, if you will. The treaties also required the United States to set up training programs in order to increase the number of Panamanians qualified for higher level jobs. By the way, a new image entered by Heather Holman of Hollywood burning. I presume we could always rebuild the Hollywood sign better than it was before. Missing an L, perhaps. Replace it with Holywood. At any rate, let's talk a bit about Carter in Panama. A year later, after the initial signing in 1977, President Carter himself paid a 23-hour visit to Panama in June the following year to formally exchange the documents ratifying the treaties with the dictator of Panama, General Torrijos. In a speech after the signing, Carter said the moment marked a renewed commitment to the principles of peace, non-intervention, mutual respect, and cooperation between the United States and Latin America. How that's accomplished by surrendering a national asset to a military dictator is beyond me, but to President Carter, the treaty signified the removal of the last remnant of alleged American colonialism in Latin America. By the time the surrender, the handover, was completed on December 31st of 1999, Panamanians had developed the skills and expertise to assume full responsibility for the management, operation, and maintenance of the Panama Canal and the canal zone itself. According to the historianus Keisha Corinialdi, authoress of the work titled Panama in Black, Carter leaves a lasting legacy in Panama. He was the first U.S. president who recognized the urgent need to review the outdated Panama Canal Treaty and the U.S. presence in the canal zone. To quote Corinialdi, it was one of the most clear examples of taking a very specific U.S. racial hierarchy at a legislative level system to another part of the Americas and sort of implementing it there. So it very much created a roadmap of inequality. Carter was the one who started it. He really took this on more than any other president in history. He also managed to achieve significant reforms in regulations, especially those affecting energy production and transportation, that would eventually lower consumer prices. Carter had taken office amid historically high inflation and energy prices that had persisted since the Arab oil embargo of 1973. Carter appointed a new chair of the Federal Reserve, Paul Volcker, whose tight money policies eventually tamed inflation, but also triggered a recession and the highest unemployment rates since the Great Depression. Along the way, there was more grief on the oil front, as Iran's Islamic Revolution in 1979 caused not only a price spike, but long lines at the pump, worse than in 1973. Carter and the Democrats paid a price, suffering more than the usual losses for the president's party in the 1978 midterm elections, which greatly reduced Democratic margins in both the House and the Senate. Yet the Iranian crisis had even worse consequences. The revolution saw the overthrow of the Shah, a longtime ally of these United States, and the installation of a maniacal theocratic regime led by Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, a fierce critic of the United States, to say the least. When Carter agreed to grant the Shah a visa to receive cancer treatments in these United States, young followers of the Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini overran the U.S. Embassy in Tehran. 52 Americans were taken hostage for 444 days. Carter's efforts to free them were unavailing. An airborne raid intended to free them ended in catastrophe in the Iranian desert, leaving 8 United States service members dead after a collision of aircraft on the ground. Then Afghanistan became an issue. Yet another blow was dealt to Carter's standing when the Greater Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan to prop up its client regime there. Opposing that aggression was popular, but Carter's decision to retaliate by having the U.S., the United States, boycott the 1980 Olympics in Moscow was less so. Carter was able to use the hostage crisis to his advantage in suppressing the challenge to his nomination mounted by Senator Edward Kennedy of Massachusetts. Carter refused to debate Kennedy and made the primaries a kind of referendum on the Iranian situation. Enough Democrats rallied to his side that Kennedy's bid, a favorite cause of liberal activists and organized labor, fell far short. Still, it contributed to the weakness of Carter's standing in the general election. And what had worked against a challenger from the Democratic left did not work when Carter faced one from the Republican right. Ronald Reagan was a former 2-term governor of California who had sought the nomination twice before, and he did not begin 1980 as the consensus choice of his party. but he wove a complex set of issues into a fabric with broad appeal. He proposed sweeping tax cuts as a tonic for the economy, more spending on defense, a more aggressive foreign policy, and, just as important, a return to the traditional values of faith, freedom, family, work, and neighborhood. He also opposed abortion and busing for racial integration and favored school prayer, the three hottest buttons in social policy at the time. After a come-from-behind win in New Hampshire and a sweep of the Southern primaries, Reagan never looked back. His triumph at the Republican National Convention in Detroit set the tone for his campaign. The election looked close at Labor Day and even into October, but the single debate the two camps agreed to, held on October 28th of 1980, the week before the election, was a clear win for the challenger. Carter failed in his attempts to paint Reagan as an extremist. The Republican managed to be reassuring and upbeat, even as he kept up his attacks on Carter's handling of the economy and on the rest of Carter's record. The polls broke sharply in the final days, and in November, Reagan captured nearly all the southern states that Carter had carried 4 years earlier and won the 1980 presidential election with 489 electoral college votes. Carter conceded before the polls had even closed on the West Coast. But let's take a look at reassessment in retrospect. Historians have generally not rated Carter's presidency highly, and he left office with his Gallup poll approval rating in the low 30s, but there has been a steady upward trajectory in assessments of his presidency in recent years, and his Gallup approval rating has climbed back above 50% and has remained there among the public at large. This reflects the work of several Carter biographers and former aides, and the natural comparison with the presidents who have followed him. In 2018, Stuart E. Eisenstadt, Carter's chief domestic policy advisor, published President Carter, subtitled The White House Years, which historians have praised both as a primary source and as an assessment of Carter's term. In it, Eisenstadt wrote that Carter was not a great president, but he was a good and productive one. He delivered results, many of which were realized only after he left office. He was a man of almost unyielding principle, yet his greatest virtue was at once his most serious fault for a president in an American democracy of divided powers. As far back as 2000, the historian Douglas Brinkley wrote that in the first 20 years after Carter lost the presidency, he had become renowned the world over as the epitome of the caring, compassionate, best sort of American statesman, an exemplar of behavior for all national leaders in retirement. So you see, there's a new life out of office. Because the greatest factor in Carter's rising reputation was his own performance in his post-presidential career. He worked with Habitat for Humanity to rehabilitate homes for low-income families. He taught at Emory University and established his own nonprofit, the Carter Center. And over the ensuing decades, he published more than 12 books and became an international advocate for peace, democratic reforms, and humanitarian causes. As former president, Carter did not shy from controversy, particularly when it came to the Middle East, the region that gave him his greatest foreign policy achievement and also his most damaging setback as president. He opposed the Gulf War in 1991 and the United States invasion of Iraq in 2003, and he angered many when he likened Israel's treatment of Palestinians to apartheid in South Africa. He also riled many Americans by suggesting that opposition to President Barack Obama was rooted in racism. So this leads us to revisiting Jimmy Carter's presidential transition through this lens. You see, former President Jimmy Carter's casket has arrived at the U.S. Capitol, where he will lie in state before his official funeral. Historic photos of his presidential transition back in 1977 capture memorable moments like an uncomfortable limousine ride with, well, Dick Cheney's side-eye. More recently, he earned new admirers and detractors alike with his public disapproval of then-President Donald Trump. You see, Trump is fixated on Abe Lincoln. The president-elect's habit is to treat Lincoln not only as a giant of history, but something of a political contemporary, and a flawed one at that. Back in his first term, Donald Trump was talking to a senior White House aide, Steve Bannon, about potential films to show in the building's movie theater. We're not talking about the blue films we know they should. Now, Bannon suggested Ken Burns' classic documentary on the Civil War, thinking it would be instructive to see how an earlier president, Abraham Lincoln, struggled to find capable generals. At that, Trump mentioned how once he had been flipping through the channels at his home in Bedminster, New Jersey, saw that the 9-part series was airing, and watched the whole thing. This is what Bannon recounted in an interview. Forget Joe Biden and Barack Obama. It's the 16th president who seems to be a Trump fixation. He muses about Abe Lincoln's stovepipe hat, presidential bearing, and even the mundane details of his daily existence. One of Trump's curiosities is how the 6'4", 6'4" Lincoln fit into his 19th century White House bed. Then there's Lincoln's lofty place in history, maybe too lofty for Trump's taste. In the final weeks of the 2024 campaign, Trump said on Fox News, "Yes, Lincoln was probably a great president." Quick came the side-eye. "Although I've always said, why wasn't that settled? I'm a guy that it doesn't make sense. We had a civil war." One Trump advisor recalls a phone call with Trump in which they spent 15 minutes discussing whether Lincoln could have forged a peaceful end to the conflict between the North and South. What stood out, the advisor says, was the amount of time Trump spent on the topic. "That's the longest conversation I ever had with him." Elected officials like to invoke Lincoln, finding fresh ways to pay homage. Biden's inaugural address in 2021 borrowed from 2 of Lincoln's phrases. "My whole soul is in it," and "the last full measure of devotion." As a freshman senator from Illinois, Lincoln's home state, Obama wrote an essay inspired by a portrait of an aging Lincoln that hung in his office. The future president wondered, "What is it about this man that can move us so profoundly?" Trump, too, seems fascinated with Honest Abe. Why, exactly, isn't easy to fathom. One was an up-from-nothing frontier lawyer who ended slavery and kept the nation from splitting into two while delivering some of the most lyrical presidential speeches in the canon. The other is the scion of a wealthy New York real estate developer and a TV star turned politician whose self-branded contribution to presidential discourse is the weave. What we do know is Trump has a particular interest in outliers. His transition sidekick is Elon Musk, the wealthiest person in the world, next to both their puppet masters, well, both their singular puppet master, Vladimir Putin. He likes winners, and in what he calls the very exclusive club of American presidents, no one is more venerated than Abe Lincoln. When scholars ranked the nation's presidents according to greatness in a report released earlier this year, Lincoln finished first. Trump was last, leaving him some work to do to catch up. Still, Trump may feel a certain kinship with Lincoln, having faced assassination attempts in his second presidential campaign, and, like Lincoln, having pulled off an upset in his first. Brandon Rottinghaus, a University of Houston political science professor and co-director of the project that ranks the presidents, says Trump gives everything to the office in his estimation, and that's what Lincoln did. So the parallels are interesting, perhaps not perfect. Both men governed over a very divided nation and attempted to bring their life experience to solve the problem. Trump's habit is to treat Lincoln not only as a giant of history, but something of a political contemporary, and a flawed one at that. Was Lincoln beatable? Trump says his pollsters told him he could have defeated a ticket of George Washington and Lincoln had the 12 men whose faces are carved on Mount Rushmore come back from the dead and run against him in 2020. One of the pollsters Trump name-checked, John McLaughlin, said in an interview that Trump may have been the one who first said he could have beaten the Washington-Lincoln ticket. With a laugh, McLaughlin said, "He might have brought it up and I might have agreed with him. He, Trump, is certainly the best I've ever met. He might have brought it up and I might have said, sure." Could Trump have come up with the deal that eluded Lincoln, averting the Civil War altogether? None of this is knowable, but Trump relishes these sorts of contrafactuals. He likes to say that neither Hamas's attack on Israel nor Russia's invasion of Ukraine would have happened had he been president. So it's not a leap to reckon that the author of The Art of the Deal might believe he has the singular skills to achieve what the antebellum politician could not. Bannon said, "President Trump has complete confidence that in any situation he can enforce his will and bring about a positive outcome. He absolutely believes that he could have taken the situation between North and South and negotiated a deal that would have ended chattel slavery and avoided the Civil War. Historians will look at this era as the age of Trump. All of us will be forgotten. Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon. What people will remember is Trump and the MAGA movement." By the time Lincoln took office, the nation was already unraveling. 7 southern states seceded from the Union between his election and swearing in. Confederate forces fired on the U.S. garrison at Fort Sumter in South Carolina the month after his inauguration. Trump hasn't laid out how a peaceful settlement could have been reached, but at least one historian says the price of a settlement would have been leaving slavery intact. Ted Vidmar, a historian and author of the book titled Lincoln on the Verge. Well, I'll quote his T. A lot of people wanted Lincoln to settle in 1861, and they were all Confederates or ambivalent Americans who had business connections with the South. There was no way to settle unless you were prepared to live with permanent slavery in the United States or cave in to extremists who didn't even care about the country. Well, such having been said, this election has shredded the rule of law. Being elected president truly is a get-out-of-jail-free card for Donald Trump. But the greater concern should be for what this means for the rule of law in this country. On Friday, into this weekend last, New York Judge Juan M. Merkin held up Trump's 34 felony convictions for falsifying business records. Merkin set sentencing for Friday, the 10th of January. It asked tomorrow, and indicated that he would likely take the very unusual step of unconditionally discharging Trump's sentence. In plain English, this means that Trump will face absolutely no legal consequences from his convictions. Not prison, not probation, not even a goddamn fine. Trump's attorneys are trying to halt even the signaled unconditional discharge while they appeal. But Merchant, realistically, had no alternative. A prison sentence is incompatible with Trump serving as President of the United States. The appellate court surely would overturn a prison sentence, holding that, under the Constitution, being elected president preempts the ability of a state to interfere with that imprisonment. By imprisonment, I mean to say. Trump could not perform his constitutional duties as president from a prison cell in New York. Nor would it make sense for a state judge to put the president on probation and supervise his actions with the threat of revocation and imprisonment. Trump faced up to 4 years in prison for the crimes for which he was convicted in New York. A study by the New York Times found that of 30 convictions for falsifying business records in Manhattan in the last decade, no other defendant received an unconditional discharge. All but 5 received sentences such as jail and prison time, probation and fines. Some who entered into plea deals received sentences involving specific conditions, such as paying restitution or completing community service. Indeed, Michael Cohen, the person who arranged the payment of the hush money that led to Trump's conviction, was sentenced to 3 years in prison and served 13 months in custody. Trump, who the jury found orchestrated and was responsible for authorizing the payments, will never serve a single day in jail. But this is only a part of Trump's get-out-of-jail-free benefit. He was indicted in the United States District Court for the District of Columbia for his actions in attempting to undermine the results of the 2020 presidential election. Had Trump lost in November, he would have been tried and faced a prison sentence if convicted. But the charges were dismissed after Trump was elected because of a Justice Department rule that a sitting president can never be prosecuted. This was also the basis for dismissing the indictment against Trump in federal court in Florida for improper handling of classified documents. The charges against him were serious: evidence tampering, willfully retaining national defense information while lying to investigators. If convicted, these charges also would likely have led to a significant prison sentence. And it must be remembered that last summer, the Supreme Court, in Trump versus these United States, ruled that Trump could not be prosecuted for anything he did using official powers granted to the president by the Constitution or a statute. This led to the dropping of some charges against him. The court's decision provides protection for any official acts taken during Trump's first term. And he assumes office knowing he faces no possibility of prosecution for any illegal acts in the next 4 years. It is simply impossible to reconcile all of this with the most basic notion of the rule of law, the core of which is that no one, not even a president or former president, is above the goddamn law. It is captured in the idea uttered from the beginning of American history that we are a country of laws, not people. The last thing that the framers of the Constitution wanted was to create a presidential Frankensteinian's monster who could not be held accountable for breaking the law. Trump still faces civil liability for some of his past conduct. Last week, a federal court of appeals upheld a $5 million verdict against Trump for his sexual assault, yes, he is a rapist, of E. Jean Carroll. Another jury awarded Carroll $83.3 million United States dollars against Trump for defamation. That verdict is now on appeal. Also, Trump is appealing a $355 million US dollar verdict for business fraud against him and his company. But none of these civil suits involve the crimes he committed or was charged with, nor does there seem any way to ever punish him for those felonies. The assault on the rule of law is also reflected in Trump's promise to pardon those who participated in the January 6th, 2021 attack on our nation's capital. So far, more than 1,500 individuals have been charged with federal crimes in connection to January 6th. Most of those were misdemeanors, such as trespassing, but hundreds have pleaded guilty to or were convicted of assault or other felonies. The conduct of all was illegal and unconscionable in a democracy, yet they could be absolved by Trump of all criminal liability with the single stroke of a pen. It is perhaps too easy to ignore that this situation is unique in our republic's history. Never before has a convicted felon become president. Never before has election as president meant the dismissal of criminal charges. It flouts the very essence of the rule of law that election as president could even be a get-out-of-jail-free card. And with that, we end tonight's transmission. Join us on Sunday. I've earned my pay for tonight, considering all I've been through. And with all that, we end our stream. I need your money. Only you can help me survive. Heather Holman says, at Eric Cradle, happy birthday to you. Thank you. Yes, good girl. See, Eric? Yeah, you got a lady friend. And our man Aristides. Well, hell, if you're there, Aristides, go ahead and say good morning. No need to respond to,
Good morning. I don't know why I woke up for a little bit, but good morning, and please donate at the link there. And that's it.
Thank you. We love you, Aristides. And stay safe and be well. We'll speak again soon, you and I. And until then, you know, have a great time of it. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Blessed be. Okay, that's
Good night,
our.
good morning.
Thank you. That's our executive producer, Aristides. With that, we're going to end stream. Okay. And again, I need your support. The son of Adolf Hitler. Well, I've got to live, and only you, the listeners, can help me do that. All right, Amor Fadi says, if you can, be very generous. Thank you, sir. Love that groan. All right, ending stream on that note. And let's hope Amor Fadi's statement